Yeah.
Entering. According to Colonel Douglas McGregor and the reports he's had, wearing what appears to be almost American police uniforms, military type uniforms. Here then is another rabbi, thankfully, glory to God, converted to Orthodoxy, stating what their ultimate plan is, which is exactly what I was highlighting in that video. So if you want to hear more detailed explanation on the history between the Khazars, the Khazarian Empire, Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, the history of Eastern Europe, the fact that there's never been a prime minister of Israel that either he or his parents were not born in either Ukraine or Poland. I think there was one that they're from Belarus, basically, again, the same area. Interesting. Wow. So there's never been a prime minister from Israel not born in Ukraine, Poland, or Belarus. Strange. So worthy of note there. Oh, and then of course he was banned on YouTube after talking about all that stuff. Now, why would YouTube ban that? Is it because he was a former rabbi and may have some inside information now that he's an Orthodox Christian? Huh. Here, I don't know if you guys saw this. This is actually pretty interesting. Israeli minister Ben-Gvir's English translator, Yishai Flesher, says Nick Fuentes is right about everything he claims Israel is planning to do. Huh. He says, quote, "You're all saying this as if it's a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's God's plan. It's the historical plan for the Jewish people. And Israel has every right to extend its defense to the Arab countries and across the region. You're right. From the Indian Sea to the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aqaba, the Suez Canal, and the Mediterranean, we're going to have a lot of control over that, and it's going to be good for the world," he says. Now, check this out.
They're going to topple Iran, and once they do, Israel's going to become a very rich country.
I love this guy. I love this guy. We're gonna topple Syria and Iran. True. Control Gaza and the West Bank, Judea and Samaria. You're right. Absolutely. I can't disagree with that. Good.
They're going to have the sovereign wealth funds of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, pouring all their oil money into Israel.
This is sounding great. This guy's great. Okay. I don't know about this control of media business. That sounds like classic anti-Semitism, but this vision of a big, powerful Israel and the Arabs in line with that, I like that a lot. I like the sound of that. But you're making me want to win all these wars even more.
Israel's going to get all this money from the trade that goes through the Rimland.
You're right, bro. You're right. It looks like the Lord, nation that dwells alone.
Follow the script.
Oh my.
But isn't he correct about that? Like, so like, isn't that kind of weird though? Like,
Well, that's usually how con men start out, with something that you will agree to.
Yeah, but he's saying that the rabbis are fine with him saying that, and then what the Church of Eternal Logos, David Patrick Harry is saying is that Nick Fuentes is right for calling out the Jews, who, by the way, have no problem for this type of mythification of their goals. Right, like he had, like they have no fucking problem with it. So he's literally reading the script, and they all know that they're in line with it. Honestly,
but what's crazy to me is like, I totally agree with Nick's analysis. Like, this is the idea of like they basically are working with Saudi Arabia and stuff. Like for sure.
but everybody said that for 20 years. There's been people saying that Oded Yanan plan. You know, for Eretz Israel, like I could lay the whole thing out for people, right? That the Oded Yanan and it follows the project for a new American century and the entire thing. It's obvious.
But it's just funny because the setup here is that, well, Nick Fuentes said it as a neo-Nazi, therefore only neo-Nazis will say this. But he's like, hey, I wish it. But then the Jew says, well, I wish this was true, because if this was true, that would mean that Israel's going to take over the world, and that would be great. But
Oh my God,
is
it's
kinda what-
horseshoe theory.
Is that what is that? Tell us the theory. What is that?
That's exactly horseshoe theory. Like left and the right are exactly the same. They're just bent in the middle. You know, it's like horseshoe. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the difference between a
more like a
neo-Nazi
loop.
and a ultra Zionist is not that far, apparently. So
Yeah, because they actually loop around, right? At the far right and the far left. Right?
almost like a Ouroboros.
Something like that. Yep.
Morally, but in terms of human history, we're at the heart of the crossroads of civilizations. You're absolutely right. We're going to benefit through that. That's right. That's what God's plan is.
All the trade from India to Europe, China to Europe, all the trade that goes through the Suez, the Persian Gulf, all the trade that goes overland through the Middle East, they're going to collect a toll on all that.
Sounds nice. Where's your proof that that's a bad thing? Like, have you read the Bible, or are you too Catholic for the Bible? What's the deal? Like, okay, I mean, I love.
So condescending. The Jewish guy wants to ask if you've read the Bible. Yeah, I have read the Bible. You know who the Messiah is? He's already come. Guess what? There's a new covenant. Guess what? We are Israel. Guess what? You guys are an inversion. You are the empire of Antichrist.
So what did I tell you? Nick Fuentes yesterday said it's only Rome versus Jerusalem. And what
Oh
are they
my
playing right
God.
into?
It's starting to turn into a pretzel here. Oi.
Yeah. Oy vey. This seems very performative, I have to say. I'm not convinced that.
I wonder if there's a pretzel theory.
Well, I just can't believe that David Patrick Harry is so willingly like aligning himself with Nick Fuentes. I think that is remarkable to me, for various reasons, you know. Yeah, I want to see more of what he says here.
That's me reading the Bible, and I can bring all the verses to back that up.
Love your assessment. I love it. It's fabulous. It's good. It's good for the world. You're making me happy. You're making this settler you're making my day, man. You're making my holiday coming up. But where's but you're saying all this stuff in some kind of conclusory language that this is a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's God's plan. It's historical plan. And Israel has every right to sit in the crossroads and extend its defense to the Arab countries and to this region. You're right. From the Indian Sea to the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aqaba and the Gulf of Suez and the Mediterranean. You're right. We're going to have a lot of power and control of that, and it's going to be good for the world.
The gravity of how much power the Jews wield in the world today and how much more power they'll wield when they're finished with what they're doing in the Middle East.
Can I hire you as my PR agent, bro? You are just fabulous. Nick, you are like, I don't know, and your cute little punim, your little Shayna punim, your little facey, your little baby face. It just doesn't.
Did you say he's putting him? He's putting him? He's got a cute little face.
Yeah, I think this rabbi wants to have sex with him.
Great PR dude on our side. You know, guys like this, you never know. He might switch. He might flip at some point because he's a thinking guy, but he's also, he's powerful inside. He may.
You cute little punum. Oi.
Ooh, he's so. You called it though. You called it. He said flip. That confirms it.
You're gonna flip that boy like an omelet.
Yeah, not if he cups the Weibos right.
Come to different conclusions suddenly. I could see that. I hope he does, because all the stuff that you said, especially about Israel and the Middle East, is right, and hopefully will come to fruition. And I don't think there's anything bad in that. Let's let Nick finish off.
You thought we couldn't stop them before? Wait until they don't need us.
Touche! We don't need you. We don't need you. We don't need you. We need God. We need history. We need the promises to Abraham.
And they need the money of U.S. taxpayers to fit the bill for Israel's existence, because they couldn't exist without it. If they didn't have us, they can't take on the entire Muslim world. It would not exist. It would be over. And what they would
Yeah,
do is
you're
the
a fucking
Samsonite.
moron.
They
Yeah,
don't
that's
need you
totally
after they're done
false.
with you.
Because
Yeah?
they control the United States and the economy. That's fucking retarded. Like that
Yeah,
would have
I
been
know.
true like maybe 20 or 30 years ago, but it's definitely not true now. Like, what are you talking about?
What is so important about being needed anyways? I mean, like being wanted is so much better.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the these Jews would laugh at David Patrick Harris saying that, oh yeah, we need the United States. Dude, they got help from Russia, then they got help from South Africa, then they got help from the United States. They'll get help from whoever they can.
Hmm.
Like it's not like whatever, like they'll just survive. Like people don't know. Like they didn't just like
Israel's already said what
they were created by Britain and the UN, not by the United States. Right? So they didn't need us before that, and they don't need us now. So that's the fact.
Hmm.
they're going to do. If they come to an existential threat where they may no longer exist, they're going to use their nuclear weapons, which they claim they don't have, but everybody knows they have since JFK. They're going to use their nuclear weapons against the Muslim nations. But that's their only line of defense, because without the U.S., they cannot fight this.
And we need you to relax, bro. Get on the team, get on the program, or move out of the way.
Their goal.
Yeah. So it's so infuriating. It's so infuriating. It's the same stuff over and over. It seems like every week I'm just showing you videos of Israelis doing everything to nullify the PR campaign to try to build their, to repair the damage in the Western world. Video has emerged of Israeli minister Ben-Gvir. Now, we just watched the video of his English translator with covering Nick Fuentes, highlighting everything that Nick Fuentes is saying is actually accurate. Here's Ben-Gvir expelling Bedouins from their homes. And a Palestinian citizen says, I have documents in my hand. This is my home. Guess what Israeli minister Ben-Gvir says? I don't care. Leave within 2 hours or you'll die. That's not going to help anti-Semitism either. Here was a news report of a Palantir whistleblower talking about terrorists have taken over the U.S. government. And so this was a former ex-Palantir executive. So this isn't some, low figure in Palantir that's coming up with some theory. This is a former ex-Palantir executive. And this is what he posted. I'm an ex-Palantir executive, and it is factually correct that Palantir Tech intended to take over the U.S. government while heavily funding the effort. Many of my ex-colleagues are now installed inside the U.S. government apparatus. There is a reason the C-suite of Palantir has me blocked. The enemy is within, and we are currently an occupied nation. We basically have a terrorist entity deeply embedding itself into the U.S. government. Now, we've been talking about this Palantir Tech. We've seen J.D. Vance come out, who is, again, an acolyte of Peter Thiel, and speak glowingly about Palantir, how if we utilize some of their surveillance technology, we could totally eliminate illegal immigrants in the country. We could monitor and track anybody who committed violent crimes. We could solve murders much more easily, all this different stuff, which I said before this second Trump administration that watch, already given my stuff, all my research in transhumanism and from my book, Return to Babylon, I already suspected that J.D. Vance was going to recharacterize the technologies of Palantir as somehow in favor of a conservative ethos and policymaking. Well, the CIA was like the largest contractor with Palantir. Palantir, again, founded, owned by Peter Thiel. And who has been using Palantir the most in regards to military activity? Israel. Remember, was it Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, brag about how effective the IDF has been in fighting Hamas in Gaza by using their targeting technology? And remember, I've already reported that this came out 3 weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago, that the U.S. is using Palantir in the war with Iran. Now, it's interesting that Palantir as an organization has been so explicitly pro-Zionist. Makes sense now, doesn't it? And so when he's talking about embedding itself inside the U.S. government, it's already a known fact that there's entire sections within the Pentagon that are for the Israelis. Now, what sovereign nation inside their military headquarters like the Pentagon allows another foreign nation to have all their analysts there present? And remember, at the beginning of this Trump administration, I'm blanking on the guy's name, but he was a personal friend of Pete Hegseth. He was a non-Zionist. He was an anti-Zionist. Now, I know that's ironic because Pete Hegseth is a Zionist and in 2018 said he wanted.
Is Andrew Wilson aware that David Patrick Harry is saying all this? Somebody better give him a call and double check.
Well, he also said you got to pray for Alex Jones, right? So this is the thing is like they're mixing it up. Like when it comes to like their people in the media, like Tucker Carlson, like Alex Jones, they're never gonna doubt that those people have ever supported any of this, right? Whereas it's clear that they all have, right? In the past, or so I don't know. So they work with the people, as you said, right? That literally promoted all this shit, and they don't call them out, right? And Andrew Wilson can go on Joe Rogan, where they have tons of, people, tons of people from Thiel's network on there, right? Where it's like, it's pretty weird how they're pretty selective in who they critique when they're part of the sort of media groups and they benefit off of those groups, right? So it's kind of weird.
To create a holy war to rebuild the third temple, bring forth the Antichrist, what he believes is, I guess, useful for the second coming of Christ in his warped dispensationalist mind. But he, the friend of Pete Hegseth, once he, just based on public posts being critical of Israel, and then he did an interview with Tucker Carlson highlighting that almost everyone inside the Pentagon is a Zionist of some sort. If they're not, in fact, Jewish or Israeli.
And welcome back to that. I literally had to look at the screen to see what the name of the show is.
Oh.
The Benny and Basil Show. It is episode 23. Mormon boys, we have a very, very special guest, the man of mirth.
What?
Ray Schremer, Kai Schwemmer. Kai Clips. Welcome.
Hey, thanks so much. Yeah, Mormon boy in the studio.
Oh,
God.
Oh, hold on.
What?
You just made a reference that you
Don't
wish
even
you
worry
did.
about it. Don't even worry about it. Anyway, so we're here for episode 23.
Yes.
If you're watching this, it's probably because if you're watching this before Saturday, it's because you're a pay pig and you're getting it right as we drop them.
Nice.
Otherwise, you're watching this on Saturday, where
Yes.
normally you would get nothing, you fucking freeloader. Sorry. You flipping freeloader.
Yep.
Yes.
But you're going to get this episode. And if you want to see episode 24, which is today's Saturday,
This
right?
is getting
It's
really-
a little confusing.
Hold on. We're recording this on a Monday.
Uh-huh.
If you're a pay piggy, you're seeing this on Monday.
Right.
If you're a freeloader, you're seeing this
On
Saturday.
Saturday.
We would normally record a Patreon episode on
Oh, perfect. So nothing even goes back. Oh, that was a different world back then.
No, exactly. Yeah. So if people ask me about it now, I'm like, well,
That crash and burn. Okay, no,
Yeah,
it's very successful, I hear.
I was under the Paranist. Like I was doing the Kirchner East.
But like demographic wise,
finances.
how is the Utah like the party
Uh-huh.
itself?
So we have.
Would you be the outlier as being the young guy?
Certainly, yeah. Within the executive board and also within the SCC, the State Central Committee, absolutely.
It's so Soviet sounding.
Yeah.
It's like the party
Yes.
members,
The
the party
committee.
line, the committee. It sounds so.
So this is the Basil guy.
Yeah, he's not on the nerve. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah. So I
It's like
really
he's
hope
like he's trying to like have like the mannerisms. It's like Slavo Zizek or whatever.
yeah, well, he said he's gay and he's a Muslim and he's Afghani, but he's a funny dude, but he talks about a lot of deep shit. Like he knows, like, let's just say if what he seems to allude to is true, he definitely has like a lot of people's like blackmail and stuff. So like he's kind of like reminds me of Milo Yiannopoulos in a lot of ways. Like he
Yeah.
definitely knows where a lot of bodies are buried in the GOP.
Yeah, he survived getting
Weird.
thrown off a roof and whatnot.
Say say that again.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I heard you.
No, but
He's a
he's funny.
rooftop. Yeah, he's what we call a rooftop hopper. You know, in the game.
Yeah, but he's funny though.
Oh.
I mean, but
Can
he's
he bounce?
but
Wow.
I'm trying to get him on the show, so hopefully he'll come around. We'll see. I doubt it, but I'm trying to get him on the show. He's a funny dude, but
Yeah, cut that joke out if you want him on the show. I think.
No,
I don't think it'll.
if he's
I don't
funny,
think
he'll get it and he'll laugh.
I don't think it'll offend him personally, but never know. You want to play something here? I love this face of Joe Rogan here. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I saw this thumbnail earlier. Actually, that's pretty hilarious. I almost clicked it. Too. I was like,
I
what?
just found this. Yeah, I'm like, what is this? So I'm just,
Let's take a look at it. Let's take a gander. You
Does
want to
Rogan-
experiment a little bit? Let's do some experimentation.
Yeah, this is to pride on DPH, like Wait.
I'm Sam. 1-800.
Oh, whoops!
You've known us for a long time.
It's a Michigan commercial.
Our name matters to us and to
By
our
the way,
clients.
these Jewish lawyers in Michigan, they have some of the top commercial. Like you see ads for them all over Michigan, called Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Yeah, it's crazy.
We'll get you.
And just to be clear, we're not being sponsored by them. Okay.
Yeah,
It's just
please
like
pay us.
Yeah, they always like show commercials of this in Michigan. But
Maybe that's
We
what we
show up
need.
for
We
work
need to
right
find some
here.
Jewish lawyers to sponsor our shows. You think we can? Somebody can help us with that?
right,
The right
Yeah,
is
we
actually
know.
having their own issues with how seriously to take conspiracy theories and the sort
oh
of
god, it's this guy and the sleepy girl. The sleepy girl.
parapolitics considerations.
Is
if we want
that
to
Sam
look at
Harris?
Yeah, let's just
Giovanni
yeah.
and
What say that?
I thought isn't this guy's name Sam?
Yeah.
Yeah.
and Joe Rogan here. So this is first Joe sort of
Okay, so let's try to find the clip in this. Okay, so here is the clip. I actually just want to see the clip. So let's actually. So there's part of the clip here. There's part of the clip here. Okay, so the clip is strewn throughout this video, unfortunately. And then they just talk about it. So. Oh my god, dude. Can I find this clip? Here, hold on. Let me just try to find the clip. Because now I'm like, these annoying motherfuckers.
Yeah, that sounds like
Yeah,
about
that
right.
sounds gay, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, Peter Thiel, Joe Rogan, what's this guy? Theo Vaughn.
Theo Vaughn,
Okay, let me see.
Comedian.
Yeah,
Two comedians and a dude.
Yeah, I'm looking for it too. Like it looks like it's kind of hard to find exactly this thing.
well
It says-
they pause it, so just give me a second and I think I could find out by figuring out
Oh,
where they pause the video.
yeah, all the ones that people review it's like 25 minutes long video. So fuck.
Yeah, it looks like it's 2 hours into the video. So yeah, so I'll find it. Give me one
Yeah,
second.
actually, that's one thing I should have watched is like Peter Thiel and Joe Rogan on the stream together. Like that would be interesting, probably, but like it's just so much fluff that you have to get through. So I don't know. What does Peter Thiel have on Joe Rogan? Oh my god, yeah, these clips look like shit. Honestly, like I don't think anybody just gives you a clear. Like Theo Vaughn is a very crazy guy because he personally knew David Duke when he's like a young kid, and he also who came through reality TV. Like
Yeah, can you put the video like away on this one too?
Sure.
So we could only hear the audio because this might get us
Oh,
popped.
sure. Yeah, sure.
And then
There
I'll
you go.
pause it like every 5 seconds. I'll pause it because it's like,
Though, you know?
Yeah.
I have thought about that. It's the same reason, like even being like in a relationship. I remember like,
okay, so this isn't the part for sure.
No.
Okay, good.
Here's
Because I
the-
like to examine stuff, but I'm not like, being like, woe is me. I'm just trying to like
All right, I don't know. I might be at the wrong part, so we'll just see.
look at it, right?
Well, you got to think, as a kid growing up, you had a lot of negative interactions.
And that shit was like, I was young. But yeah, I don't know. Some of it's been an interesting experience,
It's because it can suck. Like that's these long ass stammers. Where he's like, everything would let him talk as long as he wants.
Okay, hold on. So I think this is the part here. So let's see what happens.
When they said, "Do you think human beings should survive?" and he had like this long pause.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And then the
Very odd.
interviewer was like, "The answer is yes. The answer is yes." You think human beings should-" Which is not how you're supposed to do an interview. Well, at least not how I.
Yeah, so here goes. I think he's like defending Thiel. I don't know what's going on.
I would let him talk as long as he wants. Like I would let. If you watch my podcast I did with him, is these long ass stammers where he's like,
Yeah, that's right. So Joe Rogan had Peter Thiel on his show.
Yeah, he did.
At some point. So
yeah, I didn't
that's
see that
also
one
good.
actually, which is kind of surprising to me. But Peter
Yeah, that's
Thiel is
awesome.
very hard to listen to. So in defense, like he is like I always have to listen to him on like 2.5x because like he takes such long pauses when he's talking. So I'm like,
Yeah. So the reason we're watching this is because supposedly somebody says that he attacks his guest attacks Peter Thiel and then he freaks out. I don't know.
everything he does, he wants to be very careful before he answers it. So he wants to consider what he's saying. If you ask me the same question, is it important that humans survive? Okay. Is it important that Australopithecus?
So wait, is he saying that he doesn't know the answer?
well,
survived?
he's
No,
he's
just
living
look
at-
what he
he's saying
said.
it seems obvious, but
No, but he said no, but he says that to the interviewer it seemed obvious, but he said to him, it's like am I really concerned if Australopithecus survived? So he's saying that anything that got wiped out in the past, it doesn't really matter. So he's saying that it doesn't really matter if things get wiped out. Yeah,
Theistic evolution.
that sounds like
true,
what he's
I
saying.
guess. I mean, as a human, I find it really untoward to
Oh
like,
yeah, it
think
is.
about
yeah.
it though.
Deacon Ananias, baby. You know what's up. Here's the thing. Here's what I think the Christian position is like this. Like, look, humans are here for a purpose, and if God wants us gone, He will. But we certainly shouldn't do anything to wipe ourselves out because God put us here to be here. So
That seems
God
about
wants us
right.
gone,
Yeah.
He'll get. If God wants us gone, He'll get us gone. We should not accelerate the end of
Yeah.
times for sure. You know what I mean? Like that's not our job for sure.
Yeah. People always trying to do
Consider-
God's job though.
Right.
What he's saying. If you ask me the same question, is it important that humans survive? Okay. Is it important that Australopithecus survived?
Well, yeah, because if it didn't, then we wouldn't be here. But
It's not. Is it important that Neanderthal survived? It's not currently.
Not currently. So
yeah,
it's
not
always-
currently, but
Not
in the
currently,
long
like-
run, yes, it is
I
very
know,
important.
right? I don't know. Like, do you really just not want him to be here right now either? Like, it'd be cool if like a Neanderthal walked up, like, we'd be like smoke a blunt, like, come to the barbecue.
Yeah,
Like, I don't know.
there's a lot of evidence that there is a lot of people that have Neanderthal DNA. So I think it was important that they survived at least to a certain point so they could interbreed with humans. But I think it's same about humans. I guess it's
Oh,
not really
yeah.
that important in the long run that we survive either, because we'll be evolving into something else eventually.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, they were apparently definitely fuckable people.
yeah.
Like, you know, or
Well, and they
whatever.
were very artistic too. I think that's where a lot of the artistic talent came from in as far as talents go, not skills, like, because you can teach a skill, but a talent is something that's inherent,
Yeah, like
that's why I was
yeah, like
differentiating them.
yeah, you don't want other types of fuckable people to be around. Like, I don't understand. Like, what's the problem? Like, I mean, like
Yeah,
what?
I don't understand that either. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
like what's
mm-mm,
like what seemed to be the problem?
I don't see a problem.
Yeah, like, I don't see it. Like, I don't.
Currently not important. Is it
Mm.
important that humans stay in this form? It's not. It's not going to be. If
What? What? I'm
Well,
fine
but
with how I
yeah,
look,
yeah,
how I am. Like, I'm cool. Like,
they're not going to
it's great.
stay this way though. It's obvious that we are going to like change over time. We always do. Everything always changes over time.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like people like obviously like back then like there was no chicken nuggets, like there was no Doritos. Like obviously people are gonna change. Like, but
Yeah.
yeah, like
I don't know about the chicken nuggets and Doritos being a good thing, but we never know. Never know.
well, I don't know. But yeah, probably gonna be um I don't know. We'll see what happens. I guess what you can say.
if we're going to evolve to something way better than this, how many people go, I missed the old.
What? That's
Well,
not even that's not how evolution works. That's an
no, sometimes it's
unscientific.
bad too. He doesn't
Yeah,
get that
that's
apparently.
yeah, right. That's like an unscientific view of evolution, I'd say. Like, but it's always tending
Yeah.
towards the better. That's kind
Well,
of
that's
weird.
what survives supposedly. But yeah, I think bad and good are relative to
Yeah, I think like yeah, they
and right now
definitely
we're
be different, right? But not
as
better,
far
right?
as like life goes on the planet, the most like largest mass of life is insects. So I think they probably have a lot more sway with God
Yeah.
if that was like if his logic worked properly.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're chilling. They're like god robots. Like it's weird.
Days when you could lie and you couldn't read minds and people were a lot more rapey. No one's gonna say that. No one's gonna. I miss the wars. I miss stealing and credit card fraud. I miss the good old days of a rigged stock market.
When the
Oh, he thinks
Oh
so?
yeah,
Really?
that's
What about there's people in Russia that still like Stalin.
yeah, but like how is the stock market not rigged today, bro? Like
Yeah,
what are you
exactly. That
selling?
too.
You're
That's
selling
another
a heap
point.
of you're literally selling a like a glorified heap of trash. Like what are you doing?
Mm.
Jets won.
Yeah. No. No one's gonna say that. They're gonna move on to what's next. So Peter Thiel's right. It doesn't mean I don't love you.
Oh, Peter Thiel's right. See, look at this fucking Jew Rogan.
Right
Good
and correct
Lord.
are not the same though, okay?
Yeah. And right and bright are definitely not the same thing, I think.
It doesn't mean that being a
Mm.
person isn't important to me. Yeah, it is to me because I'm a person, but I'm also, if I step outside of being a person and I look at where this thing is going, I'm like, it's going in a different direction. It's not going in the direction of
We thought it was.
mRNA vaccines and lying politicians. It's not. It's not going in that direction. It's going in some sort of digital god direction.
What? Dude, this guy's smoking crack. He said it's
I
not
can
going.
see what he's saying, but
Yeah, but the
uh,
other thing just happened, and the second thing he mentions literally never been proven that it can even happen. So it's like, wait, the other thing you said just happened like 5 years ago, and you're saying it's not the reality, and the other thing you're saying is a consensus reality is literally science fiction. Like what, dude? Like this
yeah,
guy's
both of them
smoking
could
crack.
both of them could still be happening simultaneously, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, but the fact is this guy's a bloody transhumanist, and nobody held him accountable. Including the Christian far right, that seemed to be fine, grifting and clout chasing with this fucking dude, and trying to then apologize and say that he's halfway to Christianity. He's not.
and we're
How
either
s-
going to
how
join
quick?
on fucking real quick, like within a few years. We have, I think, what is it, 2026 almost? We're real close to that. I think by the time 2030 rolls around, it's a wrap.
Bet.
It's
And
a wrap.
Do you think
A rap for what?
I'm like, I
Like-
hope he means hip hop.
I don't know. He's tripping balls if he thinks his transhumanist fantasy is gonna be ready in 3 fucking years. Yeah, right, Jack. I mean, right. You're gonna need at least 10 years, right? Like with the way things are going.
that money will have any value at that point, or no? Would
I
you,
don't know what it's going to mean anymore.
Do
And
you
the
encourage people
problem
to
is going to
buy
be some
assets?
people are going to be in control of assets. Some people are going to be in control of money. See, money is just right now mostly. If we're not on the gold standard, what is money?
Right.
If your bill doesn't represent, you could go to Fort Knox and they'll give you a brick for whatever that money. You know, they'll give you a brick of gold that's worth that money.
Tight.
If that's not real, if we don't have that anymore, and if we're on some sort of digital thing, and if they can just spend money and then inflation rises and all this money that we spend on war.
I just saw Santos, like talking about crypto, like he's accepting crypto now. That's
Yeah,
cool.
but he also
Mhm.
says that the entire money system is fake.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
that's his- so
I
he
agree.
says that all the time. So he may support crypto, which people could have mixed feelings about that all they want. But his halfway to that is, well, the money system is fake. So
Yeah,
Joe Rogan's saying it's not fake. He's saying
yeah, it is fake
so that's
though.
pretty weird.
Yeah.
Like it's like he doesn't even understand the fake ass money system. But he's questioning that even. So he's so blue pilled as to not even question the fake ass money system that exists today. Like weird.
Yeah, and crypto. Somebody in the Santos comments said, "You do know crypto is just an extension of that system, don't you?" Of course, he does.
It could be. Yeah, it could be. I haven't
Yeah.
really looked into what's going on. But
So
yeah,
I think he
definitely
probably knows.
it's got to be a little bit like obviously tech driven solutions. You've got to be wary of that. So that's as much as I'll say about that, right? Because it's like obviously all the tech, the large scale technology is being centralized. So
Yeah,
if
which
you
is
wanna
not a great
increase-
idea, really. It's not really that
Yeah.
great. That was the kind of the antithesis of what crypto was based on, actually.
Oh yeah. That's why Thiel and all these guys innovated in crypto. They said let's decentralize things, which is literally the opposite. Like they don't understand how systems work, right? So that's their first problem is that they think that systems work better when they're open source. And whoever
Well-
put that in their head was some libertarian,
It was
basically
probably
Jew, right?
the guy who invented GNU, yeah, probably, or
Yeah.
or Unix, maybe. Mm.
Yeah.
And all this other crazy. It's not. Where does it come from? We don't have any money. We're $37 trillion in debt. They just print it up, and if they just print it up, that makes money less and less valuable, and that's what inflation's all about. And at some point in time, that's just ones and zeros. When you have quantum computers that are basically like digital gods, and they're in charge of all the.
Wow,
Oh
that was a
my God,
mouthful.
dude. Yeah. Quantum computers are digital gods, bros. Like this guy's totally living in a fantasy world.
Assets and all the money of the world, and they're not human. They're not human, and they're just going to stop it all. They're going to say,
Like it's
no,
over.
we'll decide how much resources you get to stay alive for as long as this body.
Okay, so he's fine with cyber communism, apparently. Pretty weird type of stuff. He says that the computers are going to take over society. This is inevitable evolution of human society in which human beings are going to be brought about in a new form. And the computers are going to first destroy the monetary system and then assign everyone a given value as to what their earnings will be. Sounds great. But yeah.
Lasts because you're not breeding anyway. Our fucking population is dropping off of a cliff. Overpopulation's a real problem. It's not. We don't have the correct levels in most giant countries like
God,
Japan.
Joe.
Japan is not in a restorative level.
What
Like, they're-
what is his guest doing? Like, is his guest really not going to sit here and challenge anything he's saying? Like, going to go around and like let people espouse cyber communism, where people are transformed as objects within a system where they're assigned a value? and the people that don't breed are going to be discontinued by the system. Pretty weird, but yeah.
They're not even close.
They're disappearing.
They have a real population collapse problem. South Korea, real population collapse problem. Eventually, that's going to come here.
See this bar? Most traders focus entirely on price.
All right, so this is a commercial. So I don't know. I'm not getting to. I mean, he is definitely defending Musk's transhumanist fantasy, but I mean, not Musk, but Thiel. But yeah.
Arguments that they had to keep the border open. That was one of the Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi arguments. You know, we're not having enough kids. We need to bring people in. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
There's no way I can look at Chuck Schumer and think he's a good guy.
He looks like a great guy.
Yeah. If you asked a baby who had been here one day, pick a bad guy out of
Bro,
this.
did you ever see the video when
it's fucking dark out there, man? That's why we just gotta love the shit.
It's something important. He accidentally said the quiet part out loud about the Epstein files.
They all are doing that.
Oh, well, he loves you. Don't worry about it.
Good call.
Fuck are you saying, son?
Yeah,
so
was what did you say? Is that AI?
What are you saying?
That's Sora?
Fuck are you saying?
I didn't say anything.
What are you saying?
Huh? Someone Israel Adesanya.
Oh, well, he loves you. Don't worry about it.
Good call.
Fuck are you saying, son?
Yeah,
so
was
what did he say? What did he say about the Epstein files?
What did he say?
Let's hear what he said.
Okay, so I don't know. You guys could watch this yourself, but yeah, apparently, I don't know. What is this? Okay, let's just watch some of this. I'm now curious as to say why they gave it this title.
Brings up Peter Thiel out of nowhere. We can watch this.
It's been an interesting experience, you know, and that's life. It's just like
life is an interesting experience.
Yeah,
it really truly is. You know, but it can be awesome and it can suck. The reason why,
yeah, we have to stop for a second and just sort of.
I told you. I know this is like.
It's like when they talk about they make
There's so much sand left in that hourglass. Where the humans are on the way out. I know a lot of people hate it when Peter Thiel says it. Like, Peter Thiel is a terrible person. He's evil. Do
you think he is?
No. I think he's just telling you the truth. I think he's, you know, when they said, do you think human beings should survive? And he had like this long pause.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
And then the interviewer was like, the answer is.
Good Lord, man. Anyways, inexcusable rhetoric from Joe Rogan. Pretty weird stuff, but yeah. Let's just move on from that. Yeah, I don't
Sorry,
know.
I had another screen open. My bad. Yeah. So yeah, Joe Rogan's about accurate. Well, I mean, again, it's just interesting. They're just not saying the quiet part out loud. Like, sure, maybe if Peter Thiel is like some sort of like Orthodox Christian who's trying to warn people, whatever. But like, really, what is Peter Thiel really saying? He's basically like, I mean, he's kind of like an occultist, essentially saying like, well, you know, we got to get on our knees and suck off the technology so it doesn't wipe us off. I mean, let's just be honest. Like, that's kind of what he's saying, right? Like, you know, Hephaestus has made us our bitch, and so we need to get down on our knees and suck off old Tubal-Cain. I mean, only the real one's going to know what I'm saying there. But.
Only if we're playing a Dom Daddy friggin' game show, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I mean, how can we not? I mean, you know, he is gay. So I mean, you know, he kind of probably does think we're, you know, like, oh no, the technology is coming to get us. What do we do? I don't know. Let's get on our knees and hope it works out. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Sorry. Maybe that's
Angor
inappropriate.
sweater. No.
All right, so I'll play a little bit of this as a nice little interlude for the people out there.
H-I-T-L-E-R, driving down the streets in the fancy car. Said H-I-T-L-E-R, thought we'd never make it, but here we are. Said H-I-T-L-E-R, Driving down the streets in the fancy car, said H-I-T-L-E-R. Thought we'd never make it, but here we are.
The name is A, and I'm back in command, cause I'm the illest Führer representing Deutschland. Reich 1, Reich 2, Reich 3, that's me, the mastermind behind World War III. No 2, my bad, oh well, started over. Been gone for so long, but now I'm back and I'ma show you everybody Hitler hating when they speak my name. But it's a new millennium, and the Führer is changed. And what I bet y'all didn't know is now I'm down with the Jews, the gypsies, homosexuals, and retards too. Because I stopped burning people, started burning CDs. Stopped battling the world, started battling MCs. Just started busting rhymes, finally found my groove. And now the SS on my jacket stands for super smooth.
H-I-T-L-E-R. Driving down the streets in the fancy car, said H-I-T-L-E-R. Thought we'd never make it, but here we are, said H-I-T-L-E-R. Driving down the streets in the fancy car, said H-I-T-L-E-R. Thought we'd never make it, but here we are.
To all the Aryans in the area that are carrying rhymes, and neo-Nazis better watch me catch on up with the times. When other rappers see me coming, yo, they run and they hide. I grab the mic and commit lyrical genocide. Cause when it comes to dropping hooks, there is none greater. Throw a finger to my public, then I grab my dictator. Cause I'm flexing my might and I'm showing my strength. I'll get your lady O and get her moaning. No longer Nazi, but I still like to party. And there are plenty women up in here with master racy bodies. Blonde hair, blue eyes, you know I like them that way. Yo, Goring, you got something to say? Creep with me as I roll through the line. I'm out getting yours while I'm out getting mine. Got a spell on my shoulder, and it pays. Sleeping in my bunker, and they stayed up a day. Got a show waiting for me every point in the lane for sure. That's something in right. I'm the chairman of the Council of Defense of the Reich, and if you'll come back to my castle, babe, we'll stay up all night. Driving down the street in my Panzer tank, sitting drinking Chris with my bitch and Frank. And when I step into the clubs, you know I'm stepping with style. I raise my left hand, party people say hi. Got a page from Emma Braun that I'll say that I miss. There's a party up at Schindler's and I'm on his A-list. Cause I put my past behind, y'all can think what you will, but no more propaganda, it's triumph of the ill.
H-I-T-L-E-R. Driving down the streets in the fancy car, said H-I-T-L-E-R. Thought we'd never make it, but here we are, said H-I-T-L-E-R. Driving down the streets in the fancy car, said H-I-T-L-E-R. Thought we'd never make it, but here we are, said H-I-T-L-E-R.
Yo, that's it, that's my ride. We out.
So yeah, I think that's a pretty that's almost 20 years ago actually. That's like this song is about 20 years old almost, so.
Yeah, that was cool. So I want to test some videos. Let's see if they go through.
So what did you think about his
I liked
his historical revisionism?
I liked it.
Yeah, he's pretty. I mean, you know, again, like the reason I like this guy is because he does like everything he does is historical revisionism, essentially, right? So
yeah,
he's very much about revising history into which seems like a joke, but like everything he did was about this one subject of history, basically.
Yeah, he kind of got like a late 80s hip hop style pretty good too.
Yeah, he did a lot of music actually. Like music was like a major factor of all of the stuff he did. So like until he died, like he was releasing tons of music, like every couple of years. Like so, I think he released like good like at least 100 songs before he died, probably.
Yeah.
But I think we should be doing that, honestly. Like we should go back to the rant days and just start producing beats and shit.
Dude, I am. I've got music out, and I mean,
Oh, God bless, no man curse. What lovers join, no man can divide. What eternity's will, no man can alter. Jah give I this and no man can take it away. Stand down, them a gun up, they shut them out. Stand away, them a gun up, they shut them out. Them a gun up, they shut them out. When you come, them a gun up, they shut them out. When me got enough lyrics all about. when they gather no lyrics all about. They reach down Africa, me tell it all about. They reach down Africa, me tell it all about. They don't like a man, we love talk and shout. They don't like a man, we love talk and shout. They wake up every morning, me wash out me mouth. They wake up every morning, me wash out me mouth. Where them a gonna do fish up me mouth? You know where them a gonna do fish up me mouth? Where them a gonna do fish up me mouth? Me say down where them a gonna do fish up me mouth. They want to put big padlock on me mouth. They want to put big padlock on me mouth. Tell them, Jed, Babylon come, them lick me na me head. Only heap of people want see me drop dead from pain. Tell them, watch them from pain. Tell them, watch them. Me have the pain in me head, got the pain in me neck. Come from me neck, in me chest. Come from me chest, in me back. Come from me back, the in me waist. Come from me waist, and from me hip. Come from me hip, in me thigh. Come from me thigh, in me leg. Come from me leg, in me knee. Come from me knee, in me foot. Them treat naughty dread like I and I cook. But me read up the Bible, the holy book, page to page. Tell them, watch them, page to page. Tell them, watch them. But with them I'm gonna do to shut me mouth. Nay, with them I'm gonna do to shut me mouth. Can't wait till me gather enough lyrics all about. They reach down Africa, me tell it all about. They don't like a man, me love talk and shout. Boy, with them I'm gonna do to shut them mouth. Una with them I gonna do fish up in mouth. So down behind the swing the nice lane. Behind the slide this lane. So put the way down do this long thing. Start to dig down the day. They got the pain in me head, got the pain in me neck. Come from me neck, in me chest. Come from me chest, in me back. Come from me back, in me waist. Come from me waist. Come from me hip, come from me hip, in me thigh. Come from me thigh, the in me leg. Come from me leg, in me knee. Come from me knee, in me foot. Them treat a naughty dread like I and I took. But me read up the Bible, the holy book, page to page. Tell them, watch them, page to page. Tell them, watch them. Me say that, them a gonna shut me mouth. Shut up. When them a gonna shut me mouth. When me gather enough lyrics all about. Me reach down Africa, me tell it all about. Me don't like come and me love talk and shout.
You.
Dum da dum da da. Testing 1, 2, 3. Uno, dos, tres.
And then I got one more, but I think Neuro stepped away for. But yeah, that one worked. Didn't look like we got struck or anything.
Yeah, that was
one-
good. I like that too. Yeah.
I'm
It
doing
tied
like
into some synchronicity that I had earlier, the lyrics. Like, it was
Yeah,
cool.
It's Kali.
What was that? What was that song that you played as your intro for your last show that I was on that I didn't say anything on for like 4 hours? But what was that song you were playing? That was a really good song. Whatever this music you just played now is really good. I'm not really into reggae, but whatever that was, I like that pretty. But what was that song you played on the last show that you had that intro music?
I don't
The new
remember.
intro,
Like
I
right
think
when
is
you
what he's
came
talking
in.
about.
No, like remember you did that show a couple of days ago. I think it was your last like Wednesday show or whatever, and you had that long ass intro song that came in.
Yeah, that was the new intro, wasn't it?
Are you talking about the one where I was the jazz one or the one after?
Yeah, well, you were dancing to it, and I was dancing to it too. I almost turned my camera on. I was like, "Shit, man, this shit is good."
Oh, you're talking about This Must Be the Place by Talking Heads. Yeah.
Oh, that's Talking Head. I thought it was Talking
that's
Heads,
the
but I
one
was
you
like,
sent me.
I don't know
Yeah,
if I heard
okay.
that song.
That was
yeah.
rad.
Yeah, I sent Zeph that one too. Yeah, I made a video with Centaurs. It's like
Yeah, it
that
was
was-
really good. I like the
See, that-
Centaur video. It was
I
good.
didn't know that was Talking Heads because I listened to them a lot when I was younger, and then
Yeah.
that was a good fucking song, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, this next one I mixed myself. It's pretty good. Honestly.
Yeah, that and the stuff that you're playing today is like I'm not a huge reggae guy, but this stuff is pretty good. Like it's like I'm more into like that style of dance music, you know what I mean? Like it's almost like house if you remove the electronics, you know what I mean? It's like that later
Yeah.
beats on top of
I'm
each other.
the
like that.
same. I like really don't care a lot for reggae, but I like listen to Steel Pulse sometimes. I mean,
Well, there's a lot of other like Afro Caribbean style stuff. I don't know the name of it, but like I've listened to like quite a lot of it. I just don't know the name,
Yeah.
official name of it. So
Yeah, I'm huge into like punk, reggae, jazz, and hip hop. I know tons of bands in all four of those genres. Pretty like hugely involved in those four genres. And pretty much electronic, but electronic is so vast that
yeah,
you
it
can't
kind of
really.
gets into everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can come up in one end and come out another end and still not know the majority of the artists, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, totally. I agree with that 100%. Yeah, and your taste in music
I
is
seen
like
this
really similar to
kid
mine. I
walking down the
think.
street. I was like, wait.
Yeah, this one I mixed myself. So.
Bumped into this kid I knew, he often it walked strange. So I ignored the blood on his laces so this cat could save face. The dunks and the gaze stayed in an off-gray haze, and a lump in his pocket talked to the ox that he clutched safe. So I saluted him there, waiting for the A. Trapped in an empty platform without the option to escape. Gave him a standard, yo, what up, man? How you landed? And the hypnotized response was no surprise. I maintain. Yeah, we all do. That's a standardized refrain, but on some really real, man. Good to see you. Really, what the dilly deal? Oops, thought screwed the pooch. That's too much. Knew the truth. On the train now, a caboose. In his brain now, no recluse. 80 blocks to uptown spot. Destination vocal booth. Metro card like. You get what you pay for, stupid. No excuse. He pulled his hoodie off his cabbage, rugged practical, and began to fancy the words I mistakenly jostled loose. The stogie he brazenly lit where he sit looked legit, but when the flame touched on the tip, I could smell it to another knit. He leaned his head back and inhaled a Noopy dip and said the whole design got my mind crying. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Shit. This is the sound of what you don't know, killing you. This is the sound of what you don't believe, still true. This is the sound of what you don't want, still in you. TPC, motherfucker, cop a feel it too. This is the sound of what you don't know, killing you. This is the sound of what you don't believe, still true. This is the sound of what you don't want, still in you. TPC, motherfucker, cop a feel it too. The whole design got my mind crying. The whole design got my mind crying. If I'm lying, I'm dying. If I'm dying, I'm flying the same line. No, the sky's got bent up. The sky's high by coincidence, and I'm top line insignificant to the ground function. I'm Munson, just a dreaded 710 split again. The medic made it out to be epidemic shaded. Wild for me, evidence of pressures mounting. Residential shroud, Kings County. Brotherhood of the working wounded. Wounded working city unit. Taking out the trash and strapping it. Let's get it moving, stupid. Many men make moves more useless. Use abuse quick, losers juiceless. Bitch, either speak the truth or you leave toothless. Two-fisted and furiously ruthless. Justice for my very own amusement, with no regard for the conclusion. I swagger with rats tapped in the glass in a gov lab. Pass me the glove mask and flask of the cheapest liquor you have. In the back of the Tasmanian path, insane to get laughing, cackling at the randomness of the city and all its facts. The dark art of interrogation agents, skipping class and at last in a flash on my tiptoes, walking on cracked glass. Gas blast and whiz by fast and just catching my calves like hold that. In other words, I'm trash, glad you asked. This is the sound of what you don't know, killing you. This is the sound of what you don't believe, still true. This is the sound of what you don't want, still in you. TPC, motherfucker, cop a feel or two. This is the sound of what you don't know, killing you. This is the sound of what you don't believe, still true. This is the sound of what you don't want, still in you. TPC, motherfucker, cop a feel or two. Your future's not sitting here now. The clock's on the said your future's not sitting here now. The clock's on the wall. Yeah. Your future's not sitting here now. The plot smears on the wall. Said your future's not sitting here now. The plot smears on the wall. Yeah. Your future's not sitting here now. The plot smears on the said your future's not sitting here now. Plot smears on the wall. Yeah.
That's cool. That animation artist is definitely the same guy who did Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, and looked like that video worked too, so we're pretty good to go with those two videos moving forward. So that's good to know that they will not strike us for that. That's some well-constructed shit, right?
Yeah, that was really cool. I like the space lasers on the video, and the song was really good. Yeah, I like whenever the witch lady was doing the crystal thing, and it was turning how you put the I was like, what is gonna happen here?
Well, she summoned the wizard that basically floated the city, like a chunk of the city up into a spaceship that was underneath the city, and then wipes out their entire space fleet.
Yeah,
and then
that's
crashes
crazy.
back into the city and then vanishes.
Yeah, well,
So
that
just
seemed like he looked like a djinn, so I would say, yeah, he was gonna do that probably.
Yeah, it looked like she woke up a djinn that destroyed their civilization because she had too much greed to like try to take that gem, and it's kind of weird how it fits with the
Well, she was kind of
lyrics,
fat, so
right?
he probably
Right.
picked her.
Right, because he said, "This is the sound of what you don't know killing you.
Yep.
This is the sound of what you don't believe still true."
Yep, exactly. That's right. That was good. Well put together, sir, with that mix.
It's like magic versus technology.
That was pretty good. Very different style of music that I would never think to edit together for sure.
There's like a thing like called cyber jazz, where they mix hip hop with old jazz, like vocals, right? Like it's pretty.
I just did a new scratch board. You guys want to see it? Little word chord. Yeah, sure. It's right
Yeah.
there. Yeah, sure.
Quantum.
See, I was reading this book and I needed a bookmark, so I made a quantum sorcery. So it's sorcery instead of sorcery, because I'm doing quantum sorcery instead.
The sauce.
I need to get me some of them quantum sorceries prepared. They're pretty good this time of year.
Yep, sorcery. I like sauce. Sauce is good. Gotta have lots of sauce.
The sauce. Sorcery is the sauce.
See, you guys get it. I get it. People
You
just
gotta
look at me funny whenever I say that shit in public.
You gotta sorcerize the sauce, and then you get salsa.
Yeah, it becomes recursive then, and then it's even better.
So I have a question for you guys. Do you guys want to see a little LARPy for fun, or is that too much for you guys?
I'm good with whatever you were throwing down, NJ.
LARPy.
Well, I was thinking about going and trolling this antinatalist guy. For a
Oh
few minutes.
man, you are not, dude. I would love to. I would be honored to watch that. To watch you
Okay,
troll,
okay.
this
So
idea.
I'm gonna let this play because he might strike my channel if he realizes I'm restreaming. Because I saw him say to somebody else like, "You're not allowed to do whatever." So like, I'm gonna try to be careful and like not fly under the radar with him because
Yeah.
he seems very easily offended. So I'm gonna
Yeah,
try
but
to
make
like,
sure
be a
you
little
refresh the page so it's live, so we see.
Yeah,
it
I
going live.
will. I will. But I just wanted to, so like I'm gonna listen for a few minutes and like go on my phone so I can restream it here, and hopefully he's not gonna strike my channel. So we'll see.
Forced to go to school for. I had a neighbor growing up, and he lived across the street,
All right.
and he was fairly intelligent, very good looking, but he had a sister who was pretty severely retarded.
Super natalist.
I mean, she was low, I would say mid-functioning retarded. You know, she could do everything on her own, but her speech was unintelligible most of the time, really slow. Nice girl, but she was retarded. So anyways, this kid who I knew was gay, but he couldn't deal with that. Anyways, about 5 years after I went to college, he got married. And what did he do? He impregnated this girl. And guess what? That kid's retarded and deformed. Now, you would think if you had a retarded sister, biological sister, who was actually next in line, he was the oldest and then she was the next oldest, that would put the fear of hell in you where you shoot your seed. But nope, didn't even think about it. And now he's saddled with this. The kid had to have like 10 operations. He's still retarded. He's still deformed. It was just a serious mess. And I felt so bad for him. But again, he was not looking. He should have had some caution. He should have known his family line had something wrong with it.
So sterilize the retarded? Is that what you're saying?
No. He was normal. But he knew that his family tree had something in it. He should have been more cautious. In other words, if it's in your family, you know that there's something working in your family that's not right.
Well, maybe he's retarded, so he didn't know any better.
Oh, that could be. Well, I don't think so. He was a pretty good friend, and he wasn't retarded. He wasn't a genius, but he wasn't
I
retarded.
mean, you never found a retarded girl hot though. I mean, come on.
Of course. But
Of course.
he married a normal girl, and he was normal, and the kid paid the price. Now, the good thing about the kid is I don't think he knows that. But
He said, "Of
I don't
course."
know.
Like what?
Well, I mean, but you say you're super natalist, so are you?
I'm a little sarcastic. I'm a little sarcastic.
I mean, but isn't it performatively wrong for you to be alive and then say that you're anti-natalist though?
No,
How so?
not at all. Because you can realize that you've been injected into a system that you had no consent to coming into, or
So wait,
someone
you're
else
saying-
will.
So wait, what do you mean by system? You mean like what does that mean?
Well, the human system. I mean, I don't know what country you're from, but you know, I live in America, and you have to perform certain levels of work to maintain the lifestyle. You have to maintain your body. You have to eat. You have to shit. You have to shower. You have to shave. You have to, you know.
So do you think we should extinct all life, like all amoebas and like one-celled organisms?
Like, that's
because
all
they have to
humans'
eat shit
fault?
and die too, or
No, I'm not an ethicist. I'm an antinatalist.
why?
Well,
What's the
but
difference?
you're born into other systems as well. You're also born into democracy and capitalism, which you didn't get into any of that.
So if we got rid of democracy and capitalism and we live like little apes in a cave, like then you're pro-natalist then?
No,
Nope.
I'm not a pro-natalist regardless, but your original question is why? I mean, I don't want to paraphrase. Can you asked him something about why is he still here? The reason why I'm still here is because I don't have the right to medical assistance in dying. I don't have a reasonable option to no longer exist. I don't want to jump off a cliff. I want to do it in a humane way, and that is not available to me. Do I want to be here?
I mean, it sounds like you're making excuses though. I mean, I just saw a bunch of rats get like chewed up by a dog to
Why
like
do I need to
execute
make
them. So I
excuses
mean,
for something that's not my fault? It's that my parents need to make an excuse. They need to justify what they impose life from me. I don't have to make any excuses because I
mean,
didn't do anything.
but you're not justifying your like antinatalism. You're just
I
saying
don't
I
have
don't
to
like life,
justify
so
it
therefore
because-
I want to get rid of it.
We want to make other people aware of this automatic decision that they just think that's something they're supposed to do, to be more critical of it.
Wait. I think there's two separate issues. Why it's unethical to procreate is a separate issue for why I currently exist. I don't want to exist, but if you want me to explain why it is unethical to procreate, I can do that.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: is you have a choice, and you're choosing
I
not
don't
to
have a
act upon the
choice.
choice. Sure,
No,
you
I
do.
don't have a choice.
Yeah, you do.
Jumping off a cliff is not a reasonable choice.
Well, telling everybody else they shouldn't exist because you cried today is not.
No, we're telling the people not to procreate. There's a huge difference.
Yeah, to be
Huge
more
difference.
mindful.
So what you're saying is like me and Mr. Mustache didn't go far enough. He should have sterilized everyone. That's smarter for you.
Right. I think you're jumping to a conclusion because I never said anything that you're saying. You never heard.
Well, you
me
said
say that.
procreation's bad, so therefore you're saying that it's good to like force people to not be able to procreate.
No, I don't
obviously.
believe in force. I don't believe in force. I believe in voluntary extinction. I try to convince people to agree with my arguments. If they disagree with me, then I
hold
can't
on.
force them to do it. But
hear him out.
God, wait. You're saying that God created us to live, and you're saying that you're going to go past all the programming to make life exist in the universe and say, well, I'll just convince them to like self-delete because, I mean,
Oh my, no, you're missing.
How is that possible?
Can you prove that God exists?
Can you prove that your BS is true?
No, but you made a claim. You made a claim about God, what God did, but you have not established that God did anything.
Okay, explain to me how I have mitochondria in my cell and there's no God.
I'm not the one who made the claim, though. You made it, so the burden is on you, not me.
Yeah, it's way more logical that God built everything
That still
rather
isn't
than
proof.
it
You
just
still have
randomly
not proven
appeared
your
out
point.
of the
You're
chaos.
begging the
or something.
question.
I mean, you're begging the question that people shouldn't procreate because bad things happen. So I mean,
No, I can explain that, but if you want me to, I can. But I still would like.
yeah,
you
please.
Yeah, please go ahead. I mean, I don't care. It doesn't. I don't want to convince you that there's a God. I mean, it's really up to you. I'm just saying, like, I think it's nonsensical to assume there's no God or whatever. But I mean, it doesn't.
Even if there is a God, I'd still be an antinatalist.
No, I'm not making an assumption. I'm making no assumption. I'm just not making. I'm not believing in things which has not been established. I don't
Sure,
believe
but what I'm arguing is that the very act of existence implies that life finds a way to exist. I mean, even if you're an evolutionist, obviously life strives to procreate and, you know, produce things, right?
But I'm
So
not a
it's
cat or a
inherent.
dog.
But
I'm not a
right,
cat
but
or a dog. I am a rational actor. I can look at my environment and see that if I procreated, my child is likely
yeah,
guaranteed
but
to
you
suffer and die.
but you said that you're hold on, but you guys are saying that you're not pro force, but yet at the same time you said, well, retarded people can't understand. So I mean, would you force the retarded people to stop having children if you
I don't believe
wiped
in
out?
force. I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in force.
No, I never said anything about retarded people having children or not. What I said is my friend's sister was retarded. He should have had more caution.
But I'm talking about the principles that you're putting forth. You're saying, well, I want to convince people that they should self-delete. Well, a retarded person.
No.
I said I want to convince them to not procreate. I never said anything about convincing them.
How are you gonna convince a retarded person who doesn't speak English to stop procreating?
Then obviously I'm not talking to retarded people.
So you're fine with pronatalism if it continues after all the smart people who understand language are dead, right?
I'm not fine with any of it, but I can't impose my will on them because.
So then you don't really take your ideas very seriously. Then you're just it's just a preference. You just want to see it happen.
I'm
You
just
don't take it
saying it's like you who uses violence, and I don't take my ideas seriously unless I'm extremist and I want to blow things up. Then
But you're just saying that you prefer. So you don't want to be alive. That's statement one. Number two, you don't want people to procreate, and number three, you don't want to use force to enact these beliefs that you have. So,
those positions are all totally
you're just LARPing. You don't care about what you're talking about. It's just
that there's a contradiction there. Where's the contradiction?
You don't take it seriously. It's just like your preference. You're like I like chocolate ice cream. You like vanilla ice cream. So.
Are you going to answer my question? Where's the contradiction? So because I believe that procreation is unethical, I have to believe in force.
I mean, how does it not follow that you would believe in force?
Okay. You can get the fuck off my channel. I'm not listening to that shit. I'm not listening to it. You came over here with a fucking troll. I'm not tolerating this bullshit. I don't have time for this shit. My time is valuable. If you just want to come up here and spout bullshit, then go do that shit on somebody else's fucking channel. I'm not listening to it. It's like I try to be tolerant because I do want people to come up, but you're not going to come up here and just spout nonsense and just put words in my mouth and say I want to encourage people to self-delete. I never said any of those things. Get the fuck off my channel.
Yeah, he was conflating your desire at some point to take your own life, which is your right, with antinatalism.
That didn't last very long.
He never understood the distinction, I think.
No, it didn't.
We're never going to convince anybody. We know that. But the position now in society is everyone's pronatalist, no questions. You have a kid, oh, you're wonderful, congratulations. That's not true. Let's think about this from the kid's perspective. What they're going to have to deal with, the dangers, the risks.
What do you guys think of that
immense.
interaction?
But I'm going to shut up. Sorry.
No, it's so good. No, honestly, yeah. When that guy came on and said just, I don't know, his whole tone and all that stuff, I just knew.
Damn is right. Damn.
Like, this guy, he's not here in good faith. He's not actually trying to learn or.
Oh, you're not in good faith? No. Well, you did kind of say, yeah.
Yeah.
You're just challenging them, though, and they shouldn't be so friggin'.
No, it was. I mean, I knew that I was going to piss them off,
Rules
but
on
like,
top, no, it
I
doesn't
don't
make
think
sense
they're
on
being
why he's
honest
trying
at
to
all. I
put
think they're
words into your mouth
they're
for
basically like
Christian,
alluding to like eugenics. They're
Oh, don't
alluding to
they?
like sterilizing people. They're
They don't
alluding
think
to
that
like.
they are, though.
No, they know. Come on, man.
You think they
know
know?
what they're saying. Fuck yeah, they do. Come on.
I don't know. I don't know what they know.
They know what they're saying. I mean, if they don't, then they're literally retarded. So,
Well,
like, I don't know.
maybe that might be true.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're cooking.
Let 'em have
Like,
it.
like they're so big and tough, but they can't take like 5 minutes of criticism. So.
No, I know. That's what's surprising. You know, it's like
abuse, like putting people on mute, and I wish I had done that when fucking.
Yeah, I don't. It's just funny. Like I knew that he was going to get triggered, but I didn't expect it to be like that fast. I thought they would at least let me go like 5 minutes without.
Right,
you
yeah.
know.
Yeah, I thought you'd go for a lot longer. It seemed like for a lot longer, like he was gonna keep you on. Honestly, like it seemed like it was going as bad as it was going. It seemed like he was still letting you get a lot of points in. I don't know. Weird.
Yeah, I mean, I know I was a dick, but like I don't think I really like totally misrepresented what they're saying. I mean, I think that I was like going with the logic, like, okay, if you continue along this logic train, like, where's that going to lead? It's like, you know, if you really don't like natalism, like, how are you going to enforce that on people, right? Like, he's like, oh, I don't believe in force. It's like, so you're gonna convince rational beings to stop.
well, and the guy
procreating
said
or something?
we're not
Like,
trying to convince anyone. So, okay, so what are you doing here then?
right? Yeah, performatively, it's a contradiction. Like, okay, I'm here to convince people to self-delete, but like, I'm not self-deleting, but they should stop procreating bare minimum up to the point of self-deletion, perhaps. I mean, it's like, so, but then they're saying like, well, retarded people don't know any better and they just have sex and procreate. And so it's like, okay, so what are you gonna do about those people?
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's the logical consequences of the things that they're
Well,
talking
then everybody
about.
would end up retarded with retarded babies.
No, that's what I
would be-
was trying to get at. And then it's like, okay, now if you only have retarded people having kids and they don't speak any language, how are you going to get rid of those people, right? See what I mean? Like,
Well, nobody's going to do that. Yeah.
unless they're so stupid that the tigers can then come and eat them in the forest or something. I get, like, you know what I mean? Like, do we just let like Mother Nature wipe us out after that point? But like, that's the thing, is like, maybe us being retarded helps us survive more, right? So
Sometimes, yeah. I think you're right.
you know what I mean? Like, so I
But
don't know. Like,
I don't know. I'm not putting my money there.
yeah, I'm
Not that I
trolling
have that
myself
much
now.
money.
No, I'm
But-
just I really do think it's an interesting subject matter. Like, that's why I went on there. I think it's an interesting thing. I just I expected them to have more arguments against what I was.
Yeah, I
mean-
had a good conversation with that guy. It ended like freely, you know, and on good terms. I don't know. I didn't agree with everything that he said for sure, but yeah, I don't think we have to.
All right, well, I'm gonna torture you guys with some Mr. Beast now.
Oh,
Machine, because we
no.
haven't watched any Mr. Beast. I want to show you guys a little Mr. Beast. This is his most recent video.
I just stranded these 100 people in the middle of the wilderness, and whichever people here when help arrives splits that $250,000. The people wearing blue are a team of survival experts, and the people wearing red are amateurs who might not be cut out for the wilderness. Blue team, grab your bags and follow me. What's the longest you spent in the woods?
Longest 3 months.
Like for fun?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. How many of you have been camping before? How many of you could survive a month out here? Oh my gosh, they're cooked over there. I knew the blue team would have an advantage. So before we started, I told the red team the challenge and even brought them to a store to get anything they needed to help them survive. Okay, show me what you
I
got.
have rope. I have this tarp here on the floor.
Whoa, did you buy a giant 24-pack of water?
Absolutely. I just went ahead and went straight for the lighter.
Smart. Okay. Well, the blue team was told that they were competing in a Mr. Beast video.
I didn't know what to pack for, so I packed for any climate.
I thought you were going to fly to Alaska.
For shelters, we're going to be building simple debris shelters. You just have to have a good layer of insulation. I've been practicing these skills for about a decade, but I'll need a team of 10 people to start gathering. You guys are going to build. It'll be better for morale.
We ended up with a kid's tent. Luckily, I'm only like 5'5".
With all the perks your team has, you think you'll beat the blue team?
Yeah,
even though they're professionals.
we don't care. We're professionals in our own way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just doing what I've seen in the movies.
These people do this for fun. How many nights are you guys staying?
All the nights. You can stay here till Christmas.
Until they tell us we have to leave. Their hobby is suffering in the woods. Good night.
And during the first night, it was very clear that the red team's advantage was making it easier for them. But the experts struggled to keep their eyes shut as the temperatures dropped drastically.
I'm so exhausted. I'm dehydrated and wondering why I'm here. I physically couldn't sleep. The ground was so cold. Everything was wet.
And the only way out of this challenge is to light your flare and wait to be rescued.
We just had our first person tap out. One down. 49 to go.
But that wasn't the only one.
Sorry, guys. I'm 66 years old. I had double knee replacement. I'm so sorry.
Shockingly, the first two eliminations are experts from the blue team, while the red team was using their resources to sleep outside in style.
This is pretty interesting, I guess.
So lucky to be out here. It's nice to just take.
But it's most like it could be like at best like a reality TV show because they have done like Naked and Afraid or whatever.
But it's just crazy that he like encapsulates an entire like season of a TV show into like 35 minutes. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty crazy. Like he just takes 100 people out and cuts it down to 35 minutes.
Oh, so
like,
is he gonna like release the tapes? Like I don't know. He could
so
probably
like
make this into.
I think he does like so. This is probably part of his television show. So he'll probably have this as like a part of a television show that he'll edit together later. But like he also
it's like
releases
if Joe
like.
Rogan did Survivor. No.
But yeah, but he does like these giant videos that like take like you know, he probably spent like $1 million for like 30 minutes of tape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. Yeah. So
Well, if he got
They
it,
should have
yeah.
had like they should have had like Joe Rogan like show up as Tarzan and like steal their food and shit.
Or they
That'd
should
be
have had
pretty
him
funny.
as a spokesmodel. Maybe
Yeah.
that would have been cool.
Exactly, yeah. But it is interesting because this is kind of about like tech, like how much of modern convenience versus like knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like can your ability to like know how to survive like make you stronger than like all the modern conveniences that you can take out into the wilderness, right? Like
Yeah.
it is
So
kind
how
of
did
an
it turn
interesting,
out?
like it is kind of an interesting like he's all like everything he does now is about like social experiments essentially, like so it's pretty interesting. Is like, you know, Uncle Teddy might be watching this show or something, you know, so we'll see.
A break from the world sometimes.
Meanwhile, the experts knew they needed to fix their shelters fast, or they'd quickly lose even more people.
These shelters were never meant to be just a pile of sticks and that's it. You want to pile on leaves about a foot thick. It's going to take some work from everybody.
The leaves, when we start getting rain, it keeps you dry.
Oh, all three of you sleep over there?
Oh, yeah.
Bro, their fort is massive. Do you think this will hold up well in the rain?
It's only one way to find out.
We're going to make our shelter, and then that way we're not going to be sleeping under the rain. So we're making a roof. We just need to keep the food safe and dry.
You built this?
Yeah.
We got to take pointers next time we do a survival.
Yeah, I know.
You can just give me a call.
We might need to. And while the experts were using the most of their limited resources, the amateurs were burning through their advantage quickly. So this is all you've done? Just promise me none of you are going to die.
We promise.
Okay.
Promise.
As the day turned to night, the amateurs continued to recklessly waste.
I know they're still working hard, using all their energy because they're not going to last.
But the experts' hard work was already paying off.
Look at this. This is better than 4 seasons. I think we're going to have a much more comfortable night.
We're out in the woods. Slept like a baby.
Wow.
Just because we built a great shelter. It was warm. The red team, they probably got tents. They got sleeping bags. We got this.
Now we're all out here not eating and having a blast.
Backflip, bro.
While the experts started their day rested and full of energy, the amateurs started theirs facing the hardest part of survival, an empty stomach.
Do you have any snacks?
I wish.
The red team spent the first 2 days absolutely destroying their snacks. And now,
We're all so hungry.
Hunger is really setting in today.
Guys, we're about to go explore for food and water.
meanwhile,
Foraging class starting now.
with the knowledge of wilderness survivalist Seth, Blue Team was able to turn their forest into a grocery store.
You can always pick it and eat it as a trail nibble.
He even built a fish trap out of sticks to put into the nearby river.
They better
Meanwhile,
not
the
let
amateurs tried out their
those
fishing
other
gear,
people
but
watch what
only
they're
had the skill to
doing.
catch trash. But by day 4, the snack situation was no laughing matter.
Break 4 now, we're out of food. How much food do we have? No, we don't have any food. I'm about to be snacking on this all night. We're going to go scavenge around.
So because party mix lasts for 45 minutes at best,
What's this?
I also had a plan for that.
Eat apples.
I planted food caches all around the forest,
Dude, what?
with a minimum amount of food to survive, if they manage it right.
I bet there's all kinds of stuff in these woods. We just got to walk around. I just found a ton of food in the woods.
Oh, we're eating good tonight.
Both teams established community pantries to ration out the food.
So I think we're going to be all right for a little while, as long as we work together as a team. I think that's important that nobody starts like turning on anybody.
But over at the blue team, Julia had a different plan.
I don't want them to have control. They're going to go crazy on the food, and there's not going to be anything left for us that are willing to starve for a week, and people that aren't willing to.
Using the food from the caches, the experts cooked up a large dinner.
We're making dinner.
And tensions came to a boil.
We are doing the best we can. Not everybody's gonna be happy, but we can't make you happy if you don't communicate with us.
Where's their shed, Chelsea?
Randy's suspicions revealed a new obstacle in this challenge.
No way. Are you for real? Potatoes.
Their own teammates.
Look at this. This is the stash we found in their shed when they left. They weren't contributing to the group, and I gotta say, I'm glad they're gone. The other side of the coin is we need people to stay because we gotta win this game.
Randy is right. The team with the most members left at the end of this competition will win and divide up the $250,000 prize.
We've lost 5 people. So listen, none of us eliminate tomorrow, okay?
But despite Randy's pep talk,
never being in a game where I can't trust my own teammates.
Marco, don't do it.
the self-eliminations kept coming. And so did the arguments.
You can't decide what other people are going to eat. There's 11 people here, so one person can get an apple. Ridiculous.
You have 50 survivalists, aka control freaks, type A people, all trying to be in charge. At least for me, I'm leaving. I'm out.
It's only day 5, and with the experts down by 9, they're going to have to learn to get along to survive this game.
For me, I know you haven't got an apple yet.
Red Team's strategy to come together and share resources was helping them survive.
Please only have one. We're sharing. We share here.
Thank you. I'm used to eating 6 eggs in the morning, and now I'm just eating an apple, but for the money.
But not everyone was willing to live on an apple a day.
That's what I think. Not much food. Energy's low. Very low.
I have not been feeling well today. Got a really bad headache.
I just want a Waffle House buffet.
I gotta start talking, bro.
I'm thinking about it now.
And the hunger cost the Red Team their first 6 eliminations.
Waffle House better be ready, dude.
What's the hardest part for all of you?
Food.
And sun.
And the bug.
Basically everything. What are we working on over here?
I got like a mansion in here. There's 4 of us in here.
How's sleep been?
We've gotten progressively better, but I think that's because our standards have lowered.
How do you think your shelter compares to the professionals?
Oh my god, 100% better.
You're not concerned it might have rain and water because you're on a decline?
I think I'm delusionally positive.
Should be an easy view for them.
What about that, Jimmy?
How do you think your experience compares to the professionals?
I think most of them have gone home already. All of them are experts. They're all probably butting heads on
The girl in the fur hat is really
And she
cute.
wasn't far off.
We shouldn't be eating today. This will not last 50 people long.
It's the community choice. Like,
If we want to even make it to the end, we need to really start sticking to something a little more rigorous. This is not comfort. This is survival.
And the eliminations kept coming from both teams.
I'll eat enough for all of y'all.
So to stop the eliminations, the next morning, the Red Team chef, Brittany, tried her hand at cooking breakfast.
Oh no.
Oh.
Y'all. Sorry, guys.
And the food reviews were, well,
Trash.
not great.
I'm sick to my stomach and I don't want to eat anymore.
I don't want to go home. Exactly, girlfriend. Help.
After days of tension, Blue Team started the morning by letting loose. But not even a drum circle could stop the infighting.
I understand, but if we can wipe down the
Okay,
counter
hold
before
on
we
one
cook.
second. Okay, let's just squash this just for a quick second.
No, you should stay and listen. I mean,
I would not tell me what to do. Oh, I find it really difficult to be a part of a team. I'm like naturally oppositionally defiant.
And once again, it led to even more eliminations.
Oh, his teeth is adorable.
Car's not in it. And over at the
I got a crush on both sides already, and they're both girls. Sorry.
Yeah, there's some good looking.
And I have to clarify. I mean, crush in the non-kink sex way, just because of what I've been exposed to today. Sorry.
What have you been exposed to today?
I watched a video that was about explaining the kink map without being demonetized, because that seemed like 2 birds, 1 stone kind of
Who
info
was
right
talking
there.
about that?
I have to go check the channel, and I might disappear if I do that because I'm on my phone. But
Right.
I could find my remote on my TV, and I bet you I could look it up there. Actually, see, Yeah, I like to have multiple friggin' in routes to the information that I need because we live in this modern world. It's very convenient, but I also I get the survivor side. I'm betting that girl is probably going to be on the winning team, even though the fur hat girl is really cute. I don't know. Do you guys want to take some bets or what? Not like money, like favors.
Well, that's probably how this would actually end up going pretty quickly. Is like who's going to exchange what favor for what.
Yep.
In real life, that's how it's going to go for sure.
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly true. I mean,
yeah,
it may be
and
a
I
little
think-
bit brutal and people don't want to hear it, but it is totally true.
Yeah, and I think
That's
that's
why I've
why
been hiding.
that's why like they probably are very careful like how they edited this because like it would definitely go that way. Like within a week, it'll definitely go that way for sure.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
there's
that's
gonna
why he was like intervening like God. That's pretty funny too. You know,
yeah,
also
I think
high
that's why I
entertainment
brought
factor.
the food because like very quickly, like you'll see that people are gonna like get very like animalistic. I'm pretty sure. Like I know, I mean, like
Well,
if you
because
don't
we
feed
are
me for a
animals. As
week,
much as we would
and-
like to deny it, we are animals. I mean,
well, I
it
mean,
makes sense, right?
you don't feed me for a week and you put me around like a bunch of like alpha guys trying to like compete for shit. Like, yeah, it's gonna like rocks are gonna like start crushing people's head pretty quickly. I'm
Oh,
pretty
I
sure.
believe me, I live in the situation. It's like Dan's son lives in the back in the RV, and he is addicted to drugs. And he comes in the house and he like just freaking destroys shit. Like I'm like, excuse me.
food, me get food.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, and he doesn't have any like shame whatsoever. So it's very, very hard to deal with. And I'm not his mom, so I can't like tell him what to do because he's a grown fucking man and way smarter than he puts it off. It's like I've heard him talking to his homies playing video games. He's not dumb. So
All right,
yeah.
we're gonna listen to a little guitar for a second, and then we'll go back. Yeah, sorry for that. That's some of my favorite songs by Nirvana, and he plays some of them totally different than I play them. I'm pretty interested in that. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I like to watch people do covers of songs, and I like.
Yeah.
I've even found some that I like better than the original.
Yeah.
That's
Well, like
kinda
that
wild.
last song he's playing, I play that song like literally three steps different tuning than he plays it. So like I'm really shocked at what he's doing with the guitar there. Pretty weird.
I must admit that I also like the people that do covers, you know, because it seems more reasonable that someday I would get to meet that person, you know? And
Yeah.
I really
Well,
like if they're a good performer artist, you know, maybe we could make something. That would be cool.
well, you can't meet Kurt Cobain allegedly. 'Cause
No, he's dead. Yeah, I know. I've been
Allegedly.
going
And
Yeah, well, I've been going into that a lot lately. Actually, I follow a few channels,
yeah,
the
people
whole
have been
legal
saying
investigation.
people have
Yeah,
been
I
saying
know.
what I've been saying for 20 years, which is
Me
that
too. Me too.
yeah, it's pretty
She
weird.
did it.
Like there's
She hired
they're
somebody
not
to do it. That dude did it for sure.
well, I think I don't even think Courtney was like the main person involved. I think there's a bunch of
No,
other
she was, of course not. You know whose dad her dad is?
of course, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, then obviously, but maybe not obviously to the rest
Well,
of the
but
people.
he seemed to actually feel bad about it.
Seeming and being are different.
Yeah.
That's all
Well, I
I'm gonna
mean,
say.
Dave Grohl's dad is pretty suspect, and a lot
Oh
of other
yeah.
people.
Well, and Chris Novak is actually a politician now.
Well, and he's also
yeah.
supposedly a Freemason, from what I heard. but I don't know
Yeah,
if that's-
definitely. But low level, I'm sure.
So,
He's not the brightest
have you guys
guy.
ever heard of this guy before?
Yeah, I saw his face. But I don't know who he is.
Machine, have you ever heard of Nicholas Tartaglione?
Yeah. This came up in my research, I think, too. Huh, interesting. I can't read it because it's too small. I'm looking for the remote anyways.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just waiting for Machine to come back because I thought
Yeah,
this
I
would
guess
be-
no, I get what you're trying to say. It's like it's probably the guy who killed Epstein. They paid him to do it.
Well, so I did a little research. I just
No,
heard of
that's what
this guy. I never heard of this guy before yesterday. So,
It was only last week I saw that, I think. That's weird.
yeah. Well, I didn't realize like Epstein had like a cellmate before he died, and so I
Mhm.
don't think this guy was living with him when he died or something. But
No, he was in
18
solitary at that time.
yeah, 18 days before his death, he was found with neck injuries, and then Epstein said that this guy had tried to kill him, but then he changed his mind, and then so there's like theories as to what happened, and then this guy said that like apparently the reason I looked him up is because apparently he said that Epstein had given him a note to like ask him to kill him or whatever. But this guy is like Italian mafia. He was a former cop.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
He basically got convicted of like 11 murders.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and well, what's interesting
Hmm.
to me about this guy is like his family was deeply involved in like pet grooming and taking care of animals. And Machine, do you remember who else we talked about who was interested in that angle of things?
Hmm.
Rotting Jewels, you know, she talks about like the Process Church and like their like animal sanctuary and stuff. So I just thought that was pretty interesting. Like
I
this
know a
guy's
lot of
family is, like-
extremist people that are very into animals, though. You know, it's like
Yeah,
it seems to kind of go
exactly.
hand in hand because you're like fiercely just. It's like you have to be careful because it's overcorrection sometimes. You know, it's like, but sometimes people don't get it.
Well, but what happened is these people he murdered, he brought them back to like his family's like dog sanctuary and like buried them in his backyard.
Yeah, there's pig farms too. Mm.
Oh yeah, that's right. So it's
Yeah.
just kind of interesting. And so then this is the guy who like happened to be in the cell with, like, out of all the people you put in the cell with, like Epstein, you put like one of the most dangerous murderers probably in the prison, like in the same cell with him. It's like, I don't know. It's kind
Yeah.
of interesting.
Well, I'm going to tell you how I think. I think like you can tell like a lot about a person by putting them in an environment when they are predisposed to certain things. It's like, yeah, what you can tell what people will tolerate by how they live in some ways, you know? It's like,
Well, the interesting thing is, in 2025, Tartaglione began petitioning Donald Trump for a presidential pardon.
oh yeah, of course.
That is the-
That would make sense. He probably thought, hey, you
Hey, I scratch your back, you scratch my back. I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah, that seems very sus, but maybe he was just set up. We don't know. You know, this is just us musing on what the potentials could be. A wide range always, generally, unless it's like on an individual level, and then it gets real narrow.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's pretty sus, you know.
For sure. But you can't really do anything about that. I mean, except for know about it. And sometimes, you know, you have to prioritize your attention.
Oh, by the way, did you see that Jay Dyer was debating the Freemason from InfoWars yesterday? Like the last day of InfoWars, Jay Dyer is debating
Yeah.
the Chase Geiger, the
H.R. Geiger?
no.
Oh, that's what you said. See? I watched a documentary about him. That was my priority. Sorry.
See if I can find this debate.
Humans are so funny, aren't we? We're hilarious.
Machine, did you know that? Or did you see that?
Yeah, I did see it.
Say that again.
No idea what-
I saw it when Joel
You watched-
posted it in the Discord, but I didn't watch.
I mean,
it
but
yet.
did you watch any of it though?
No.
Okay. Just because it fits into the whole InfoWars / OrthoBro connection, like I'm gonna just play a little bit of it just to see if it's a nothing burger or not, because
I can tell right away. I can tell. Let's watch it.
because it's just weird that like on the last day of InfoWars, like all the Ortho Bros like had interaction with these guys. Like I think that's pretty interesting.
It seems to be a vertex. I haven't seen it yet, but it seems to be.
So I'm probably not gonna watch a lot of this, but let's just see if there's anything here to worth looking at.
Thank you for coming out to moderate the debate with. Without further ado, we're going to go ahead and.
So 2 Freemasons on one side, Jay Dyer by himself, and a Protestant Christian is moderating. So I don't know
wouldn't
what
say
that
he's
means.
by
but
himself. What is all that shit on the wall behind him? Like, seriously.
looks like they're in like a records. I guess they're in a record store or something.
Oh,
so-
that's very cool. Very cool.
right.
I
Kick it
wonder how
off
the
into
record-
opening statements. Jay, we can start with you. Make sure to include your religious affiliation and your relationship to sponsors, books, the whole 9 yards, and your relationship to Freemasonry. Obviously, go for it.
I'm no longer in a relationship with Freemasonry. No, I'm joking. We
Wow.
Oh, yeah, classic.
Is that
classic?
Is that a joke or? I don't know.
A little truth said in jest, is my guess.
Did you catch that, Machine? He says, I'm no longer in a relationship with Freemasonry.
Right.
What did he
But-
break up with one or something?
Well, but see, here's what's interesting is that he worked for Alex Jones and so did the other guy. So
well, so didn't Paul work for him too or something? It's like, or who worked for him that we know? Somebody.
Paul, who's Paul?
Paul Enslaved. Didn't he work with him? Or
Well,
was it?
certainly they seem to know. They seem to be aware of each other. I'll
He
say that
told
much.
me he worked for them before. I heard him say that out loud. Actually, now that I think
Are you
about it,
Wait. You heard Paul Enslaved say that he worked with Jay Dyer?
no, with Infowars.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, I
He
would love
did.
to see a clip of that for sure.
he said it on Benjamin's panel. Yeah, Hank would probably know which show it was. I think he was there.
Well, I would be very curious to see that. Interesting.
Yeah, he
So
probably
on
has
Jay
a
Dyer,
preview
Orthodox
because Benjamin
apologist
was in the
debater.
IDF.
sometime comedy writer, a host of the Fourth Hour with Alex Jones show. And you can find me, of course, on YouTube and whatnot. I am an Orthodox Christian, so I believe that Masonry is incompatible with not just Orthodox Christianity, but really any of the traditional bodies of Christianity have pretty much exerted statements on that. So am I doing an opening statement now, or are they going to say who they are first? No, let's go ahead and say who you guys are, and then we'll kick it off with a extended opening statement. So go ahead, Ryan.
I'm Ryan Turbybull. I'm the only guy up here that you probably don't know. I'm a lifelong Nashvilleian, 33rd degree Freemason, been a Freemason for about 18 years now. And I am a Protestant Christian, to put it broadly. And obviously I'm pro-Freemasonry.
I'm Chase Geiser. I have been a Freemason since 2011. So what does that put, 15 years? I have a 32nd degree Freemason, not a 33rd degree like big boy Ryan over here. And I'm a non-denominational Christian.
Perfect. All right. We can just go in the same order here. Go ahead and kick it off with your extended opening statement. And then from there, we'll go into an open discussion where it's kind of just a no holds barred, go any direction you want within the prompt of the debate. So go ahead in your opening statement, Jay. Yeah, so I think that what we want to think about in terms of Christianity, and again, I'm going to argue that although I'm Orthodox, really any of the representative historical bodies of Christianity have already made public statements. For example, Protestant denominations like the OPC, the PCA, various Lutheran traditional denominations themselves have stated that they don't believe that it's in any way compatible with traditional Christianity. And here what we would mean is Nicene Christianity in terms of the Nicene Creed. As an Orthodox Christian, of course, most of the jurisdictions and patriarchates have public statements that you cannot be a Christian. It is antithetical in terms of the philosophy of the organization as a whole. At the same time, the Roman Catholic Church still has, as part of its canon law, the official statement, and this was reaffirmed in the early 80s by Ratzinger in terms of the CDF, that is antithetical to Catholicism to be a Freemason. So regardless of what Vatican II says, that seems to line up with Freemasonry, at least on the books, you can't be a Roman Catholic and be a Freemason. So what is it that would make it antithetical to Christianity? Well, for my argument, I would argue that saying that you are a Christian Freemason is equivalent to saying, I'm a Christian Gnostic, or I'm a Christian pagan, or I'm a Christian who's a member of the Marxist Communist Party. The reason that you can't say that is that the philosophy and the ethos of those systems that I gave are at roots antithetical to the basics of the philosophy and the worldview of Christianity. For example, the Nicene Creed has as its basic definition the deity of Christ and the doctrine of the Trinity, one holy Catholic and apostolic church. Masonry is premised on the idea that all of the religions essentially are kinds of masks of God, and they tend to prefer a kind of deistic version of the deity. So deism, right from the outset, and I've got many Masonic sources that I can go to, they're going to basically say a deistic type of perspective. And if you don't know what deism is, it's the Enlightenment perspective that God is not immanent in the world, active, doing things, miracles, etc. Rather, the God of the Bible, or excuse me, the God of Masonry, in the way that Masons interpret the Bible, is that it's a first cause, a kind of Aristotelian mover that you don't have a relationship with. And in fact, that great architect of the universe philosophy that Masonry has is identical to the pagan Greek philosophy perspective that Aristotle talks about. An architect works with pre-existing matter and tools. He does not create ex nihilo. So
Okay.
Interesting
that
take.
is
I don't
very-
disagree. I guess I found out today that I'm a deist, in a way, I guess, if that's
Well-
all it is, but I doubt it.
Well, it's pretty interesting.
He's right about that.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because, like, I've heard a bunch of people saying this recently. Like, isn't that what Hostel Hyperborean says? He said, God can't be the creator of things. He can only be like the person who builds something out of something or something like that.
Well, and I think the problem comes in thinking anthropomorphizing God. I mean, do that with the gods in your head. Sure, it's fine. It's how you interact with the world that it matters.
Well, it's not even about that. It's about limiting God to
Yeah, exactly.
not being able
Exactly.
to create things.
Go ahead,
So,
try that. See how that works out. That's all I got to say. I was like,
but
I
it's
wouldn't even
interesting
go.
that he go. But it's just interesting that he kind of says what I've been noticing, which is that like all these other Christianity, all these different Christians are trying to drag people into like this like Greek Aristotelian.
Yeah.
he dragged a bunch of things in because he said God isn't immanent in the world, right?
What
But
does that mean?
yeah, that doesn't
I mean,
really
like-
mean anything because that's not what Jesus does not imply imminence.
No, and it's
of
not what I
God.
know through my own friggin' experience. Hello. You know? Yeah, which is not perfect, I will admit, but still, it's very compelling.
Well, what he's saying is that basically, God does not create through pre-existing materials, but God created the world through Jesus, right?
That
So
is
there
not
was
true because pre-existing
something-
materials, how? What if he made it from himself? Got to be both non-existing and existing previously. That's something to think about.
No,
I just
it
didn't know
would
about
be
that one.
existing, right? Because if it's made from himself, then that's something that already exists, right?
But what is yourself made of? It's made of what you were before all? No. Maybe, but not apparently. That's logic.
Well, if you made stuff out of yourself, then it would be made out of something existing, right? Not something non-existing.
Yeah, that's what I would think. But yourself is more than that, isn't it? So you would imagine that if God is also like all things, that it would be something greater than that. Because you're just
Well,
a part of it.
myself is existing, right? You exist.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Well, I think so, as far as I could tell. I know that I exist. I don't know that you guys exist, but I'm pretty sure that you do. That's all.
The very idea of calling God merely the architect already suggests a Hellenic Greek pagan perspective that, for example, St. Basil in his famous Hexameron lectures, where he goes in Hexameron 2 to call this position a dyad, is antithetical to Christianity's triad. Freemasonry and its representative philosophers and thinkers, whether it is people who are in the York Rite or promoted by the York Rite, like Albert Mackey, and I have with me Mackey's works here, explicitly downplay the Trinity and the deity of Christ to promote their generic theism based around a kind of naturalism. And Albert Pike himself in Morals and Dogma, and we can go into all these quotes if we need to, explicitly denies the Trinity, the personhood of the Holy Spirit, and says that essentially Masonry is all of the ancient mystery religions, whether it's Marcionism, Zoroastrianism, or some form of Gnosticism, are essentially all combined into the system of Freemasonry. So again, to make my final statement as to why it's antithetical, I would simply argue that if you look at the way that Mackey, as a test case, defines God, he says that God is the name Tetragrammaton, the Yahweh reference that we have in the Old Testament. He says that name can only be understood and pronounced and theologically interpreted through the Kabbalah. And he says we have to look to the Zohar and the teachings of the Talmudists and the Kabbalah to understand what the theological significance of the name of God is. And he says that it's essentially the male and female principle of the universe. And then, according to Mackey, when you talk about things like the yoni, which is the vagina, the vajayjay, for those that don't know, we get a lot of single men here, they may not be familiar with that, what that is. Well, the yoni or the vajayjay is the female privy parts, so to speak.
No.
And according to Mackey, the name of God amongst the Brahmins and the Hindus is the yoni, referencing the female principle of nature. So I would simply ask if, according to Masonry, the God of Masonry is the male and female principle of the universe, and according to Masonry, the name of God in Hinduism is the female principle is yoni. Masonry essentially worships PPs and vajayjays and says that those things are God and are the ultimate generative principle and female principle of the universe, which is absurd and is also Kabbalistic because Kabbalah says that Adam Kadmon and God are essentially a bisexual deity. That's where we get Baphomet. I've got scholars here who are writing from out of Harvard. William B. Green has a book about Kabbalah as the root of Masonry. So Kabbalistic Gnosticism is another way to prove and show that Masonry is antithetical to Christianity. It'd be like saying to St. Irenaeus, who wrote the great treatise in the 2nd century, 180 AD, against the Gnostics, to say, oh, but Irenaeus, don't you understand? I am a Christian and I'm a Freemason and I'm a Gnostic. They're all pretty much the same. And the other thing is that the last comment I'll make is that their position essentially predicates a tiered strata between Christians who are Masons or Masons in general versus the profane who are not initiated into their gibberish mysteries. And so that would mean that all the Christian pastors and ministers who are not initiated into the mysteries are therefore profane. And so really only the Gnostic inner elite Christian Masons would be the true Christians. That's the very thing that St. Irenaeus rebukes in his rebukes of the Gnostics when he says that Orthodox Christianity has a public persona, a public doctrine. We don't have secret esoteric teachings. It's not necessary.
Okay, well,
All
you
right,
don't
great.
have
Over to you,
private
Ryan.
thoughts.
All right. So Jay said a lot there. Instead of trying to initially respond to just each point, I would say you're going to hear a lot from me today that the quotes that he pulls out, the books that he references, Jay will try to make the attempt that Albert Pike or Mackey or any of these guys speak for Freemasonry, that they're authorities on the craft. No man speaks for Freemasonry. Freemasonry is not a religion. We don't have apostles. We don't have canon. You know, there is no authority on Freemasonry. It's a fraternity that is a system of morality, as we call it. It's essentially a philosophy. And in studying that philosophy in the system of self-improvement for men, we pull from a lot of different religions. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma, I'm sure that's going to come up today. It's basically a book in comparative religion. Mackey, some of these other people we quoted. These are individuals with their own ideas as it pertains to the deity, to Christianity. Some of them are Christian, some are not. Freemasonry does not require you to be of one religion to be a member. You simply have to believe in a supreme being. And I'm
And
sure
you
we'll
have-
dig into that further. I'll
you
save
don't
that
have
for
to
later.
be-
But
can you be a woman?
essentially, Masonry leaves a lot up to the individual man as it pertains to his
yeah.
beliefs in deity. Because it's not its purpose, it's not its goal. It's not that it's indifferent. It's not that it doesn't care. It simply says that this is a fraternity with certain moral teachings and principles that sure
Yeah,
they
he
borrow
lost
from
me.
different systems, but the purpose is not to create a new system. There's no Masonic clan of salvation. There's no Masonic worship. It's not meant to replace religion. And so me as a Christian, I don't agree with some of my brothers and their views on religion, and that's fine. There's nothing that says that I have to. And the entire point, or one of the main points of the fraternity, the reasons why we allow men of different beliefs to come together, is that Christian concept of as iron sharpens iron, one man sharpens another. By bringing men together of different beliefs that still are united upon core principles, we're able to work towards bettering ourselves and bettering the world.
I don't
All right,
have a
Chase.
penis, but I have a pen.
Well, again, I'm Chase Geiser, former InfoWars host. It's actually how I interacted and met Jay the first time. The first thing I want to do is I want to thank DJ for putting this event together. Kudos to you and all your hard work. I think it's important that these debates continue to happen. Ryan, of course, I want to thank you. Ryan's a very close old friend of mine here in Nashville for agreeing to participate in this, because I know that it was participating in something like this is it opens up the door for criticism and problems or whatever, and you bravely decided to do it. And Jay, I also want to thank you for agreeing to come out here and do this debate. And I just want to be totally explicit that although I disagree with Jay on this particular issue, I have astounding admiration for the work that he's done, and I'm very grateful for specifically all the content that he's made on the InfoWars platform, hosting the 4th hour of the Alex Jones Show. And so I genuinely appreciate that very much. I want to just start briefly by saying why I decided to become a Freemason. I was a sophomore in college at Belmont University here in Nashville, and I was looking at the different fraternities at the university, and I just wasn't really feeling it. There's no frat houses at Belmont University. There wasn't much of a community. It was just kind of this ethereal group that would meet together for these different fraternities. And I happened to be reading the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin the summer after my freshman year, and just kind of out of esteem for the founding fathers, I decided to pursue and visit a lodge here in Nashville, Observance Lodge number 686, which used to be in the Grand Lodge building downtown of Broadway.
Yeah.
And after visiting and learning more about the fraternity, I decided to join, and it was, in my opinion, a very good decision. It was a very life-changing experience for me. It's been a great source of friendship and brotherhood for me, and it's made me feel closer to Americanism in an eternal sense now, more than just an academic sense of who the founding fathers were, what they stand for, and some of the principles that founded this great country. I wanted to participate in this debate specifically just because I believe in freedom of speech. I believe in open discourse. I think there's a lot of mischaracterizations or misunderstandings around Masonry. I don't accuse Jay of any malice whatsoever. I actually very much trust Jay because of the work that I've seen that he's done. I think that he's misunderstanding or mischaracterizing Masonry inadvertently. So that's how I want to start with my introduction section of this debate. Thank you guys for all being here. I appreciate all of you for joining us.
Perfect. All right. Well, we're going to step into the open discussion end of the debate, and this will make up the main course. After this, we're going to have some questions on the side over here at the very end. So during this debate, if you have anything that comes to mind, if you have any questions, write it down, take a note, and we'll step over there for a brief period at the end where some of you guys would have to ask questions. Now, I think the best jumping off point was Ryan. You said that there's a lot to respond to in Jay's opening statement, but you want to make a statement of your own, obviously. So I think just pick a point, any point in that statement, and we'll just jump off into it. And I'll mostly step back and kind of let you guys go at it. And at any point for clarification or kind of a change of topic, I'll hop in. But is that okay to jump in? Perfect.
Yeah. So I first became interested in Masonry like Chase. Just had a general curiosity about it. Started talking to some people about it. It turns out my great-grandfather was a Mason and a huge mentor of mine. I had my great-grandfather until I was in my late 20s. Everyone had kids in my family super young. So my great-grandfather was Church of Christ. He was a song leader. Did that literally until like the year before he died at 96 years old. I've never met a better Christian man than my great-grandfather. And when I was first exploring Masonry, I got online and you can just read, all sorts of craziness. But in the back of the line, I was like, well, if it's good enough for Pa, then it's good enough for me. It's worth checking out. And I got into it, and that's what I experienced. I
If it was only
hear
still
a lot of these
that.
criticisms, and as Jay said, I don't think Jay has ill intent, but I think a lot of it's just misunderstandings. Part of that's our fault. We are secretive in some ways. Even if I don't think a lot of it's even intentional secrecy, it's literally we're a bunch of boomers for the most part. Like a huge portion of our membership is not online. My lodge has a website, but we're one of the rarities. So we don't do a very good job of telling our story. Some of it, I think, is exhaustion. These critiques have been around for hundreds of years. They keep kind of just popping back up. And, from some of the Masons' perspective, it's better to just let it lie and try to ignore it. I do think the reason why I decided to do this, and I think Chase, is because of the internet, because of I don't want to say new times. We've been in these times for decades, but information is everywhere. And I think if only one side ever gets told, then we're just not going to be able to, I don't want to say combat anti-Masons, but just tell our own story and not let the misinformation spread. So as a Christian, I've been a Christian long before I was a Freemason. The idea that I view other Christians or my Christian brothers as profane, that's absurd to me. It is a term we use for non-Masons, but one of the first things you're taught when you join the lodge is that your religion and your duty to God comes before Freemasonry. The fraternity is secondary to your family, to your occupation even, to your country, and certainly to your God. There's no scenario where my oath or my obligation or my love of the fraternity supersedes my belief in Christ or my love for my Christian brothers. I do believe in the Trinity. I believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. Believe in the resurrection. And there are brothers within this fraternity that do not hold those beliefs. And that's fine. I'm not in this fraternity in order to, the fraternity is not church. I go to church for church. The fraternity is my fraternity.
Okay, the first thing I would say is, and I don't know if we're going to do just Q&A back and forth. I don't care either way, but I mean, the idea that, we just make good men better. It's a radical individualism because it's Enlightenment philosophy. It's just simple philosophy.
That seems like an odd statement. It's like, if he doesn't really care, then why is he there?
I mean, that's not actually the case because, first of all, I mean, just the name of the book itself is Morals and Dogma. Dogma to me doesn't sound like it's just opinion. That's the opposite of opinion. It's dogma. So when you say that there's no authorities in Masonry, why does Albert Pike call his book Morals and Dogma? Why was that handed out to so many people in the Scottish Rite if it's not in some sense a kind of authority? Why is he one of the most honored Masons in Washington, D.C. in terms of his Confederate monument still standing there and hasn't been torn down when they tear down all the other monuments? To me, that's preposterous to say that there are no authorities, because if there are no authorities, who decides that Morals and Dogma isn't an authority and that Masonry has no authorities?
Oh my gosh, did they tear
So
down
this is
Ben
a little
Franklin's
newer version of Morals and Dogma,
statue?
but it's the same stuff, just a nicer cover. This is the original preface by Albert Pike, page 69. I don't know what version you have over there, but it'll be in your version as well. He starts out by saying the teachings of these readings are not sacramental, so far as they go beyond the realm of morality into those other domains of fault and truth. The ancient accepted Scottish Rite uses the word dogma in its true sense of doctrine or teaching. So that everyone's entirely free to reject and dissent from whatsoever herein may seem to him to be untrue or unsound. It is only required of him that he shall weigh what is taught, give it fair hearing, and unprejudiced judgment. So that's the beginning to Morals and Dogma. Morals and Dogma, as you can see, it is quite a lengthy book, about 1,000 pages, pretty complex read. What most Scottish Rite Masons today receive since 1983 is this book, Bridge to Light. This is what's given to most guys when they come through the Scottish Rite. And again, on page 3, it reiterates that same preface of Pike with an addition with the guy who wrote this book, Dr. Wretch Hutcherson. It says, it expresses the opinions of Dr. Wretch Hutcherson, 33rd degree, concerning the Scottish Rite ritual and Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma. We respect his opinion and offer them for the consideration and personal evaluation of each reader of this volume. And then it repeats Pike's claim that this is not sacrament, it is not doctrine, it is not dogma in the odious sense of the term. It's his ideas, and it's mine and Chase's job to study them, ponder them, and we are allowed and encouraged to disagree with them.
So it's neither sacred nor profane?
No, but hold on. So he started attacking him with the book in which the preface of the book refutes what he's saying about it. That is pretty bad. Like,
Well,
damn.
or it's both. They're just equally as confusing.
Yeah, he
but
got a lot of the stuff else right about the sort of deism, but like I don't think he really connected how it's like Gnostic and Kabbalistic. Obviously, those guys say that
well, he
they've
referenced
studied it.
page 69 and page 3 on purpose.
69, dude.
369. It also works the other way. That's all I'm saying. That's how I read it. But yeah. That's funny how that's how it works. Almost always. It's real easy to make a mistake though if you're dealing in abstracts, but I have more than one way of gauging that. I'm more into I know more about the Scottish Rite Masons than I do the York Rite Masons, honestly. And like any American branches, I don't know much about at all, really. I used to sleep with a guy who was a Mason. He was a Shriner. Yeah, but we were not
covered
not a lot of deep conversations there.
yeah, like most of the stuff they've said so far, we've already talked about. So I don't know.
Yeah. I much prefer discussing things like on an intellectual level, like with people. And they wouldn't have me because like as soon as I was like, huh, did they let women in? Huh? That's the only qualifier? Oh, wait. He started saying he and men and blah and blah. And I was like, oh, damn, he lost me. Oh, well, his loss. I mean, they're basically like, they're not going to be a big threat because they're not going to have any like balance of, I mean, they're going to have to, they have relationships, they have to have balance, but what they don't realize is they're like not in like clear communication about expectations with their partners, if that's the case, because they have that secrecy about them, even with their own families. It's like, I don't know. I think there's some mysterious stuff going on, and it's seems to be at least misogynistic. I don't think I'm a feminist either though. You know, like I like guys. I like guys the way that they are, you know, however they may be. Not all of them, obviously, but most of them are okay. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't bar entry based on genitals to any establishment that I was a part of, like in like if I was to make a cult or something, you know, not, I wouldn't make a cult, but you know what I mean? A culture, society, group of people. It's like basically group of people, because you have to be really careful in your groups. I mean, not really careful, but I mean, like, you have to be careful at not being careful. If you're not being careful, you still have to be careful, which means you have to care, which means it has to matter. If you can figure out why it matters, then it will sustain. Does that make sense? Guys, did I lose you? That would be funny if I lost you. Are you guys thinking? What are you thinking?
Nothing really for me, but yeah, this whole thing, I'm really, yeah, so I don't know. I don't really know what he's getting into. I'm excited to see what other point they make, honestly.
Yeah. Let's watch it.
I'd like to add a point if I may. I understand from a perspective of Western Christian American values, how it's easy to look at an organization like the Masons and look at it through the lens of religion. What I mean to say is, in Christianity, we have the Matthews, the Marks, the Lukes, the Johns, the Pauls, and these canon voices that are considered to have etched in pen, even though pens weren't invented yet, the Word of God. But with Masonry, this is really more along the lines of apologetics when we talk about the Mackeys or the Manly P. Halls or the or the Albert Pikes, in the sense that I would liken an Albert Pike to Masonry in the same way that I would liken a C.S. Lewis perhaps to Catholicism, and that nothing that C.S. Lewis wrote, whether it's Mere Christianity or another work, is considered to be part of the canon of Catholicism. It's just his thoughts, his philosophies, his interpretations, his ideas around Catholicism specifically. There's not a situation in Masonry where we're getting together and we're singing psalms that are the words of Albert Pike, like you would sing psalms in church that are the words of David, for example. And I just wanted to emphasize, again, just like you did in your introduction, Ryan, that yes, these are all interesting books with interesting perspectives and philosophies, but they're by no means canon in terms of Masonic philosophy, in my opinion.
Maybe you misunderstood what I was arguing, because I didn't argue that you don't claim to have quotes from Albert Pike saying that there's no dogmas. For example, I noticed in my copy from maybe 10 years ago when I read this, on page 222 of this older version, I noted that it's a subjectivist relativist contradiction, because he says it is dogmatic in Masonry that there's no dogma. So I was doing a philosophical critique, and I'm asking you, is it dogmatic that there's no dogma in Masonry?
What's your definition of dogma? Maybe we should start with that.
What a slick dodge. Yeah, what a call down. I said, actually, I was just doing an internal critique, and
It was a fluke. It was a fluke.
yeah, and actually now I'm actually asking you, is it dogmatic to have no dogma? What? Which is just a mindfuck of a question.
That's a fluke. It's a fluke. It's a total fluke.
That is weird.
It is
That was
weird.
crazy.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Wait
till we
he
get into
definitely didn't
Pendragon.
say that. Yeah, he didn't say that the first time he said it. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, all these words I
He
have on
defined
this
it. He
page.
defined it as what do you say? Perfect. He says perfect truth or some perfection, something like that. I don't know. How do you define dogmas? Beliefs that you can't question?
I don't believe that there are any beliefs other than the existence of God that you can't question in Freemasonry.
So there is dogma in Freemasonry.
If you would define,
how do you guys define dogma?
If you would define the necessitation of the belief in God as dogma, then yes, according to that definition, that would be dogma.
Because so there are dogmas in
There are requirements for membership.
So
foundational.
If you redefine the word dogma to mean requirements, is not dogma anymore.
I mean, if we want to argue over words, we can do that. But
well, they're not words; they're your own teaching.
No, they're words.
Jay, what are you trying to get at in terms of what are the implications?
Do you? I'm not trying to be rude, or
no, I'm not taking it that way.
Do you not understand the argument that I'm making?
I don't think that I do. Could you rephrase it?
The argument was initially that Masonry does not have dogmas. There's no specific authorities. There's not a canon of things that we would look to by which we would exclude people. But you just admitted that you have to believe, for example, in a higher power. So there are at least some minimal dogmas. And so it's not true that there are no dogmas in Masonry.
I think the argument was that the words of Albert Pike are not Masonic dogma.
No, I'm asking you, are there any?
Yeah.
Well, you have to believe in God. So if you consider that to be a dogma, then yes.
Is that the only one?
So,
are there others?
Yeah,
there's just one?
We have what's called the ancient landmarks. Now, the landmarks can differ amongst jurisdiction. If I can give a step back, we use Masonic terms, and I have to realize that you guys may not know what that means. But Masonry is very decentralized. So in Tennessee, there's the Grand Lodge of Tennessee. That is the supreme Masonic authority for Tennessee. There is no other group that tells Tennessee what it can and can't do.
You said that there are no authorities. Now there's a supreme authority.
I'm talking within our structure.
Well, are there no authorities, or are there authorities?
I said no one man is an authority on Masonry.
There's no apostle, there's no authorities, is what you said.
Yeah, I said no one man is. Albert Packy.
Well, apostles is plural,
How many?
and then
How
authorities
many
is
then?
plural. So
there is a system of governments within Freemasonry.
there are authorities.
The Grand Lodge of Tennessee.
And there are
Tennessee.
So there's dogmas and authorities.
You have to keep in mind that I think we're talking about authorities in two different senses. There's no theological or philosophical authority in Masonry, but in terms of organizational structure,
If you have to believe in God, that would be theological. So that's nonsense.
I think that you're on the semantics run here.
Yeah, I think we're going in circles.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
How is that a semantics run when he said you have to believe in God?
Yes, of course you have to believe in God, and so there's a member, but there's no like human authority within the organization.
So there is a
David Page's the canon.
There is a dogma, and then there are authorities that recognize and do not recognize certain lodges, right? There's irregular lodges?
I think
Are there irregular lodges?
been incredibly explicit in the claim that you have to believe in a supreme being in order to be a Mason.
Okay, so
I think where we're disagreeing is on interpreting that or perceiving that as a dogma.
whatever term you want to use. If you don't like the word dogma,
it might be helpful. What is the Orthodox view on dogma? Dogma means that you must believe this in
there's
order to be Orthodox. Right?
something
Dogma is
lacking with his attack, right? Because he's not really pointing out how like Masons have infiltrated other organizations or like the nefarious crimes that they've committed. He just said like they have this weird like theological basis that's like Kabbalistic and Gnostic that doesn't really link up with mainstream Christianity, whereas they're saying, well, we don't have to subscribe to any of that, right, in order to be Masons.
Yeah.
And then they undercut his entire argument, right? So
Mhm.
so
They
literally
did.
like he's he's not being very effective right now.
It's because he's in his feels and he doesn't know what to do with them.
or beliefs that you cannot dispute or question. For example, the Nicene Creed for an Orthodox Christian would be something that you can't be a Christian and say, well, I don't believe in the deity of Christ, or I don't believe in, the teachings of, the Council of Nicaea, something like that. Those would be things that you couldn't question and still be a recognized member of the group. You would be seen as an Arian or a Jehovah's
So
Witness.
certainly if you did not believe or cease to believe in God, you would not be able to be a Mason.
Right. So that was Nat's argument, which was that there are dogmas, whether you want to call them that term or not, because I can't be a Mason if I'm an atheist, right? Unless I'm a Oriental Lodge, correct?
Right? That's always an option too. You have to take that as that is the option that they're taking for themselves, is a lot of times they're lying. That seems to be more important though. But maybe
So there
it's
are
not.
dogmas, and that's theological, right? Belief in God is theological.
I believe your argument was that the words of Albert Pike were dogma based off of your definition of dogma.
Again, you misunderstood the argument.
And when I brought up,
you said there was no dogma.
Let us just concede that there is the dogma in Freemasonry that you have to believe in a supreme being.
But that was not the beliefs of Albert Pike or
Albert Pike is irrelevant. I can go to another one of these guys, and I'm just going to make the same argument and say,
and I would make the same argument that there is no.
You're not listening. Guys who aren't arguing. It's a presuppositional argument about the claim that there's no dogmas. And I asked you, is it a dogma that there are no dogmas?
What does that even mean, presupposition? Does that mean that everybody would know that? It's really obvious because you're at a threshold that is clearly marked? No, I don't think that's what that means. What do you guys think it means? Presupposition. I mean, what does it mean in debates? Because I have no idea what that word means otherwise. I mean, I do otherwise, but not.
It means something. It just means that it means that if I say that
by what authority though?
what
I mean,
it means is that
that's ironic, right?
everything that you say has a presupposition attached to it, meaning
Yeah, but how do you find that out? And how do you agree? Is you I guess
meaning just logically, if I say I believe in God, there's a lot of other things that come with that, right?
not
there's things
necessarily.
that-
It could just be that simple, but not very often.
everything,
Yeah.
No, everything has implicit.
Yeah, but in order to
claims
find out
to what
where
it-
that comes from in somebody else, you have to know them, and I don't think these
No.
guys know each other very well.
No, they do know each other very well. But my point,
All of them?
I kind of do like what Jay Dyer is doing, but I think I do think it is effective, but I don't know if he's actually trying to take them down or he's actually trying to recruit for Freemasonry. So
Yeah,
I'm not
me
sure
neither. I'm not sure either yet. What are his positions? That's what I would be curious about.
Well, I
But-
don't know. It's interesting. I definitely agree more with Jay Dyer than I do with these guys, but it is kind of weird. The way he's setting it up is kind of like he should be a lot more brutal with what he's saying because he's
Well,
basically
yeah, but
saying,
he's doing the thing with the trees that he's putting the fruit around, right? Because that's
No,
what he's
he's
doing, producing.
No, he's basically calling them a liar, is what he's doing. He's just not. He should just say it outright. Are you lying right now? That's
Yeah,
what he should just call them out. He should basically just accuse them of lying because that's what he's basically implying that they're lying. That's what he's doing, and he's basically implying that they're purposefully being obtuse to not tell the truth about what he's asking them, which I think that
it's
is
probably true.
what they're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that assessment. But
That's
I
a
just don't know where it's
philosophical
going.
argument. Doesn't have anything to do with Albert Pike. Is it a dogma that there's no dogmas?
I guess again, we're just arguing words.
No, it's a philosophical argument. You don't understand it? I'll be mean. I'm saying you don't understand.
I understand it.
Okay, what's the?
There is no dogma in Freemasonry that individual members cannot have their own dogma.
So it's a subjectivist and relativist, because if I can have my own dogma, can I have a dogma that I'm a Satanist and I'm a Mason?
No. So
You're allowed to have internal authority without having authority over other people. That is true. Yeah. Is that what he's saying explicitly? No.
Yeah, but the Satanist and Mason thing is an interesting question. It's like, what?
Yeah. I'm not convinced. That's all I know.
So then it's dogma.
I can get into the landmarks and some of that if you would like.
Yeah, I think that's a good. Yeah, we kind of exhaust.
I'm not trying to dance around you. I'm just trying to.
I think
understand.
again, it's so, and I don't mean to cut you off, DJ, but like, I'm not trying to play a word game, right? If I debated an atheist, I would make the same line of argument to say, if a subjectivist or a relativist says, there are no absolute truths, right? And if I respond to that guy, I would say, is it an absolute truth that there are no absolute truths?
Yeah, only that is believe in absolutes.
But that is not a word game. It's a philosophical argument where you're doing a critique of the person's paradigm and saying that that statement itself is a logical contradiction. So it's not a word game. It's not about semantics. It's a question of, you can't say that there are no dogmas.
I see what you're trying to
say. And it's dogmatic that you have to believe there's no dogmas. That was the question.
Do you want to respond to that? I'll change topics if not. But you just said
no, it's okay. I understand what you're trying to say. I would say that the organization of Freemasonry does not prohibit people from having their own dogma. It just doesn't take a position on so many of them. Now, it has its own dogmas in the sense that you have to believe in a supreme being. There's ancient landmark kind of rules and requirements associated with the fraternity.
You can't be an atheist. You
Right.
Can
Can I be a Satanist?
No.
So, I thought you had to be a monotheist. So what if I'm a monotheistic Satanist?
Yeah. So there's. Again,
no, I'm serious.
Yeah.
There are people that don't.
Can I finish my thought on jurisdictional and authority? So it's decentralized. You have in Tennessee the Grand Lodge of Tennessee. In America, every state has its own Grand Lodge. The rest of the world, it's usually every country has a Grand Lodge. But there is no overarching body. There's no Grand Lodge of America, no Grand Lodge of the world.
It's decentralized.
It's decentralized. So while it's mostly the same, you will see small jurisdictional differences. I can only speak to Tennessee and some of the ones that I'm familiar with, but as it's phrased in Tennessee, and most jurisdictions will be pretty similar to this. It's you have to have a belief in a supreme being and the accountability. A supreme being.
So I just want to say, like, not looking at the screen, but like I could tell these guys do not want to answer what he's asking them. Like for sure,
They definitely don't, because their answers are sus. I mean, they have to come up with something to answer, but I think they're thinking real hard right now.
They definitely look very like upset, and I only saw a few minutes of this debate yesterday, and it was much later on. But like later on, if you watch Chase Geyser or whatever, his body language is like super like pissed off, like closed off looking. Like later on you can see,
I like that you do that. You just pop in on things and you catch the end and you go back and you watch the whole thing, because that's like I always circle back too. I admire that.
I do that a lot. Yeah, like
it's a good quality to have.
The only reason I'm really watching this is because I looked in later on, and like this dude Chase is like squirming bad.
Oh geez, that's gonna be fun.
Like, yeah.
Oh, that's is that a presupposition? No, it's not. It's not. It's
well, presupposition just means like if I say I'm a Christian, that means all these other things that I have to believe to be a Christian, right? So like he's trying to say like what are all the things that you have to believe to be a Freemason, right? So he's trying to say like,
well, see, I think the problem lies in that the things that they're saying are made of words. I really do. It sounds so stupid to say it, but freaking words, man. Ugh. But what do you
all
mean?
men are accountable. Within that requirement, obviously, we have our own teaching. So a supreme being, under I think most Satanists' definition, do not consider Satan to be the supreme being.
No.
He is and I'm not an authority on Satanism, but another Masonic teaching or dogma, if you will, Jay, is that this supreme being is a creator God. That's the supreme architect of the universe. So Satan, as far as I know, no Satanist claims that Satan is a creator. Beyond that, again, it is a system of morality. There's just certain morals and values within Satanism that would not be compatible with the moral teachings of Freemasonry.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah,
Or go ahead.
like
Do you
to
want
know
to
how
go
he
ahead,
knows
Jay.
that.
Yeah. So, first of all, the Temple of Set, as an example, is a theistic satanic group. Michael Aquino, who was the famous.
Did you say deistic or theistic?
Theistic Satanist group. Michael Aquino was the famous Army colonel who drew up the Army's psychological warfare teachings in his writings about black magic and using that for psyops. And his is an example of a sect that has had prominent people as its members, where they believe that the supreme being is in fact Satan. So my point here is to say that when you say that I can be a Freemason, I just have to be, quote, a theist. The absurdity of this is obvious in that there's no such thing as generic theism. There's no such thing as it's just a creator. Well, okay, what if I think Satan is the creator? That's the absurdity of this, and that's why your lodges allow Muslims, Hindus, Jews, people of all types of religious persuasions to be joined together in a fraternity under some aegis that you say is just simply a philosophy. It's not simply a philosophy when we have a whole bunch of people joining together in an idea that does include theological terminology, which you already admitted. So you guys keep saying two things out of the same different sides of your mouth. It's like, oh, it's just a philosopher's fraternity. Oh, but we actually have all these theological principles that you have to hold to. So, I mean, why can't I be a Satanist and a monotheist if you don't have dogmas beyond a higher power? Sounds like you're qualifying and tacking on more dogmas.
Sure. Well, there's a couple of points that come to mind. The first point that comes to mind is in your introduction, you mentioned the, of course, incompatibility of Freemason with Christianity because of the philosophy and ethos of Freemasonry being just genuinely incompatible with the philosophy, theology of Christianity. And I would say that the philosophy or theology of Satanism and almost all, if not all, of its manifestations is inherently incompatible with the principles, values of Masonry. The second thing that I would say is, regardless of the technical acceptance of somebody of that persuasion into the fraternity, in a practical manner, it would virtually never happen because you have to have unanimous consent to have a new member initiated into a lodge. And I'm sure you could find obscure examples. There's probably examples of people who are Satanists that have been members of clandestine lodges, which is irregular lodges, not recognized by any of the official grand lodges of the world.
Like Satanists, man.
I can't imagine a scenario in which a Satanist would be allowed into a lodge, explicitly admitting that he's a Satanist.
Real quick though, what exactly would a Satanist, if they were a monotheist, what requirement would they be breaking where they couldn't enter? If they were a monotheist, so they got through that hurdle, but what would be stopping them specifically would it just be the other members accepting them in, or would there actually be a principle in which they're violating?
Thoughts on that? Yeah, at least here, like it's explicit that we say we don't allow Satanists.
Oh, so that actually is okay.
We've not allowed. We've only had one ever apply for membership in the lodge, and he did not get in. But beyond these like base level requirements, the way you join a lodge, you petition. It's simply an application. There's an interview process. A lot of times, there's a group that will go to your home, meet with your spouse. There's an investigation. There's a background check. There's a interview in front of the lodge, and different lodges can have like slightly different processes. All of this, but you have these base level requirements, and then the lodge itself is doing its own investigation into your moral character and whether or not you're fit, essentially. And we are exclusive, but we're not exclusive based off of race, religion, or socioeconomics or stuff like that. But ultimately, it does come down to character, and I would certainly argue that a Satanist is not of the character to be a Freemason.
So the point was not, are there Satanists getting into Masonic lodges? It was an example that was used to try to illustrate the ambiguity and the absurdity of saying that there's no dogmas and we're not theological. Oh, but you have to believe in theism. Oh, but it's not the Satanists. So now we're beginning to see that their opening statement was not true, right? They started qualifying all the things that they really mean by the terms. And when Chase said that, one reason that we wouldn't accept the Satanists is because of the teachings of Masonry are antithetical to Satanism. Well, according to Albert Pike, as we've already seen today, as an example, not an authority, but an example, he says, and these people agreed, that no one is over you. No one determines truth for you. Truth is something that you determine, and you can decide what the teachings are and still be a Mason. So that's a subjectivism and relativism that I absolutely think is the problem in Masonry.
Can I push back real quick? I don't mean to interrupt you. I want you to finish your thought.
Yeah.
When I hear the term subjectivism to say that something is subjective, the way that I interpret that is like a subjectivist believes that everything is subjective. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a distinction between arguing for subjectivism and having a subjective philosophy, right? So like Pike isn't arguing that whatever you believe is true for you in the sense of like a contemporary modern day subjectivist.
Can I quote him?
You go ahead.
It is our duty always to press forward though absolute truth is unattainable, the Masonry strives towards the light.
Yeah.
So there's no absolute truth, apparently.
I think that saying that something is unattainable is not the same thing as saying that it doesn't exist. I think it's unattainable for us to go to Pluto today, but I believe that Pluto exists.
How is it unattainable if it exists?
That's a good question.
Is it could argue with human limitation? That is the problem.
Yeah, I think he's probably. I haven't read that the context around that specific passage, so I can't speak for Pike. But he's probably arguing that in our state as humans, we don't have the capacity to attain or understand absolute truth.
Well, I mean, 3 of the pillars of Masonry
say that as
are brotherly love, relief, and truth. It's not objective. Like, truth is a core value.
What do you mean, Jay, that can't be said?
So again, from a philosophical perspective, critiquing this in terms of the argumentation, to say that there are no dogmas because there are no absolute truths, that's the context of where he's saying this. He says, for example, perfect truth is not attainable anywhere. That's antithetical to Christian theology when Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And so certainly God and Jesus are perfection in terms of truth. So for Albert Pike to say this, that's a subjectivist, relativist line of argumentation. And I'm arguing, let me finish this argument because this was what I was trying to argue a minute ago. When you said that Satanism is antithetical to Masonry, I'm saying that Albert Pike's subjectivism here, that there's no truth that's ultimate or absolute, that we can't know it and we can't obtain it. And you can determine the philosophies, as you said a minute ago.
But he doesn't say that there's no absolute truth. He just says that absolute truth is unattainable.
Okay, well, then nobody's attained to it. So you can say theoretically that it exists, but nobody has it. It still doesn't defeat the point that nobody has perfect truth or absolute truth. So maybe it's out there, but it doesn't exist and we don't have it. Fine. Cast it however you want. That's still satanic in principle. So
I mean, even the fact that Albert Pike in that sentence is saying that absolute truth is unattainable is implicitly stating that Freemasonry makes no claims to have absolute truth.
Okay, so
the Bible, not actually a theology.
The Bible and Christ don't have absolute truth.
Well, you don't necessarily have to believe that. You can be a Mason and disagree with Albert Pike.
Thank you. So it's subjectivist and relativist. That's my point, and that's what Satanism says. So it's absolutely synthesizable with Satanism.
It simply does not concern itself with that. If we were a religion in making these claims, I think you'd have a better case.
Okay.
There's plenty of groups within society. The Boy Scouts, for example. There's a
bad example.
The context of Albert Pike.
There's tons of groups that have certain base level requirements, but then leave subjects that are not the purview or the
use Alcoholics Anonymous as an example. We've done this a little bit before. Let's use Alcoholics Anonymous as an example. You have to believe in a higher power in order to go through the 12 steps.
It's based on Masonic principles. AA is?
Yeah. So you think that Alcoholics Anonymous inherently denies Christ or is incompatible with Christianity?
That's a straw man.
No, I'm not trying to do this. I'm not trying to fuck with you, excuse me, guys. But do you believe that this is not intentionally a straw man or distraction. I just want to know your answer. Do you believe that Alcoholics Anonymous is incompatible with Christianity in the same way that you believe Freemasonry is incompatible with Christianity?
It depends on how far Alcoholics Anonymous would try to enforce their principles of generic theism. So it really depends. And I mean,
so there's a degree to which it's acceptable.
Their statements are sufficiently vague to allow for all kinds of possible things. So that would really depend upon the specifics. But Albert Pike is arguing the context of God. This whole chapter is about theology, not philosophy, theology. So he's saying that in terms of theology, perfect truth is not attainable anywhere. Do you believe that perfect truth is not attainable anywhere?
Well, I believe that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the light, but I don't believe that in our current state we're able to have like an omniscient understanding of absolute truth. I think there's all sorts of things happening in the universe I don't know. There's what you know, there's what you don't know, and there's what you don't know that you don't know. I don't claim just because I'm a Christian to have attained absolute truth. I believe that I've attained absolute truth in the sense that I know who God is, and I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. So in the sense that, would you call that absolute truth? Because when I hear the word absolute truth, I mean all.
No, there aren't any unknown knowns.
I think of all truth.
No, so there's nothing in the word absolute truth or objective truth that necessitates omniscience. And so I think that
I see what
the irony here is that it's the Mason.
Yes, I believe.
You want to play the word game.
I understand. I'm not trying to mess with you. I believe in absolute truth. I am an objectivist. I am not a subjectivist.
Okay.
Just to answer your question more directly.
So the whole point of this was to say that the teachings of Satanism are that you are your own God, which is what Satan says in the garden to Adam and Eve. You determine reality. You determine what's true and what's false. And the original presentation that you guys gave as to why Masonry is so awesome is because it doesn't have apostles, it doesn't have authorities, it doesn't have dogmas. It's simply a philosophy, and you can kind of craft it as you want with it from within it. But then we saw that, no, there's actually a lot of requirements, a lot of dogmas, a lot of qualifications, and they teach a subjectivist, relativist idea at the same time as contradicting it with the idea that there are dogmas and authorities. That was the argument.
I don't believe that Freemasonry teaches a subjectivist relativist philosophy.
Okay,
Just because Albert Pike says that absolute truth is unattainable does not mean that absolute truth does not
Most
exist.
people don't
I am an
believe that
objectivist. I believe in that. And
something
even
until
if I'm the one misinterpreting Pike here, it doesn't matter what Pike says. Because it's just his opinion.
Okay, who does it matter in Masonry in terms of who said it? Because there were authorities apparently. So who determines
Good question.
the regular and the irregular lodges?
So I can go back to that with these ideas of the landmarks. Each lodge, each Grand Lodge, as the supreme authority in that jurisdiction, it will recognize or unrecognize another Grand Lodge.
So there are authorities and there are things that will get you unrecognized.
We've already been through this, Jay, so,
well, I'm sorry that you don't like me going back to it when you're referring to the same fallacious argument from before. I'm going to go back.
Yeah, I don't see how anything I've said is incongruent, that there is a Masonic authority, there is a structure that governs a governance structure of the fraternity that is completely different than saying that one man, Albert Pike, or I didn't make that argument as an authority. I didn't make the argument. Well, my argument was that they aren't authorities, and then you tried to put words in my mouth and say that I didn't argue a straw man. I didn't say that there are no authorities. It's not what
You argued in your opening statement, there's no authorities.
in the context of, I specifically pointed out those books and those authors.
So what I'm gathering so far is that they're trying to make a big distinction between philosophy and theology, but how can those two things not inform each other? I don't know.
Exactly. It's a Vesica Pisces. It's an overlap.
Yeah, and then I guess he's trying to hit him with the, oh, you follow a different authority, so you can't follow the authority of the church type of shtick. But you should follow things because they're true, not because you follow some fucking authority. You know, like what the fuck? Like, that's crazy stuff to argue.
But that takes a lot of work, Machine, and people are freaking lazy. It takes a lot of inward work because people are not fucking lazy and they're like out in the world working instead of like freaking being able to think. That is what's criminal.
Yeah, I think Jay is doing a good job in some sense, but it is pretty pedant. Like, it is kind of weird, like how they're going in circles and not really. But I think he definitely is making them nervous, like for sure. Like I could tell they're getting more and more nervous.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to admit who's in charge, right? They're like,
well, no one man is in charge. That's what he said.
Yeah, but that's Cope, isn't it?
Yeah, probably.
A deity that celebrates the death of their people.
Because the death of the Greeks at that time, if you read the book of Maccabees, was because they were degenerate pagans. So that was before they became Christian.
Oh, so
that's what the historians write all the time, man, about everybody that they defeat. That's what they always say.
on the Maccabean side, every Christian would be. Jesus celebrated Festival of Lights. Is that what they call it? Hanukkah. Those Greeks were a bunch of degenerates. That's why he's like for Judas Maccabeus, bro. He was based and had morals and was a total Chad Jew against those evil degenerate Greeks, bro.
The ancestors are degenerate pagan.
Jews killing Greeks is based. Fuck pagans, dude.
And,
Yeah, all of our ancestors were. All of our ancestors were. All of our ancestors were degenerate pagans.
Dude, we were all like barbarian pagan heathens until like the Jews showed up and taught us morals, bro.
He's not wrong, but that is funny.
Only the Jews had morals, and we were all a bunch of degenerate heathens, and we were worshiping demons, and now we gotta worship the Jewish God like good Noahides. Like, come on, bro. What are you, a rabbi?
What? I'm saying that you shouldn't follow a religion that comes from a tribe that views you as enemies.
The tribe.
Yes, there you go. Views you as enemies. You shouldn't follow the religion created by a group of people that wants to theologically conquer you.
Well,
wants to turn you into slaves. What's wrong?
That's why you got to get to know everybody individually.
A tribe that views you as an enemy.
Well, the religion is fulfilled in Christianity. It's not rabbinic Judaism. So you're conflating two different things. So no, Christianity is the covenant for the entire world, is for all the nations. It doesn't view me as an enemy.
Oh, Well, in the book of Isaiah, if you read,
Yeah.
clearly states the Gentiles are supposed to be essentially slaves to Israel.
It does. Oh, were the Gentiles and the nations not the enemy to the Jews in the Old Testament? That's the context. Pretending like he doesn't understand this and obfuscating, of course.
Gentiles, when they convert to the church, which is the fulfillment of Israel. So you're not reading Isaiah with the entire lens.
We're not the enemies. We're saved. We're saved and grafted in. We're not the enemies. Yeah, you were the enemies, and now they think that you're saved when you're really enslaved.
Jesus is the most important Jew that ever lived. Jesus is the Jew that spread the knowledge of the God of Israel around the globe.
One of the things that is said dozens of times over in the Old Testament is that when the Messiah comes, the Gentile nations will worship the God of Israel. And what do you know? When Jesus came, that happened. And so that's how the nations fall into this promise of how, like it says, for example, in Malachi, that all of the nations will offer incense up to the God of Israel. Gentile and Jew together are the fulfillment of the promises of Abraham, of all the nations and islands and coasts of the earth, worshiping the God of Israel. To him, a light unto the Gentiles, he will bring salvation. The Messiah will come and be a light unto the Gentiles. Read the Gospel of John. John cites Isaiah, saying that when Jesus went and preached to the Gentiles, that was fulfilled.
Through Jesus, people know who Moses is. Through Jesus, they know who King David is. Through Jesus, they know about Abraham. Jesus is the Jew that brought the world to Jerusalem.
Concerning the gospel, they are enemies for your sake, but concerning the election, they are beloved for the sake of the Father. So this is talking about post-crucifixion Jews. Okay, the gifts and calling of God are irrevocable. Jesus says in John 4, salvation is of the Jews. Okay, and he is talking about the Pharisees. He is talking about what we think of as Judaism.
Jesus says salvation is of the Jews, John 4:22.
So,
Romans 2, he's talking about Gentiles. He's saying he
Well,
is
tell
a
that
Jew.
to Joan
He is
of
not
Arc,
inwardly a Jew.
man.
And then in
yeah, that means a Christian.
We're all Jews. Spiritual Jews are Christians. Spiritual Jews are Christians.
I owe to Paul, to Peter, to the apostles, to John. I don't owe anything to Scotland or to the United States or to anything for my faith.
The church is a Jewish grounded and founded institution. All of our worship is literally from the temple and synagogue liturgical services. I mean, the real Hebrew roots, tradition, and worship is what you see in the Orthodox Church. I mean, our priests, our bishops. I mean, people will even make fun of Orthodox bishops because they look like Pharisees. Everything that
Oh my God,
Messianic
that's
Jews
like
are
saying
arguing
that you
with
can go to
is
the
literally the
halal
Orthodox
store
Church.
and
Everything from vestments to
eat if you're a Jew.
Passover, like,
And
it's
just
all
fine.
Orthodox
But
stuff.
that's true.
It's the Judaism for the nations.
I like to go to the halal store. I'm not even Jewish.
Yeah, but guess what?
What?
So let me get this straight. All these Jays who started running around screaming for centuries that, oh, we've been persecuted in Europe by the Christians. Now they're gonna say that was our plan this whole time. Hold up.
No,
Are
that's
they?
kind of
Hold
where
up.
that's kind of why I'm confused. It's like that's why the whole like pagan versus Christian versus Jew thing is like kind of played out in a lot of ways. It's like I don't know. It's pretty weird for sure. Like they're
Like if
definitely
you had a
pushing
three-hoofed horseshoe.
like I know it took us 2,000 years to get these Christians in line, but I mean, which is true.
Because
Like,
do you
Yeah.
remember the blood libel stuff?
right?
Where
Yeah,
they
yeah,
were
yeah.
like, the Christians accused us of blood libel, right? And then like essentially killed us and all this stuff. And then obviously the Inquisition and the Crusades.
Yeah.
Right? A bunch of Jews
Yeah,
got
that's why I
killed.
said.
So
That's why I said, yeah. Tell that to Joan of Arc, asshole.
It was all part of the plan. Which again, like I guess in like a certain way you could say that, but in another way it's like, yeah, well,
But whose
what
plan
I
was it for real?
God's
That's what.
plan.
Yeah,
Well,
supposedly.
here's the thing that I think stands out. It's like what I mean, this goes to my kind of conspiracy theory. Like I think Rome, the pagans, were working hand in hand with Jews, the pagans. Personally, like that's my opinion. I think
Perhaps,
the king-
perhaps.
I think Rome
can't
was
know that. I
100%.
don't think.
I
But-
think you could argue that Rome was 100% Jewish by the time, 100% kosher by the time Jesus was born. I mean, I think you can make a strong argument for that personally. I mean, I'm not going to say that like I'm 100% right, but like I think you can make a pretty strong argument about that for sure. Like the Rome and the Jews definitely worked together to get rid of Jesus. So I mean, you know, whether they were aligned politically or spiritually or whatever, I mean, there's a good argument there. And
Well,
again,
is
like,
it because of the victim mentality of Christianity that you say that? Because that was something that was added in. I think that was totally wrong.
what do you mean? I don't understand what you mean.
Well, it seems to be that a lot of the stuff that got left in, like at Nicaea, was stuff that like seemed very oddly specific towards a certain goal. It's kind of like it's like it like earlier I was watching that thing. It was the guy reviewing the kink map. It's like a graphic, and he was like going around and like scoring each of the things, like at 8 out of 10, or like 1 out of 10, you know, like 10 being like problematic or like heavy hardcore kink, and some of the things are like only a 1, you know. And yeah, so you have to kind of evaluate.
Send me that. I feel like you should send me that video since you've already mentioned it like 8 times.
Yeah. I probably should. We should. I mean,
Yeah.
I could send it to you now in the back.
But
too.
but well, I mean, because I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely, I would say like I think that generally, when Constantine and Nicaea and all these things happen, like I generally agree with them, but I'm definitely not going to say that there was no political motivations to whitewash history in regards to Rome, the Jews, and Christians relationship for sure.
Oh yeah, well, and if you know
but-
anything at all about Middle Eastern history,
Yeah.
like actual, like the history from the people that like were ancestors of people that were there, like, which for me gives it a little bit more credence.
Yeah, but I think that that's true of also like the Romans versus the Greeks versus the Trojans
Exactly.
versus the Phoenicians as well. I mean, I think that it
Mhm.
goes back a lot further than that too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think they've
Agreed.
tried to like massively rewrite history over and over again to like.
Well, yeah, it's all
obfuscate-
revisionist, all of it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think you can accept history as not being revisionist. Now, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't generally like refer to history in some normative sense for the sake of argument, right?
But you have to look at it from more
Yeah,
than one
but-
angle. Like you have to go back and you have
Yeah,
to
for
like,
sure.
yeah, because you
Yeah.
can find out the truth. It's just, but you have to look at it from many different angles, and you have to like take everything with a grain of salt.
But my main point is that this like pagan revisionism of saying like, well, paganism was never like a part of, you know, we've never been conquered by the Jews or whatever. It's like, I mean, Jay Dyer has a pretty good argument. It's like, well, then why do they get conquered by Christianity then, right? So
Well,
like,
actually, there is one group of people that was not conquered, and those are the Picts. If you can find me some, I would like to hang out with them. But yeah,
And I said that one man does not speak for Masonry.
Okay.
There's not
So not one man.
It is a governance structure of Freemasonry.
So you're
And I'll say that.
equivocating and changing. You're moving the goalposts from the opening statement saying authorities, and you're saying that, oh, I just know one dude as an.
In the opening statement, he said there is no one man who speaks for Masonry. He did.
But he also said there's no apostles and authorities. So
In no context,
okay, fine. So there is an authority that is a body, correct?
there's a governance structure
Thank you.
to
So there are authorities, and you do have authorities that you submit to, and you can be removed from the lodge, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why did you cast it as if it's a free thinking organization with no dogmas?
I didn't cast it at that. I started my opening statement by saying that you were going to bring quotes from individuals in Tri, which you did do when you pointed out that the name was Moles and Dogma. You attempted to make the argument that this is Masonic.
No, I didn't. No, you missed the argument. You're still fundamentally misunderstanding.
And then when I corrected you that the words of Albert Pike are not Masonic dogma, we went in this circular argument.
It wasn't a circular argument. It was a contradiction logically to say that there are dogmas, that there's a dogma that there's no dogmas. I was making a joke about the name of
dogma that there's no dogmas. There's just no there's just few dogmas. Like if you,
so there are dogmas.
Yes, if you would consider the requirement, if you would consider the requirement that you have to believe in God in order to be a Freemason a dogma, then by that definition there is a dogma.
Did you not just then qualify that I can't be a Satanist and be a Mason? So there's now other qualifications that would exclude me. So there's more to the dogmas. That's why you guys are being dishonest.
Well, is the definition of dogma different for you guys? That's why I was asking what it is for Orthodox and not
The
for
thing that gets you excluded from the group. How's that?
Yeah, it's dogmas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But
So
the claim, but
the idea that there's not dogmas is not true. Thank you.
that wasn't the point that was made. The point was that the words of Albert Pike are not Masonic dogma.
Yeah, that's a straw man, dude. I didn't argue that his words are dogma. I said that it's funny that he titled his book Morals and Dogma, and I said the contradiction is the argument that The dogma is there's no dogma.
How is it?
You affirm
How is it compatible to claim that there are dogmas, which I'm not even disputing, but then simultaneously claim that the organization advocates for subjectivism and relativism? I mean, if there's absolute dogmas, then it's inherently not subjectivist or relativist.
Exactly. That's the point, Chase. It's a contradiction. I'm arguing you guys contradict yourself. That's what you do in debates is you point out logical contradictions.
Okay, and can you tie it directly to how any of what we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes or so makes Freemasonry incompatible with Christianity?
Well,
which is the fundamental question.
Christian can't affirm any kind of subjectivism and moral relativism in terms of even theological authorities. You have to believe that there's some kind of theological authorities.
Which are the and Chase does.
Yeah. Who are the theological authorities?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. My dogma when it comes to my religion is Christianity. It's not Freemasonry.
Well, okay. So why Christianity?
Me personally, I'm loosely Protestant. I'd rather not and that's my congregation here.
Would you admit,
dox my family too much?
You're Protestant. Fine. Historically, are there bodies of people that can determine what's normative to be a Christian and not be a Christian?
What do you mean by can? There certainly are that have, but what do you mean by can?
Do you believe that anybody has the normative authority to declare in church history at any point, whenever or never, that there are these people that count as Christians and these people that don't? Because it seems absurd to me because you guys accept this authority amongst the Masons, but I'm going to bet that historically you don't accept that there's any historical group that has that authority.
I would say that Jesus Christ has that authority solely.
Historically, Chase, after Jesus in the history of the church.
Do I believe that anybody has the authority to speak for God or the theology of what's true or not true?
Does anybody in church history have the normative authority to declare who is and is not a part of this?
Do you mean actually legitimately have the authority, or those who have exercised that authority? Because yes, I could look at the Nicene Council and I could say, all right, they had authority. They established this.
Do you believe that they have the normative authority to do that? No, you think they assert
No, I don't really think that anybody has perfectly been able to speak for God since Jesus Christ.
Okay. Do you agree or do you have a different position?
Loosely with that, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, do you accept the canon of Scripture now?
The canon of Scripture?
Yeah.
Yes.
66 books?
Probably. I don't know. I don't know that it's relevant.
So it's not relevant who decides what books make up a Bible?
Let me. I'm asking because
the fundamental question of the debate is whether or not Freemasonry is compatible with Christianity.
I want to know
it's not which branch of Christianity.
No, I want to know what you think Christianity is. That's relevant.
What I think Christianity is belief that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, that He died and rose again.
Why is it not a fair question to ask if you believe in church history that anybody has the authority to do that?
I'd be sitting here as a Muslim and having the same debate and making the same points. It's irrelevant what my faith is.
You're proving my point.
No, it's irrelevant what my faith is.
How is it irrelevant?
To the question of whether or not Christianity is compatible with Freemasonry. You could have two atheists having the same debate where one said Christianity is compatible with Freemasonry and another atheist says it's not.
Because you claim to be Christian or representing a form of Christianity that's compatible, I want to know what you think Christianity is.
Well, real quick. Just so I don't think this is actually swaying from the prompts because it's actually really important whether or not you accept authority historically in the church or not. Because let's just say, for example, that you accept that the putting together of the books in whatever council that was. I can't think of that right now. But nonetheless, there have been other.
Yeah, what's interesting again is like they have not really defined like what is the definition of philosophy and why is that a problem? Like I think that's really what they're arguing about. Like the fact that they never circle back to like how is somebody's philosophy impacting their faith not important, right? Like if I say, well, I'm a Christian, but also like philosophically, like I believe in existentialism or something, right? Like there's going to be some overlap of like how your opinion on existentialism is going to like impact your view of Christianity, right? You know what I mean? Like I don't think it's outside the question of to like figure that out, like how exactly does that impact your view of Christianity or something, right? So like I've called myself a Christian existentialist or a Christian Taoist even, right? So, I mean, if somebody questions my, like, strictness of religion or whatever, like, I think that is fair to some degree for sure, So, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. They're kind of dancing around, like, how the relationship between philosophy and religion is a major factor,
declarations in the church that Freemasonry is to be condemned and you'll be excommunicated. So if you were to, submit to authority in that sense, that'd be a direct contradiction to so Freemasonry at the time. I'm not trying to make your point for you. I'm just trying to demonstrate that I think it actually ties into the debate prompt.
I'm making the argument, again, let me make it very clear. I'm making the argument that it's ironic that these individuals will accept a decentralized authority about who's in and out of Masonry. But when we ask them about Christianity, there's no actual authority or normative authority within church history to do anything like that. I think that's just absurd.
Well, equating Freemasonry with a religion as such as Christianity is absurd. That's the point that we're trying to make. And it's not that my Christian beliefs aren't important, but we're not here to debate.
But you said that Christianity was orthodoxy. You said in your opening statement, you said Christianity is above your tie to the lodge.
What? Or tied? No, I said.
Yes, you did. You said that the duty
personally submits.
You said the duty of the Mason to Christ is above the duty to the brothers.
The duty of a Mason to his own faith.
My duty is to Christ over the duty to the lodge.
Right. Okay. That's my point. Exactly.
But were you saying personally as them or more broadly as like all people?
Just like any other, I'm a member of the National City Club. It's a private club downtown.
False equation.
There's no
to equate that to Freemasonry is a totally false.
Just take your pick of any group.
Those groups don't require a belief in generic monotheism. And
I think Alcoholics Anonymous was a good example. I mean, this is an organization that requires a belief in a supreme being in order to go through the 12 steps. It's part of the 12 steps.
But your organization is not just requiring belief in a generic theism, as we've seen, as we actually suss that out. There's all of these other things that come into play, which is, and I'm arguing that the rest of the ethos of that system and the teachings that you guys have is antithetical to Christianity. First of all, there is no such thing as generic theism. And I'm illustrating that with the satanic point.
Yeah. And Freemasonry doesn't advocate that generic theism is true. It just accepts people of all faiths if they believe in it.
It never makes the claim that all faiths are equal, that it's all the same God.
Okay. So how do you reconcile the potential? Could I, for example, be a member of the Communist Party because they don't make any claims about anything? So let's say that there's a bunch of Marxist communists and I say, I'm a Christian Marxist. Does that make sense?
I'm not following you, sorry.
He's asking if it's possibly a Christian and a Marxist.
Is it antithetical to be a Christian and a member of the Marxist Party?
I would say so.
Okay.
Probably.
Is it antithetical to be a member of a Gnostic sect and to be?
I'm sure there are examples of people that felt that they were Marxist and Christian.
That's not what I asked. Is it theologically compatible?
And my opinion, no. Marxism, I would say no.
Okay. Is it theologically sensible to be a Christian and a Gnostic?
You know what? I think I might change my position. I'm not a communist by any means. I hate communism. But I think you could be a Christian and a communist because I think that we all miss the mark in our attempt to be Christian. I mean, there's so many different ways that I think any of us could be pointed out, certainly in judgment, the ways that we've behaved or acted or believed that's hypocritical to the faith. And so I would say that if somebody really genuinely believes that Jesus Christ died, rose again for the forgiveness of all sin.
Do you see his body language now? Like now he's all closed off. He's got his arms crossed. Like he looks really nervous now for sure.
Yeah. What Jay Dyer doesn't want to tell people is that there were Freemason communists and they took over the church that Jay Dyer belongs to. It's pretty weird. Yeah.
Wah, wah, wah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's roboting really hard for me. Hold on. I'm going to go out and come back in.
Yeah, interesting.
Right. I seem to miss that part.
I mean, these guys kind of look like Soviet communists too. If you kind of look at their physiognomy or whatever, like these guys, I don't know, they kind of look a little Eastern European or something. So.
And they happen to be of a communist persuasion, even though those philosophies are inherently incompatible. I can't really think of any political philosophy that's 100% congruent with Christianity other than just Christianity.
Okay. Is it possible to be a Gnostic and a Christian at the same time?
Define Gnosticism.
The early Christian sects that teach the Gnostic teaching.
My personal belief is Gnosticism is heretical, but I think a Gnostic would believe themselves to be a Christian.
So again, you keep saying my personal beliefs. You don't think that is objectively the case. You just think that it's subjective. So this is the Masonic mind double.
He's saying it's true because it's his personal belief. Yeah.
What I believe.
Well, they're Protestant, right? So, I mean, aren't you the only... So Orthodox and Catholics would say different than... I mean, isn't it up to each Protestant to decide that for themselves? They gave a different framework of belief than you do.
So again, like the initial argument that there's no authorities, which was qualified to be, there are authorities in the sense of bodies who govern the Masonic orders and decide who's in and who's out, tells me again that what you find is at every point when you really boil into what they mean, it gets redefined to be the very thing that they initially said in the sales pitch is not that, right? So the sales pitch is it's a free-thinking society of men building a better world to make men better. What is the standard by which you judge and know what makes something better or good? What's the value judgment there?
That's a good question. I don't know that it's explicit. There are certainly opinions. There's certainly a culture.
So it's relative.
But it's not arguing for relativism. It's arguing for everybody pursuing the best version of themselves without making so many explicit claims as to what that is.
Relative.
Let me ask you this, Jay.
Here we go.
Would you say that Lutheranism is incompatible with Christianity?
We don't recognize Lutheranism as Christianity.
Okay. What about any form of Protestantism, whether it's Baptist, Church of Christ? It's just not Christian.
No.
Incompatible with Christian.
They're Christian in name, but not authentically.
Okay, so the only legitimate, authentic Christians in your point of view are Greek Orthodox?
No, any Orthodox.
Any Orthodox, excuse me. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Okay, so if you are not an Orthodox Christian, even if you think that you're going to a Christian church or you're a Christian, you're not legitimately a Christian. You're either mistaken or fallen or... Okay.
How is that incompatible with...
I'm not making a claim. I just wanted to point...
It's a rhetorical point to make me seem like the dogmatist and you guys are the free thinkers, which is why I preemptively argued at the beginning that they're actually dogmatists and not free thinkers.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about like what we're not and all this, but I'm happy to just talk about what we are. You can call it dogma if you're a sales pitch.
I'm just, for the sake of the audience, either listening online or they're here, Jay does not believe that you're a Christian unless you're Orthodox.
Yeah.
So again, this was a rhetorical note. It's not an argument. It's a rhetorical. This is an appeal to the audience fallacy. I want everybody to note that.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you this, and let me ask you a little bit different question. Can you...
Would anyone just like to know?
Can you be... what's an example, like another secular organization? Can you be a member of the Green Party and a Christian? Or is the Green Party incompatible with Christianity? The Libertarian Party, how about another example? Can you be a formal member, dues-paying member, whatever, of the Libertarian Party, and is that compatible with Christianity?
Your question is a false analogy comparing it to the Masonic Society, which I do not accept and do not grant is a non-theological society. Your argument is premised on that, and the whole opening 20 minutes demonstrated that you guys are theologically inclined. You just act like you're not, so it's a false equivalence. What is it? The Masonic Lodge is not like the Green Party because the Masonic Lodge requires theological beliefs, even though you say you don't.
It just requires the belief in a supreme being, though. If it is a compatible, it's a compatible belief with Christianity because Christianity also has this.
Notice what he just did there. He said, we only require belief in a supreme authority when we already saw in the first 30 minutes that he qualified that to say, well, you can't be a Satanist and you got to believe this, you got to believe this. So there's all these other things. It's a sales pitch when they say it's just this one thing you have to believe. Then they turn around and qualify it with a giant paragraph of all the other things that you can't be and have to believe. It's inconsistent. That's the point. You don't see that argument?
No.
Oh, come on, dude.
I don't.
One dogma that's then qualified by a giant paragraph of actually what it really means. It's not one dogma.
It's not a what? I'm sorry?
It's not one dogma.
One dogma.
It's not just one dogma.
Very few dogmas.
Okay. So moving the goalpost is what we call that.
Yeah. So there's requirements for membership.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah. Call it a sales pitch. However you want to frame it, you can do that. It's just the truth. I said the simple version was a belief in supreme being, and then I said there's more to it than that, and then we can get into it later. There's no attempt to hide, or it's a simplification for the matter of debate.
It's moving the goalpost. That's not simplification.
We'll call it what you
One's a fallacy, one's explaining.
There's lots of beliefs and teachings within Masonry. There's few requirements or dogmas, one of which is this belief in a supreme being to whom all men are accountable. That's the way it's worded in Tennessee. Might be worded differently in other jurisdictions. Tennessee, you have to be of lawful age, which we require 18. Some jurisdictions it's 21. You can't be a female. You can't be an atheist. You have to be of sound mind. We say you can't be an old man in dotage, which is essentially, you have to match your moral faculty.
Can't be Joe Biden.
Yeah, can't be Joe Biden. So yeah, there's some base level requirements. And then as we are interviewing people, we try to discover your moral character, so to speak. And, that can be subjective, I would suppose. We're not experts in that, but we do our best in trying to figure out who you are as the individual. For me, at least, I would say, if you're a Satanist, don't meet the requirements. If you're a communist, I would say that would also not meet the requirements.
But is it up to you?
It's up to the individual lodge, and it's a unanimous vote. So yeah, in some ways, if
one lodge could accept the Satanist, another one couldn't.
It's theoretically possible, but I've been a Mason for 18 years now. I know thousands of Masons. I've never met.
The point isn't that it's.
Could a lodge let someone in who shouldn't get in? Yes,
no.
That happens.
The question is, how do you determine what good moral character is? What's the standard? And Jay said that's a good question. So, if this is a society based around ethics and values and value judgments, those are metaphysical, ethical claims. I want to know what the good is. How do we determine the good?
I think that's up to you. It's up to you with your relationship with God.
Okay, but your other Masonic brothers can be Hindus who determine the good according to Hinduism, right?
Yeah, there's a situation in which that's the case, yeah.
Okay, so how do we know what the good is? It sounds relativist again.
I don't know that Freemasonry makes a claim as to which of those persuasions is correct.
It doesn't.
So then how are you making good men better if you don't even know whether Hinduism is better than Protestantism or not?
Because it doesn't make those claims in the context of like path to salvation when it comes to our system, like you asked, how do we make good men better? We do have moral and philosophical teachings.
Which are what? Based on what?
Philosophy and morals that are brought in, that are Bertrand Russell's. No, you teach them. Let me answer and I'll just tell you. That's easy. You can just quit cutting me off and I'll just tell you. So we teach the 4 cardinal virtues: fortitude, prudence, temperance, and justice.
Why are we supposed to accept those? Like, who says who?
This is what we teach.
Okay. But why are we supposed to think that that's right?
You don't really have to.
Well, do they make a claim? Relativism and subjectivism, which we've been taking. Do they make a claim that that's right? Or is it just that's part of the group? And if you want to join it, so be it?
Well, we teach that that those are right. We teach that the 7 liberal arts and sciences are the way to make yourself, or a way to make yourself a better man. The trivium.
I'm starting to doubt all of the Masonic conspiracies now, because there's no way that this sect could have actually organized any meaningful revolution in history. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah.
It's just a joke.
Yeah.
Rather get mad now. So
I'm not angry. I just don't have a response.
No, that's. You ask for us to answer a question, we start to ask.
Okay. Do you think that you have to be you mentioned philosophy. Do you think you have to be philosophically
that out right
consistent in
there.
your argumentation?
Sure.
Do you have to be for what? To be a Mason in a debate?
I think that joke says it all. That's the business of why they're here. They're here to downplay Freemasonry or whatever. So as much as the arguments that Jay Dyer is going to make that this, that, and the third thing is there, it's all softball shit so that these guys could just say, well, there is no dogma. And he could say, well, isn't that contradictory to the fact that, you guys are Christians? And then you say, like, well, this downplays the achievements of the Freemasons. Blah, 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 as a joke. Saying that they're not taking credit for any of those achievements anyways. So, I mean, it's a perfect joke for them. So it's pretty weird.
Right, we teach the 7 liberal arts and sciences are the way to make a way to make yourself a better man. The trivium.
I'm starting to doubt all of the Masonic conspiracies now, because there's no way that this sect could have actually organized any meaningful revolution in history. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah.
It's just a joke, dude.
Yeah.
Rather get mad now, so.
I'm not angry. I just don't have a response.
No, that's. You ask for us to answer a question, we start to ask.
Okay. Do you think that you have to be you mentioned philosophy. Do you think you have to be philosophically consistent in your argumentation?
Sure.
Do you have to be for what? To be a Mason in a debate? Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be ideal. Yeah.
Okay. So, can I make fallacious arguments against Masonry, or would you call it out?
We'd call it out.
Thank you. So when you guys make bad arguments and I ask you what the standard of the good is, and you say it's just these virtues,
Let me give you a play-by-play. He's like, let me give you a play-by-play of what just happened. He's like, we are in a debate where we do not accept fallacious arguments. So basically what we have here is a failure to communicate.
Exactly. We don't need no civil war. No, wait, that's wrong. I don't like Axl Rose. What movie was that from? Does anybody know?
I forgot, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But yeah, that is interesting. Honestly, I almost missed that whole joke thing where it kind of was getting numb to the whole thing, and so I'm glad you pointed that out, because it is pretty weird. He just kind of as they started actually answering, he actually interrupted them and said, "Oh, I don't believe you guys could actually infiltrate anything because you guys are so inconsistent and wishy-washy."
Just these virtues. Okay. It is those and more.
It's part of it and more, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to it.
And then you say that a Hindu can be in and he can have his
system, and this other guy.
Yeah,
over
bro, they
here
said that
can
like
be a
20
prop.
times. Like, fuck, dude. Like, is he in a
But our
fucking like
Hindus are
loop?
monotheists, so how does that work?
They are
Hindus are
monotheists.
are they?
They are, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I think a lot of
And
people would
whatever.
not know that.
That's the point. Is that there is no standard of good by which you're making good men better. It's arbitrary, and I can't figure out how am I going to be a philosophically better man.
Like all the Hindus, they gotta have a top dog, and that
Well, okay,
top
well,
dog
what about
is
Buddhists? Buddhists are not.
it's
so Buddhists
usually
can't be good?
Brahmin,
Is that what they're saying? Yeah.
Buddhists don't have one. Yeah, Buddhists say there's no top dog.
Yeah, so they're not a monotheistic religion, so I think Buddhists would not be qualify. But why would they keep them out? I mean, that's fucked up
Right.
too.
Yeah.
We're going to make good men better if there's no standard of what makes men good. If it's subjective and you allow satanic, demonic people like Hindus, they have a satanic religion. If they're allowed to come in and say that, well, my standard of good is to worship Shiva, can I be a thuggy and be a Mason? Temple of Doom?
I don't know what that is.
It's a joke, dude.
I don't know. Yeah.
Nobody's
That's
seen Temple of
false.
Doom. It's incompatible.
That's false. And he's equating not only Hinduism with Satanism, but also criminal activity. So that's actually really bad. You know,
Well,
like,
didn't
even-
Annapurna say? Didn't she say something like the Temple of Doom was like the biggest blow to her friggin' like it got her in the gut because it was like so untrue.
What Temple of Doom? What is that?
The movie, like Raiders of the Lost Ark, the Temple of Doom, or not Temple of Doom, the other one, the first one, the one that was based over there, but it was like totally wrong.
It's Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah, they made up a lot of shit.
Indiana
It's
Jones,
like-
yeah.
Yeah, it's like Jayish appropriation of Hindu shit.
Yeah. See, and that's what I said. That I think that's the joke he was making, sort of. I mean, it seemed like that. Like, that's kind of weird. I don't like it.
Edible Christianity. Okay, so yeah, it is. All right, this is let's pivot for a second and talk about oaths. This is an interesting topic because in Freemasonry you have to take oaths. I don't want to speak for you guys, but my understanding is that's the case. And I want to read a Bible verse from James 5:12, which says, "Above all, my brothers and sisters, do not swear, not by heaven or earth or anything else. All you need to say is a simple yes or no. Otherwise, you will be condemned." Now, I'll just take it over to the Masons here. Either of you guys can pick this up, but how do you interpret that verse and also take oaths in on your journey ascent in Freemasonry? Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, so my interpretation doesn't come from Freemasonry. It's just what I was taught that verse meant and what I tend to agree with what that verse meant. I'd be interested to hear Orthodoxy's take on that verse. But it's, and there's an allusion there to also what Jesus says something similar with let your yes be a yes, sermon on the Mount. Yes, so my understanding is that this is in reference to frivolous, malicious oath-taking in the context of like, if I owe Chase money and I say, hey man, I swear to God, I'm going to pay you back on Friday. You're invoking the name of God in a frivolous fashion. In order to sometimes deceive or manipulate. It's not incompatible with a serious or solemn oath of the vows that I took to my wife when we were married. That's an oath that I take seriously. I don't think that James is speaking or Jesus is speaking against those types of oaths. We see those types of oaths in the military. We see them in oaths of office. You even see it in the Bible in Hebrews. I believe it's chapter 7. You're talking about the priest
Credit
class
card
of Melchizedek.
contract.
And it says in order to be, I'm paraphrasing, obviously I can get the real quote, but that in order to be one of these priests of Melchizedek, you have to take this oath, and that there are others who did not take that oath. So I've not viewed that verse as being anti-oath. It's anti-frivolous, malicious, misleading oath.
Before we open it up for open discussion, just a quick clarifying question is, what is the principle by which an oath goes too far in the form of James 5:12?
It's like if you were to say, I swear to God, I'll be there tomorrow on time.
That's a good example, but do you have like a principle? So what is the sorting principle for the two things, where it's good or bad? Is there a line in the sand, or is it just kind of a...
Well, I think, it's a good question. I haven't really thought about how to define it explicitly, but I would say that when we get married, for example, our marriage vows are oaths that are totally compatible with Christianity. So that's an example of an oath that's acceptable, right? And then there's ones that are obviously frivolous. And I think what the point was with Jesus saying, let your yes be yes and let your no be no, is just be such an honest person that all you have to do is say yes or no.
Yeah, I actually agree with all that. I don't take any issue with any of that. I would say that, obviously we take oaths. If we go to court, you lay your hand on the Bible, you take an oath. I don't see any problem with that. I don't think we've ever had a problem with that. We take an oath in marriage, as they pointed out. But I would say that the blood oaths that are required for Masonry might be problematic.
What do you mean by blood oath? Like the blood oath bill?
Oaths mean.
I'm sorry?
You need like what your oaths mean.
Well, when I hear blood oath, I think of, and maybe I'm just totally wrong about this, so please clarify. I think of like somebody actually cutting their hand open and there's blood involved in the oath.
I mean, don't you take an oath to have your throat slit should blah, 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 blah happen?
So there's penalties in these obligations. we won't discuss the specifics of those obligations. Yeah, you can laugh at that. You can go find them online if you want.
Well, if you find them online, why can't you?
And I would. Well, I'll explain. I will.
Okay, yeah, this is getting kind of weird. Like I'm starting to get a little. I don't know. It's pretty weird. It's a pretty weird
yeah.
interaction.
Yeah, it is.
Simply say that if you believe those are literal oaths,
maybe
is that your claim?
Maybe you interpret it symbolic. That's why I said depending upon how one interprets those oaths. Now I know that there have been cases like the William Morgan affair where it was not interpreted as purely symbolic. Maybe you guys nowadays don't hold to that, so I don't want to be unfair to you. I would steelman your position, but I mean, like, in your rights, for example, and you can correct me if this is wrong. In the Royal Arch degree, you reveal that the true name of God is Jabulon, Yahweh, Baal, and On. So that's in your liturgies. That's your rites and your rituals. That's not your theologians or your speculators here. I don't see how that any Christian would literally think that the name of God is Jabulon and then say that this is not a theological society and I can interpret this however I want. That just doesn't make any sense.
I would argue that Freemasonry never makes a claim as to what the real name, true name of God is.
I mean, is that part of the Royal Arch degree?
I don't believe so.
And the York Rite Capitular side doesn't have the name Jabulon?
I do not believe that Freemasonry claims to define the name of God explicitly, correct?
So that you're saying that is not part of the Royal Arch degree in the York Rite's Capitular side?
It's been a long time since I've seen that degree, but yes, that is what I'm saying.
All right. So everybody note this because he's making a claim that I think I don't have the whole liturgy in front of me of the rites, but I don't think that's true. But when you go into lodge and I see, for example, that there's the floor and that there's the Jachin and Boaz and all this temple symbolism, how is all of this Old Testament temple stuff not religious?
What's your definition of religious?
Well, you told me
Because
and you
they
said
took
it's
the
not
high
a religious
priestess
philosophy.
out.
Yet when
Yeah, they have
Say that
that
again.
whole those two pillars that they have in the Masonic Lodge. He said that's Joachim and Boaz or Joachim. How I don't know how to say it, but it's J, it's B and J, and it's Boaz on the left and on the right is So it says BJ behind her on the wall on the two pillars on the high priestess card, and it's the same thing that they have in Masonry. And they just took the high priestess out. It's pretty much like clear as day. It's funny.
walk into a lodge, it's a celestial vision into the heavens and the stars, and there's Jachin and Boaz, which is out of the Old Testament. It's the temple. We just, by the way, toured the...
I see what you're saying, Jay. There are certainly elements of Freemasonry that are derived from religion, and specifically King Solomon's Temple, Jacob, Boaz, all that stuff, yes.
But it's not a religion, it's a philosophy.
Correct.
These are symbols. The entire name Freemasons comes from stonemason guilds. We use the tools of Masons. We use the story of the building of King Solomon's Temple to teach certain moral and philosophical principles. Just because we have a story out of the Old Testament or the pillars that were outside of.
Just a story, or is every element of the lodge in some way symbolic of metaphysical realities like the tile floor and the dualities in nature and Jachin and Boaz, the two pillars from the temple? Is it?
He almost told us where it was. He almost did.
Not, for example, based on Kabbalah?
It has elements of Kabbalah and some parts of Masonry.
So again, the ambiguity in the term, it's just a philosophy, not a religion, is ambiguous precisely because you can elastically remove how far you want to make religion and theology when, again, I think this whole discussion has shown that there's all kinds of theological positions.
My body is a temple.
Throughout, not just the
certainly theological positions and principles are brought forth, but for the sake of contemplation, not so much as for the sake of making a claim as to their...
I'm not a Kabbalist just because there's elements.
Yeah, but the point is not, are you a Kabbalist? The point is that it's not just a philosophy, it's replete with theological meaning.
Do you think that religions contain philosophy?
Yeah, but that's not the question. The question is Freemasonry just a philosophy?
If they do contain philosophy, we can't pull those.
That's a fallacy because it's a parts whole fallacy. I'm arguing against your position that you said it's just a philosophy. I didn't claim that there's no overlap between religion and philosophy. You said it's just a philosophy.
Yeah, and I said that we pull those philosophies from different religions.
So then it's not just a philosophy. It's also a religious group.
No.
How's it not?
I don't understand how it is religious just because certain elements of Freemasonry are...
Your liturgy,
Freemasonry has
rituals include the name of God and secret tetragrammaton. It's obviously religious. What are you talking about? And then you're casting it as, it's not religious, it's just a bunch of bros and we're whatever. Like, no, you're actually doing religious-based rituals.
I think that you can have ceremonies, rituals, initiations, whatever you want to call them, that have elements derived from religions without making any explicit religious claims.
But you already made a bunch of explicit religious claims in the first hour.
Just that God exists?
No, then you qualified it to say it's not just God exists, actually, in fact. That was the point.
I'm not following.
Okay, yeah, you are. You just don't want to...
Wait, I have a question here. So it's the temple part aside, I'm not sure exactly what you're referencing about the Jabulon thing. If there's an explicit claim on God itself, which is, it seems like that's what Jay insinuating, that does seem like that would be in violation of some pretty core Christian principles. What is the Okay, actually, can you just flesh out what that is and have them?
So I'm trying to find their actual older.
Did you know this reference? What is Jabulon?
I'm not familiar.
No. Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that either.
So it's the older Royal Arch Masonry rituals, which include the term Jabulon, which is supposedly the lost sacred name of God. And by the way, it's not just some internet site. I mean, it's also, I mean, the name of God is a huge issue that Albert Mackey, as an example, not an authority, as an example, says that finding out who the name of God is and what the name of God is, he says, is very important to Masons because it must be determined through a Kabbalistic Zohar-based interpretation. And he says, if you want to know where to look at this, he says, look to the Talmud and the Zohar. So again, the Tetragrammaton is, according to him, the male and female principles of nature, the generative and prolific energies of creation. So this is all metaphysical, theological speculation. And then they're saying that, no, it's just a philosophy, it's just these symbols, and you can maybe craft it into whatever you want. Where do you get the idea that you can take all the symbols of Solomon's temple and craft them into anything that you want? To me, that's preposterous.
I don't think we're crafting them into anything that we want. We're very specific on what those symbols mean.
I thought you said that I can, if I'm a Hindu.
Let me provide some.
If I'm a Hindu and I'm
let me provide some context. You know, if you look at masonry throughout history, there was operative masonry, and then it became speculative.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the reason King Solomon's Temple is such a landmark, for lack of a better term, in Freemasonry is because it's like one of the most famous historical examples of architecture and the principles of masonry being applied from an operative standpoint. And so I think when the craft was crafted, it was used as like a setting and a frame of reference and a keystone to develop the symbolic philosophy of the fraternity.
Yeah, but you keep saying philosophy to make it not religious and theological when all of this is religious theological, and then you're removing the context and saying, well, they're just really personal symbols. For example, all masonry says that it is the job of masonry, as far as I'm aware, to, quote, rebuild the Temple of Solomon, and you guys debate.
Never heard that.
Never heard that before.
Correct.
It is the job. Say it again.
It is the goal and the job of masonry to rebuild the Temple of Solomon.
I disagree with that.
Okay, so we just went to the giant Masonic monument in D.C. I put this up, and you can find this very easily. And by the way, most of these Masonic authors that I have here all say that the job of the Mason is to rebuild the Temple of Solomon.
You got that quote?
Yeah. Yeah. So when we went to the Alexandria monument, we got a walkthrough from the historian at the Alexandria monument. And Jamie, you were there. Did the guy not say that it's the job of the Mason to rebuild the Temple of Solomon? Thank you. Because that is what he said. Now, you could disagree with that. Perhaps that's something that individual Masons.
In the ritual.
So I don't know. It's pretty weird. Like, I don't know.
That's what the guy is going to say. I can tell you that's what the guy is going to say. He doesn't mean literally.
Right. Yeah.
That's
No,
what
of course.
he's gonna say.
That's kind of what I'm getting here too. It's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's kind of weird how they're kind of,
Dancing around in a circle and supposing while the truth knows or lies in the center and knows. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Totally.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of getting bored of this because, like, it is getting interesting, but it's also getting more boring in a sense. It's like
it kind of is, right? Because like
Yeah.
you can only watch so much of it. Maybe it's just our short attention spans. No.
I mean,
No,
not really.
not
We
really.
did it. We gave
No.
him a pretty fair shake. I mean, if Machine wants to watch this, I'm okay with it. But it's also kind of like at this point, it's kind of
It's pretty much looping. Yeah, it's looping
Yeah.
hardcore. Like even from most of the debates we watch, like this is a highly repetitive like interaction.
like I do appreciate what Jay's doing, but he could have just went straight for the jugular like an hour ago rather than like waiting an hour and then circling back to like,
He
Yeah,
really
does he
wants
not
to-
have any other points like to make against
Yeah.
Freemasonry, like other than this one point? Like this is.
I
the
don't
thing,
even know that he's actually making points against Freemasonry. Actually,
But
like literally.
It's almost like he's like running out the clock by keep on trying to hammer the same dead nail.
Is he
you know, like,
filibustering? That's what they call it, filibustering. Yeah.
oh, this actually looks interesting. I might watch a little of this one. Here, I got a good one for you guys.
Soren has a debate with Metaphysics Mike, and I have some disagreements with Mike. He's a Indian, but we have very similar refutations of Trinitarianism. And I don't think he's discussed what I've discussed about the differences between Nicaea 325 and 381, but he knows the concept problem. And he's very good to point this out and to focus on this exact point to refute Trinitarianism. That the 325 creed, the 325 theology was a generic unity between the Father and the Son, whereas 381 is a numeric unity between the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Remember, in Nicaea 325, it's only the Father and the Son, but then in 381, it's Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. There's three persons now that have been formally established, which is the reason why it's the first reason why I left the church back in 2011, 2012. And Mike is going to nail Alex. Let me rephrase. Mike's going to humiliate this man on this point. And this is the central point in dealing with the Trinity doctrine. Really, no other issue needs to be discussed beyond this. I mean, once you have hit this point, it's over. The 325 Creed contradicts the 381 Creed, which not only refutes the Trinity doctrine, it refutes the church's claim of charisma, that there is a charisma working through the church, and there's some this inspired consistency going on in the ecumenical councils, which they contradict each other. And again, Martin Luther talked about this a lot. I don't think he talked about this exact point, but he discussed how there's all kinds of contradictions in the ecumenical councils, which refutes this logos theology and this idea that there's some special charisma in the church. So let us observe. I'm at the 1 hour, 9 minute mark of the debate between Metaphysics Mike and Alex Soren. And let us watch the humiliation commence.
Identity, I'm going to say God is the Father. That's his identifier. Okay, so is that like a yes or no, right? Is the Father God by his identity only? Or is the Son and Holy Spirit also God by identity? Again, I don't know what you mean, so I don't want to commit to an answer that's improper. You don't know? Father is his identifier. Okay, so what's let me tell you this. There's one God, the Father. Awesome, thank you. All right, so what's the difference between an is of identity and an is of predication?
Okay, so to clear that up for my listeners, Nicaea 325 was saying that Jesus was God by predication, meaning generic unity. The Father and the Son are the same kind of thing. Whereas in 381, the later creeds, and even Hosius's translation of the 325 Creed, which is obviously a Latin later invention, that the Father and the Son are the same exact cardinal thing. Unia substantiae compatre. Again, this is the most difficult thing for these Christians. When you read the 325 Creed in Greek, it says homoousios to patre, which the word homo in Greek does not mean one. It means same kind of thing. Okay, and then in the Latin translation, Hosius puts in unia substantiae compatre, which shows you the Latin church was already moving people away from 325. They were trying to make people think that 325 was a generic unity of predication. Okay, so again, predication means 325 generic unity. Identity means monoousios, numeric identity between the Father and the Son.
Well, an example of that would be like you say the sky is blue. You're not saying that it is blueness itself. You're just describing by predication, right? If you say that an is of identity would be actually identifying. Giggling, you're so funny. I mean, isn't that true? Isn't that no, it's not. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so yeah, I mean, you're social. The Father's the one God, but you're just asking me. You don't know what identity means. Is there a question, James? It up. This is narrative. This all right, so okay, all right, so ask the question. My name's Mike. I'll give you one more chance. What's the question? What is the difference, the real difference between an is of identity and an is of predication? Do you know? I explained to you how I understand it. If that's wrong, feel free to correct me. All right, so I told you an is of identity is to say that two things are like the same, right? Like saying Metaphysics Mike and Michael Temperato. They have the same identity. But an is of predication is going to
381 Creed.
Be qualitative. So you could say that Mike is. Dude, that's literally what I said. When I said this guy is no qualitative, you dummy. You're trying to make me look bad and get a clip. So it wasn't about. How is that not what I said? Gotcha, Alex. So it wasn't that part about the sky. It was about what you said regarding identity. Clip farming. You don't know. Of yourself. And now you're just commentating. I just told you. I'm not talking about your statement about the sky, Alex. Great. I'm talking about your statement about identity. I object to your attitude. Yeah. Okay, got it. Listen, you don't know the difference between an is of predication and identity. I literally explained it.
They're not going to. They're not going to talk to these Christian theologians. Their mentors are not going to talk to them about this. Most of the time, their mentors don't even know themselves. Again, when you go to Philip Schaff's record of the Creed of 325 and 381, the comparison that he does in his work in Philip Schaff, and he shows you that the phrase of the essence of the Father is removed from the Creed, which was originally in the 325. Okay, and they have to do that because if the Father and the Son are the same numeric being, then there is no generation. There's generation of what? Nothing. If they're the same numeric being, then there's nothing generated. The 325 Creed was more consistent. It was saying, yes, the Father and the Son are two different numeric things, but the Son finds his origin in the Father. Yeah.
The exact same way that you did, you idiot. No, you didn't. All right, so I said it's blue is the quality of the sky. That's an is of predication. All right, that's good.
See, like this kind of seems ridiculous, though. It's like so Southern Israelite and this other guy are saying, well, they were still Trinitarian before, but it was more precise with the language, and it got more murky. But Trinitarian stuff is still correct. I mean, Trinitarianism came like in the 1st century or 2nd century. Am I wrong about that? I mean, didn't out of like Alexandria or whatever, like wasn't this well established well before 300 something? You know what I mean? I mean, unless I'm missing something, I don't know, but.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tertullian was a Trinitarian.
Yeah, and that's like what 280 or 150 or something. I mean, pretty early on. I'm just trying to understand, like, what like it seems like they're nitpicking over like.
It says Tertullian died in 240.
Right, so 100 years basically before any of the shit comes up, essentially. So
155 to 220. So there was Trinitarians in the late 100s at least. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Pretty much.
So that's kind of why I'm like, I just don't understand what they're trying to
Yeah,
get
so
at.
your point is pretty good. It's like they missed the mark by pretty much like 200 years or so, at least, right? But yeah.
Right. It just kind of seems that they're just kind of nitpicking over like wording, which again, I'm not saying is totally unworthy of, speaking about, but it's like, I just, again, like, I don't like this. But I don't understand the argument.
Yeah, they're not being charitable enough. But I've seen Joel and also TBE and EBT bring up this guy Alex Soren. So there's been a lot of guys bringing up this guy. So
well, he's a lawyer from Michigan. I think he's like some sort of like and because he keeps hosting all these ortho guys, Deacon Ananias and stuff. So he's like some sort of like, personal injury attorney or something. I don't know, something like that. I mean, it's out there. You can Google him and find out. I mean, I'm not doxing the guy or anything. He calls himself a lawyer. So, I mean, you can look him up, but, so yeah, I don't know exactly what his deal is, but he's definitely like one of the new golden boys that I'd never heard of before, like 2 weeks ago, but I guess he's been around,
right.
For some period of time, but that's what I'm saying is like, it just seems weird. Like all these people just kind of come out of the woodwork and they're heavily promoted, but like, I'm like, how do all these people seem to know each other, and work together? Cause like, I mean, yeah, I mean, I've never been invited to work with any of these people, even when I was in their good graces. So, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Like, I don't know how they're vetting their people, but like, they're certainly not pulling up from the ranks of like the audience to like bring them into the fold. Right. You know what I mean? So obviously they're vetting them some other way, I would say. Because I definitely never saw this Soren guy in any chats or anything. I'm not going to beat that too much. I wanted to just watch a few minutes of this James Lindsay just to see like what he's talking about, because it's pretty weird. He brings up pseudo-traditionalism.
What it do?
In Nordic science. Yeah, myth of the blood. It's kind of weird. Like it does always go back to like blood and soil. So yeah, which is, kind of what the Jews are all about, seemingly. As well, so at least some sect of them. I'm just gonna play like a couple minutes of this. I'm not gonna beat this one to death either, but
Hey everybody, it's James Lindsay. You are listening to the New Discourses podcast, and we're spinning off another series to explore another crazy book. In this episode, we are going to dive into Alfred Rosenberg's The Myth of the 20th Century, which I actually introduced in the Nazi Experiment podcast series, volume 13. I know these things are sprawling. Where I actually read from this book to kind of follow up. I actually introduced it a little bit in volume 12 and then introduced it more thoroughly in volume 13. And I said we would probably explore more of this book. And boy, oh boy, is it crazy pants. So do we ever need to hear about it? So just to kind of very briefly introduce what the myth of the 20th century is and who Alfred Rosenberg was. Let's start with Rosenberg. Rosenberg was Hitler's chief ideologist. So he was given the job of writing the mythology of the Nazis. And this book, The Myth of the 20th Century, is the mythological framework that Alfred Rosenberg was creating for Nazis to believe. Now, this turns out to be a very interesting circumstance because as we read, if you remember, if we go back far enough into the episodes I did about Melita Moshman's Account Rendered, if you recall, Melita Moshman was a member of the girls' version of the Hitler Youth, which is called, the Bund Deutsche Model or something like that. Maybe I have that last word wrong, but it means basically the girls' league. So it's the young women's version of the Hitler Youth. Hitler Youth was for boys. This was for girls. And so she was a member of that. And she was 15 years old when she became a Nazi. And she talks very explicitly in that book about how basically nobody that was a normal Nazi believed the Nordic race mythology. But that's what Alfred Rosenberg was writing. And there are pretty good reasons to believe that lots of the leadership not only believed it, but set the Nazi course according to this mythology. This was the worldview, the contents, the mythological backbone, I should say, of the racial worldview that motivated the Nazis. And this book, The Myth of the 20th Century, is supposed to tell the story. It is itself an extension of a book that greatly inspired Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Project, which is called The Foundations of the 19th Century by Houston Stewart Chamberlain, who, if you've been keeping up with New Discourses type stuff, you will know was actually also himself inspired, at least in part, by Helena Blavatsky, who was the founder of Theosophy. And Theosophy has this concept that human beings are of different spiritual racial types. It's a very different belief to what the Nazis had, but some Nazis, including this Englishman, Houston Stewart Chamberlain, who went over to Germany to live most of the rest of his life and who wrote The Foundations of the 19th Century, adapted parts of Helena Blavatsky's New Age belief system that she called Theosophy, which is wisdom of God, if you translate the root words, into something called Ariosophy, which is the wisdom of Aryans, as in not Aryan, the Christian father, but Aryan with a Y, as in the race that the Nazis believed represented the highest of humanity. Now, of course, Blavatsky, not to get off on this sidebar, but just as an introduction, Blavatsky also believed that the Aryans represented the fifth level of the fifth root race or something like this. She outlined all these different root races, and the fifth root race of people were the Aryans. They were of the highest culture. They were people who were natural leaders who would come into an area and make sure that it developed. But that said, Blavatsky's belief was actually that more or less everybody alive at the end of the 19th century was Aryan. And maybe not everybody in Africa or whatever, but that this was the stage that humanity overall was at. This got turned into kind of a racial science, if we would use the word science, by other people, following in Blavatsky's wake, concluding that there were lots of inferior types, Atlanteans and Lemurians and so on, the fourth and third root races, and maybe even lower than that among humans. Now, in the Ariosophy of the Nazis, it was a stark contrast between two races in particular, the Aryan versus the Jew, who was seen as the lowest of all possible races, up against the Aryan as the highest of all possible races. This was determined by their capacity to build culture and be idealist. But we get off to the side. The point of this book was to create this Nazi mythology that, according to Melita Moshman, at least none of the young Nazis really believed and thought was all kind of crackpot, although they were all forced to be instructed in it. But the Nazi leadership did actually subscribe to quite a bit of it. They actually did believe their own BS about seizing the means of racial production in order to advance humanity, with Germany having the highest proportion or near highest proportion of Aryan blood still present in its population, Nordic Aryan blood within its population, and therefore possessing a natural advantage in being able to produce the master race of humans that would be able to advance humanity to its next stage. So the long-term vision of this myth of the 20th century is that the German Aryans, or the Germans will purify the Aryan race, I should say, the Aryan race, which will be primarily located in Germany and under German power, will expand into a vast empire, at least across Europe, and that the other races will be its vassals or its slaves. That's more or less the project, and this is the mythology given to justify it. So in the previous episode, I talked kind of at length at the beginning about this idea of traditionalism and something I called pseudo-traditionalism, and I made out the case that the woke right pretends to be traditionalist, but is actually pseudo-traditional. The short version of what that means is they act like traditionalists who have to cleave to the wisdom of the traditions of their people, and they have to value the historical lineage that brought them here, but that, because that's real traditionalism, and what pseudo-traditionalism is about creating a false tradition, a pseudo-tradition. I think the word for that in our time today is trad. So these trad people are pseudo-traditionalists who believe a pseudo-tradition, a false tradition, and act as traditionalists would with regard to the false tradition. And that false tradition is a mythology about your people, about your folk, about your nation. And that's what Rosenberg's job was to write. And like I said, it's interesting because a lot of the Nazi leadership subscribed and spiritual, meaning race is foundational to human life, bodies your race, and whatever race you are, therefore has that kind has absolute authority over what is true and false, not just what is right and wrong or matters of the soul, but over what is true and false about the world. Maybe it would be better to go back before Darwin and the theory of evolution and biology, which was also in the 19th century. Maybe it would be better to think differently. But the fact of the matter is that physics is maturing, chemistry is maturing, geology is maturing. Very fascinating story to the kind of, I forgot his first name, but the geologist, the father of modern geology, his name is Lyell, Lyell, Lyell. And a very interesting story about how geology modernized. 19th century is when that happened also. So what you have is the science is maturing and is thus massive reckoning with worldview. You cannot lean comfortably in whether it's myth, whether it's religion, whether it's some older story. You also have empire simultaneously expanding and then starting to falter. The 19th century sees, the massive expansion of Indian, Middle Eastern, and so on, African empire building by the European colonial powers, and then you see it starting to falter and contract. You see old institutions like slavery starting to fall. You have a lot going on in the 19th century. And what's going on sociologically and psychologically and culturally is that the maturation of the sciences and everything else going on in the world, but particularly the maturation of the sciences, is challenging the ability to think about the world in the same way, which kind of comes to this great big exclamation point in some sense in World War I, which starts in 1914. So just 15 years into the 20th century. So this is a very interesting time. So my guess is that you have a lot of mysticism, a lot of religion, and a lot of it's getting shaken up by science that people don't really understand yet. Science is maturing globally, and people are trying to make new sense out of old mystical and religious ideas. So he says, it is revealed, also revealed is the great peril in which the Nordic essence now finds itself, forces eating away at the inside of every land, together with the aroused sewage of the lower depths. That's the racial inferior people. Obligate everyone concerned about the total culture of Europe to create a solid front of Nordic destiny, one that will cut across the artificial confrontation of victors and vanquished every possible experience, and to limit the multitudinous options of a man's activities to specific areas exclusively devoted to them. Ignoring perceptive critical insights has led in all areas to the greatest relapses into barbarism. Kant's critique of knowledge clearly signified a conscious awakening in an era that had begun to weary of religious scholastic, the aridity of naturalism, and was a much broader approach to knowledge than what we have now, which is very rigorously empirical and what we think of as science. It was appeal to every human, but a younger generation, he says, one that is beginning to turn its back on this hothouse creation, meaning greenhouse, or one that can't survive the real elements of reality. Just like in our time, the younger generation is starting to question everything that we thought before, way things work. And then there's economics that is subverting it. He says the European researcher, as soon as he tries to utilize a discovery in a practical way, nevertheless always aims at the genuine achievement that he wishes to see incorporated into the system of cause and effect, of motive and result, as something produced and created. He sees work, inventions, and possessions as socially formative forces within a racial, national, or political community. Even Americans like Thomas Edison and Henry Ford have endorsed this spiritual attitude. Even the stock market, he says, was originally intended only as a device to smooth the transition from creation to consequence and between invention, product, and sale. Since he's introduced the stock market, where do you think he's going with this? Jeopardy theme song, MPG. Where do you think he's going with it, right? It was an expedient, he says, just like money itself. So the stock market is like money itself. It's an expedient. It's not real. It's there to facilitate stuff. Now, quite another function has developed from this originally useful service. The stock market and financial sciences presently play with fictions. They are magical legerdemain with numbers and a systematic distortion caused by certain circles in the transition from production to marketing. The masters of the modern stock market use mass hypnosis and doctored news to create panics.
I mean, it doesn't seem like he's saying much that I didn't already know, but interesting.
Moving into this, I just got a single question for you. Owen, how would eliminating to a net negative not?
Yeah, he may have I guess maybe overlooked the greater occult stuff, right? Or the value of that in discussing.
Yeah, he didn't really mention theosophy much, which kind of surprised me. I mean, I skipped around all the way to the end. He didn't really get that deep into it. So kind of like...
Yeah, he mentioned Helena Blavatsky, but he didn't really mention like how her theory about the Aryans fits into the esoteric Hitlerism and all of that type of stuff. And
well, exactly how it connects. I mean, I'm sure somewhere in there he kind of maybe glossed over it again, but I don't know. What's up, Raga? Yeah, this is just another debate review that this guy did, and I feel really weird watching this guy because like he has like no
what up, blessings. Yeah, I was watching a little bit of this Mason dude, the Mason dudes. Were they both Masons? The one guy I heard the one guy like off to the left speak more than the other dude.
The two guys against Jay Dyer.
Okay, so they're
Masons,
both they were both Masons. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that I was listening to a little bit of that earlier. That was it. That was interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and you know what? They're being disingenuous. They knew exactly what he meant when he said dogma. They're not retarded. They're playing. They can play dead if they want to, but we already know. Like, bro, come on, bro.
Right.
Anyways, yeah. What up, guys? What up? Yeah. Saw the thing, Neuro. Thought I'd pop on for a minute, see what y'all was up to.
We're just kind of skimming social media and YouTube, seeing like kind of what's going on. Because like I have this very sneaking suspicion that they're all kind of like, getting a memo about what they're selling.
Yeah, I mean it's getting pretty weird because they're talking about like how Jews are the problem, and then how Freemasons are the problem, and then also this other guy's doing a show on like white nationalism. So it's just pretty interesting how they're now opening the discussion about tons of issues that basically what our entire show's been about for a very long time. So it's very interesting to see these developments that these guys are simply just broaching these topics, and they're not really doing a very, I don't know, I'd say some's definitely being covered up in the way they're presenting the information.
I think they're presupposing the threshold. Did I scare you guys? Sorry.
No, I was putting jewelry on my Godzilla figurine. So, say
Oh,
that
how
again now?
cute.
That's probably the best response
Nice.
ever to why you didn't. Like, yeah, that's amazing.
That's
I gotta give
hilarious.
him I gotta give bro props for that. When was the last time y'all heard anybody like on one of these panels say some shit like that? That's wild. I love that. I fully am fine with that. Like that's totally fine.
Yeah. But
Carry
what
on,
about what I
sir.
said?
I look
The
forward to
truth is,
seeing it. That's all I'm saying.
the truth
Post some shit.
is, I actually literally was doing that when she said that. So, what do you mean by
Yeah.
threshold?
Like well, you know the threshold. Everybody has that threshold. Like, what is their limit of certain things? He's like, yeah, they're trying to gauge. That's what it came across as me. Is like everybody's trying to gauge where the threshold is in everybody else lately. I mean, that's basically what you're doing, Neurojack, right? Like whenever you're doing your panels and stuff, and like you're going on people's shows and stuff. No.
Yeah, he heard you. He'll just respond in like a minute.
Yeah, it's fine.
But
I can be patient.
yeah, but I don't know what this is on the screen. It's pretty trippy right here.
Actually, I can't wait because I'm supposed to be putting pants on so I can go and get the van from Cassandra. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. Probably. I was just kind of popping in to because I was listening.
Yeah,
but
sorry
I
about
had-
that.
Yeah.
Pill Eater called me, and I said I want to talk to you, but why don't you just come on here and like tell me a bunch of shit that's on your mind, because he's got some stuff cooking, and he doesn't
Yeah,
get a
let's-
chance to jump on here often, so I wanted to invite him to come jump on and tell
Yeah.
us some shit.
Yeah, let's let Billy or cook.
Yeah, because it's kind of like it's kind of like we're kind of hitting this crescendo of everything we're saying. So I apologize, Zephyr. I didn't catch your answer all the way, but if somebody could summarize really briefly, I would. What did you mean by threshold?
It's like that everybody's got their threshold for what, insert X here, and it seems like everybody is going around like real methodically and checking everybody's thresholds,
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people do have their triggers for sure. I know what you mean when you say that. Yeah, I think when you say threshold, you mean triggered point, to where if that's
Yeah.
said, if that's talked about, battle time. That's what you're getting at.
Yeah. And people are like pressing those limits with each other pretty hard right now, like pushing it out like the Overton window,
Yeah, and I think what people are going to realize is that strain they're feeling that they want to then bring to the other person, eventually they're going to get tired of that and tired of being in that energy, because it doesn't solve anything. We're all got pressure we all got pressure from some angle hitting us. But to take that and put that on our brothers or our sisters, it really doesn't solve anything. It just makes matters worse. And it's us looking for an axe to grind. You know what I'm saying? And personally, I just would rather be in like chill, positive energy because it feels better. So why do I want to knock motherfuckers down when I can lift them up? Like that's just kind of where I'm at. But
that's why I blame.
There you go. Yeah. Well, you got this, man. Pants on and Godspeed.
How do you know I got pants on? I just put them on. Actually, that's really
Well,
funny.
you just
that
said
said
that. So
I know. I thought I was going to.
planning
It doesn't
on
mean I was
fitting
actually
that in
doing it.
Well, I was trying to
Yeah,
fit it
yeah.
in before you rolled. So
Yeah.
I was
Well,
giving you like
definitely
I was
good.
giving you the reggae send off. You know what I'm saying?
I could have just had some. Oh yeah, that's great. I love the reggae send off.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm out of here, guys. Bye.
And also, some of the things that you've become well known for talking about and debating.
Well, I'm known as maybe the premier bloodsport debater on the right wing side. I debate almost every issue imaginable from a Christian foundational view, including politics. So the way I got in the space was by pure accident. It was during COVID-19. They had shut all the businesses down. I was a robotics mechanic, and I worked in meat plants, and they shut those down in Michigan because
he for real sounds like a foghorn, bro. Does anybody ever said anything about that? He for real with Andrew Wilson with your foghorn ass.
Yeah. Yeah, packing meat's got to be some type of euphemism,
He'd be up in there like, I'm Andrew Wilson. All right, carry on, gentlemen. My bad.
Governor at the time, her name is Gretchen. She's still the governor, Gretchen Whitmer.
Yeah, there she is.
That was part of her whole device
Gretchen
for
Whitmer.
Michigan was shutting everything down. So
Yeah, there's our great governor, Gretchen Whitmer, the witch governor of Michigan. And I definitely want to believe that she's not a witch. But yeah, she definitely does look exactly like a traditional witch. But yeah. So yeah, I hope she doesn't crucify me anytime soon, but yeah.
So I was basically furloughed. And when that was happening, I was extremely pissed off. And so what I did was I went on Facebook and other places like this and started arguing with progressives, much like the Coomer Gremlin, who you recently debated, people like that. And some of them actually had little video shows. And so I'd started to ask to come up and talk to them. Hey, why don't you have me up on your little show here? And then I'd go on the show and obliterate them. And after a while, that picked up a little bit of steam. People started putting it on YouTube. And then the content became popularized. And here I am. Never thought in a million years I'd be an entertainer. And I never thought in a million years that I would be engaged in as many high-profile debates as I have been.
And why do you enjoy doing this? Because a lot of people think it's
because I hate
a weird thing to do.
leftists. So, I mean, just like, if you want me to be blunt.
Why do you hate leftists?
Because they're psychopaths who are going to destroy everything that I care about through idle empathy.
Do you mean progressives or do you mean leftists?
Both.
Like the entire left?
I consider the delineation of the threshold minute.
Because?
Because when you really get into the granularity, it's all about ethics, and they don't have any. And so because there's no ethical foundation, all you're talking about is degrees of psychopathy.
What about people who just want like a little bit more wealth redistribution, but generally they
So
love
that's got to
America?
be a crazy
those people,
statement, right? Because there's plenty of conservatives who are atheists, right? So he would basically say that those people don't have a moral foundation either, such as libertarians and others. So he's kind of being a little bit too broad in his assessment of the left, saying that it's the only party that doesn't have, or only the leftists won't have that, right? That's actually not true, right? And that could be proven just if you look at his different debates, right? There's other groups who seem to fit that category. So no, that's actually false.
that they are decreasing in percentage on the left, but they do exist, right?
Why do they want it?
Because they think they have a different vision to the right of human nature, and they think that a lot of things that happen to people in life are partly about luck and structures and stuff like that. So they think that, they think the right massively overestimates the consequences of agency. So the idea that sometimes, the caricature of the right would be, well, everyone gets what they deserve because it's a matter of your hard work and talent and application and whatever. And the left, the sensible left, I think, says, well, sure, but luck is a big part of it. There, by the grace of God, go we. Therefore, if someone is struggling, not everyone is struggling because they didn't put in effort. Sometimes it happens, people get sick, accidents happen, whatever. So we should look after people a little bit more than the people who want the lowest taxes possible. That would be the steelman argument, I think.
Okay, so that makes sense. So the idea here is social safety nets, right?
Right.
Okay, so how come those aren't voluntary?
Well, probably because you can't achieve the level of redistribution you want without applying some level of force.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because the entire idea of progressive liberalism is supposed to be voluntarism, and that the left-wing government does not force you or compel you to do anything.
No, but that's
that's the promise.
No, the point of government is to make people do what they don't want to do.
Completely agree. But the promise of the leftists, the promise of the progressive, the reason they demand that we have a secular government and we can't move towards Christian ethics or Christian nationalism is because secularists are going to do what's fair. And what's fair is you can do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody else. We're not going to force you to do anything.
Andrew Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, with that Al Borland looking ass.
Polluter's here. I know he's got some stuff on his mind. I mean, I'm genuinely trying to figure out, like, Andrew Wilson, the alleged Trotskyist, is over here saying that he's against progressivism and all this, and like,
can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
Sure. Yeah, coming alive from Busan right now. It's 7 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, so kind of a different part of the world where you don't have to suffer from Andrew Wilson on Big Brother's TV set and all that, and gang stalkers constantly at you. Kind of weird. I mean, once you go overseas or wherever it be, India, China, Asia, Russia, or an island, you do feel the BRICS difference. So, but it seems like it's Wilson saying whatever as usual.
Yeah, I see the gang stalkers are sending you messages, love
Right.
notes.
Love notes, yeah. And here's the funny part: the new gang stalkers, they don't block you. Like, okay, if they really didn't like you, they would block you. So you want to get intel on them. Now that Musk made it like you can. Back then, when they blocked you, you couldn't read what was in their feed. But if one thing I could say good about Musk is they now made it where they blocked you and you can read the intel, what they're saying. But now there's no point to block. So if that's the case, then you could just read what they're saying about you and do it as a test to see if they're really watching you. And I do that by screen capping and seeing if they follow you. And lo and behold, they do. And they're watching you like a hawk to make sure you don't say anything about X, Y, and Z. But it's all related back to a small group of people for sure to shut us up. And these people are not even real, too. They're like literally the Democratic Party or liberal opposition. And they use the same Foucaultian tactics where they're like, you're mentally ill, or you sound crazy. And I'm like, well, you're the one trying to get the gay Jewish losers on your side who live in Manhattan. So I don't know if that's a subjective taste or not, but it seems like today we're at an all-time high of liberals trying to be on a very anti-liberal platform, whether they know that's true or they have fallen for this poor understanding of a Marshall McLuhan, the media is the message, like you said, Trotskyism ideal of how this works. And they seem to be, it's more like a Philip K. Dick kind of confusion that's happening. And I do think there might be something sinister behind it all. Probably gas.
Well, I remember one specific thing I wanted to ask you about, because me and Machine yesterday were watching this like Paul Gottfried interview, and he was saying almost everything that you say, that I say, and definitely like there seems to be a direct connection to like libertarianism and like people like Andrew Wilson and Machine. Who was the other people that we were talking about that like have a connection to Gottfried and like how that relates to all this? Like I was kind of curious about you guys' take on how Gottfried's ideas kind of relate to this kind of like pseudo progressivism or whatever, or pseudo anti-progressivism or pseudo anti-liberalism.
Well, I was talking about Marcuse and also Angela Davis and also all that type of stuff. How basically Angela Davis' argument and the whole idea about what they're saying about pseudo traditionalism and so on and so forth. So that's why I brought that interview up, because I think it synthesizes a lot of different ideas, right?
Hold on a second.
Yes, the pseudo traditional. Well, and again, it's kind of interesting because you have different forms of Eurasianism, and I remember Pilliter briefly touched on that. Because people, there's Eurasian futurism, which isn't exactly transhumanism, which isn't exactly there's all these different, and then you have Dugin's Eurasianism, and then you have Evola's I guess version
Right.
of it, and Ganon's version of it, and so I
Can you
don't
hear
know. I
me?
mean, it's yeah.
Well, I mean, we all know Paul Gottfried was taught by Marcuse. That was his doctoral advisor. And then
Right.
Paul Gottfried is also teaching Richard Spencer and some other
Right.
associates that would help fend out, with the alternative right, which, as Spencer put it, the evil Huffington Post. And those original posters back in 2011 were Matt Forney, Jack Donovan, Andrew Yeoman of the Bay Area National Anarchist. I mean, I was a reader of that blog back then, but I didn't think much of it. I thought it was more like Spencer's, more like alternative newspaper of sorts. That was just more his blog. Everybody was on Talkies Mag, and on Talkies Mag, you have Gavin McInnes, Jim Goad, Dane Fitzgerald, and some of the older ones were Bronze Age Pervert. And he used to go by his real name there, Roman. I mean, I barely remember his articles. I was only a teenager reading that. I didn't think much of it. I just thought it was a derivative of Jack Donovan. So, and today, I think 15 years in the future, a lot of people forget those footnotes. And there's this kind of post-liberalism that thinks you must believe in evil thoughts if you read some of this, or it's so, there's this Trotskyist obsession of pushing the overtone window so much where things have become so normative that you don't question the water. Fish are in a water, they say, what is water? Well, this Trotskyist culture war obsession is just confusing people, distracting people. This is what they do on Countercurrents. Basically, you just make My Little Pony and white nationalism one of the same until you don't question it. Hold on a second. Wait, but yeah, I see today that, with such rampant technology for us, speaking on a telecast where I'm in Korea, you're in the States, and, it's better than FM radio for sure, or cable television. Anybody can tune in, so as long as they have Wi-Fi access at a restaurant. But people are not utilizing this technology because there's just so much rampant, enclaves. It's like this is kind of a dark net of the internet, and yet at the same time everything's carefully choreographed. You need a Google account to do this. We're on YouTube, which is some lab in San Bruno. They have our IP addresses. They know what we're going to say, as if everything is this kind of hot topic brand safe liberalism we're practicing. And even though it may sound anti-liberal in its dialogue, I just think, recently I'm just reading Foucault again, and Foucault saying this madness and civilization, or discipline and punishment. He's talking about not so much that the criminal is right, but this ideal that the new form of political correctness is saying if you're sane or insane. And it's seeing that the opposition is insane, that you must be an ugly looking nerd versus a strong bid Nordic gamer. It seems very strange to make arguments based on aesthetics. Sounds like a high school argument, and yet that's what they're doing. They're making very feminine metrosexual types saying that they're the right with, as I joked, gay Jewish losers who are the power structure, like Larry Kramer and Edmund White. And then at the bottom, in rural Ohio or Michigan, those people are frowned upon as if they're mentally insane, mental health, and it's like this very sadist thing, like everybody's going to start a violent revolution tomorrow. So yeah, I think we should be thinking more in terms of that all arguments are not even about rational or irrational. They think it's more who's sane, who's insane, and they're definitely trying to paint us insane. But I would say that meme right there that I found on 4chan, everyone I don't like is a pedophile, still rings true, because if you can't debunk National Socialism or a socialist government with nationalist characteristics, then you have to say anti-liberalism is just raping children, which is so absurd and so crazy. They can definitely do the same thing. One little person, therefore all. It's kind of like an inversion of treating black people as all. You know, they would like to say,
Well,
no, not
it's
every black
notable,
person
like
is crazy.
it's notable that we were watching Andrew Wilson debate Owen Schroyer like yesterday or the day before or whatever, and he's like, everything that they were arguing about came back to like, well, don't you want to stop pedophiles? And it's like, well, Trump's killing the pedophiles
I
in
would like to
Iran,
know
and
who this epidemic
yeah.
of guys raping children is at. If they're so abundant in Pennsylvania or Michigan, then we have a problem at our hands. There's just these white men raping kids, these 5-year-olds, and uploading child pornography everywhere. You know, how did that from alternative right became something so like a burning witch trial or something like that? And that goes back to Foucault, whether it is sane or insane. And I guess someone who's insane must be the most evil thing in your thinking heaven. And in a Puritan Christian society, there's no redemption for someone who harms children. But does that really relate to National Socialism? That's kind of weird. And especially if you're an artistic way, like Dennis Cooper, who can talk about rape and child abuse in such a way that it's a form of liberation that, you know, Randy Schultz wrote and the band played on, that a majority of gay culture was formed by child abuse. So I think this is pure projection on the state, on the gay Jewish losers. And when I say gay Jewish losers, I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm saying that there is a power structure, a queer elite that run us, like Larry Kramer, and they are literally gay and Jewish and role play this William Burroughs type of lifestyle that they're punks or something, and yet they have trust funds. And if you want to be here, you want to be in the Whitney, you want to live in New York, you got to be a gay Jewish loser like me. Well, if you can't be a gay Jewish loser, how come the gay Jewish losers are saying that the normal white men are all pedophiles? It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, and again, it's like they're like, it's kind of like, well, Trump is killing the pedophiles in Iran, and there's like this global thing of Iranians, but then it's like, if you kind of see everything that Andrew Wilson's saying, he's also like, well, these dirty Americans, like they don't even have the taste to appreciate real fascism or real white nationalism or real Christian nationalism. So it's kind of like he's kind of like doing this thing of like shaming Americans, like they wouldn't know good taste in government if it bit them in the ass or something like that. So it's kind of like this weird, like,
right, this
shaming
forceful
tactic or something.
privilege. I mean, I was just sleeping and I was thinking about, you know, starting up new articles to write, even make little pamphlets like James T. Cheek tracks, you know, like, you know, if you go on the Wildwood Boardwalk, people would hand out little comics to say, you know, there's no such thing as dinosaurs, or like when you go to hell, you know, and these funny, I was thinking of like doing my new Substack articles as like little comics or something that you can also buy, not comics, but like Christian tracks or something. And I feel like Substack articles have become types of tracks, where there are these 3,000 word arguments, you read them, and they're just ideological all the way around. And people are not utilizing analytical philosophy and logic to like what we're doing. And so to me, it's like, I was thinking to myself as I was going to bed, it's like, why would they demonize white men who get with Asian women and have Eurasian children? You know, the most beautiful thing you can have as a child. And there's literally gang stalkers that are saying, stop putting more Elliot Rodgers in the world. Like it's this weird Peter Singer applied bioethics ideal that harm is this giant trolley question thing. And I really think that's now a Eurocentric projection. We're not talking more about the Foucault sane and insane. They think it's now about, you know, it's a greater good for you to kill Adolf Hitler because it would save hypothetical lives or something like that. And they're now using white nationalism as a type of property argument, that it's privilege to own what you have. And again, it goes with property, saying that you don't own these things. The lineage of people who you don't own, even under,
It's kind of what you're saying is kind of what I've noticed for 20 years, and I think Machine has noticed for 20 years, and it's kind of like they bully you into libertarianism and propertarianism in order to smuggle in bioethics as like the undercover thing. Like they're kind of smuggling in like Kevorkianism like with libertarianism or something like that.
Right.
Like it's kind of weird.
Well, it's like, I think it's just anti-white male at the end of the day. I know it sounds like a white nationalist cliche, but hear me out. Look, you're a white nationalist. You say white men have done nothing wrong, but if a white man was to have a kid with an Asian woman, he's worse than Hitler. Or here's the problem. But if let's do the inverse. It's like, well, if the white woman was used as tokens for other races, that's okay. It's this weird thing where it's only this self-hatred for men are in control, because women are a type of commodity. It's white men who are in charge, and they think this type of solipsism that the world revolves around them. And I think this is the Eurocentric projection. And they're okay. Here's the thing I was thinking about. So it's kind of like this weird analytical problem where, let's suppose your first wife is Asian, you have 2 Eurasian kids, and your second wife is white and you have 2 white kids. Would that person then be saving the white race? Well, according to the logic, the latter kids would say yes, but you would have to deny the former. But there are some white nationalists that say, well, it's exclusive. If you have any children who are mixed, you are a sinner. So even if you have the white children later on, or in the inverse, have white children now and then Eurasian children later, you're still considered a sinner. So it seems like the logic follows the David Benatar type of, if you're not existing, you can't feel good or evil, therefore there's no feelings. Well, that's exactly the same conundrum of having both Eurasian and white children. You can't save the white race because you didn't commit to the exclusive acts for it. And that's the problem that you see none of these white nationalists saying, or they don't have any remedy for. And that's what ideology is. It's a set, made, ready McDonald's kids meal already packed for you that doesn't allow PhD or postgraduate arguments and rebuttals, because any dialogue would require critical thinking and a reevaluation of the text. And if intellectualism is just talking about ideals and being expressive like an artist, well, expression has so much limits that you just think about things, and then you're honestly doubting yourself, and it's extreme doubt. And some of these logical things people can't wrap their head around would actually solve a lot of issues that we're in. It's just not possible for a white nationalist to excuse someone who has both Eurasian kids and white kids. Certainly Alexander the Great and Genghis Khan did that. And it seems like white men are still in a very Judeo-Christian form of control or self-guilt tripping.
Well, they're certainly doing this thing where they're saying, like, to be a real white nationalist, you have to give up Christianity and go to the pagans. But then the pagans are like,
that's bad.
Which is really weird. It's kind of like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the
I'm not
behind that.
defending that, but that's just as bad. I'm just saying that there seems to be a Max Weberian guilt complex that perhaps it's like this. If you open up your United States passport, there's a little quote above your passport image that says, we believe, we're equal rights, liberty founded this country. So what's liberty? Liberty is the right for you to do whatever you want, right? But capitalism later came the country. When the United States was formed, there was no capitalism. It was just feudalism. So hypothetically, capitalism is just an economic system to help perpetuate liberty. But you can't say, like some libertarians do, that capitalism is liberty. It's not. It's just one way. And this is what some of the market socialists, even Richard Wolff, argues, that socialism can increase liberty. So if it's really all about liberty, well, then it's kind of like what you're saying about the pagan and Christianity. You certainly don't want to deny yourself that, your virtue in favor of a reactionary, backwards, primitive society that seems like a Taoist monk in the mountains, rather than, what we've learned through Logos and things like that. And so, I think it's more that people are very level-headed where they have to have right and wrong binaries. It's too much for them to think about these axioms or propositions that you can have libertarianism without capitalism, or how to get rich without capitalism, things like that. Or you can have socialism with nationalism. It's just too much for the human mind, and that requires reading books. And there's some people that have an IQ cap, and I mean, this is not to justify social Darwinianism or this kind of might is right ideal. I mean, I do believe there's a bell curve, but I wouldn't say that should be judgmental to hurt poor or lower forms of people. I mean, that's how Hindus do the caste system and whatnot. But yeah, I think it's unfortunate that you have people.
Hey, nah, I'm gonna challenge that. That IQ shit, bro, that's from the system. So you want to talk about IQ levels and numbers? That's all from the system. That does not equate wisdom, knowledge, or real understanding or understanding. I overstand that bullshit right now, bro. Nah, IQ.
I was about to say, is this JG?
No, this is no JG, bro. This is Ragamuffin, bro.
Oh, Ragamuffin. Okay, I was about to say JG. I'm like, JG would
bro.
come in the chat and say, Christ, Christ.
I gotta challenge that, bro, because the IQ, these levels, these numbers that you're going off of to look at that, to even equate someone's knowledge base, it's all rooted in bullshit. It's not rooted in true knowledge or wisdom. You can't evaluate somebody off of a scale from a series of tests and protocols somebody puts somebody through to evaluate their IQ levels. It doesn't work like that. That's what the system says it works like. Just like the system classifies race and says white, black, yellow, those are different races. No, it's one race, while they hide the other interdimensional races they don't tell you about. That's what it is. That's the real shit.
I just want to be careful here. This is why I was doubting myself, saying I don't subscribe 100% to the bell curve, but I do think the bell curve is useful for understanding how the elites would think. I believe that the elites are very social Darwinian, they're Malthusian, and like you said, they do believe the system in these numbers, so they can unfairly crunch down people who are, smart and above.
I appreciate that response. I appreciate that response.
And what's interesting is that the primary target of white nationalists is other white people. They want to kill off people like me and Pill Eater because we don't want to go along with their thing of well, these people are really dumb and bad because even though they're white, so we'll just use them up and throw them away and use their kids as cannon fodder in a war because they are basically our enemy, even though they say that they're all about white people. Truthfully, they don't really believe that ultimately. You know what I mean? It's kind of
I
this
think the
weird
more
thing.
that we keep on using terms like white people, black people is part of the problem. I would be considered a white Caucasian person. I don't identify as that because I don't look like a piece of snow or like a notebook paper. So therefore, I don't identify with these terms, even though that's what they say that I am. And what I don't go there any more than I think that somebody that is considered a black person is really black. Are there people that have darker pigmentation of their skin? Yeah, but I'm not going to identify with those terms because those terms are rooted in bullshit and separation and not unity and unity consciousness. And so while they divide everybody with these types of things, they're hiding the real other races that are interdimensional amongst us that are fucking shit up. And those with eyes to see it, motherfuckers. We understand and overstand it, and we gonna deal with your ass. So fuck off. But anyways, y'all, I'm much love, and for real, Pill Eater, I do appreciate that last response. What you had to say. So yeah.
Here's the thing. I wrote an article about why I didn't subscribe to the white people term either, and many white nationalists hated me for it because, like you said, and like many say, white is a Malays term. Anybody could be white, including someone who is half white. And then everything's in binaries. It's like you're either this or that. So, and this is the problem with Pan-Asianism, is that there's a Pan-Asianist movement that thinks Chinese, Koreans, and Japanese are just all going to be Asian, and they don't understand the historical histories that it just can't do because Chinese want to be Chinese, Japanese want to be Japanese. And so within the, I think people like Corvid, who we talked to the other night, I joked and said, Corvid is basically a white nationalist defense to white genocide, whatever that means. It basically means you want less of one entire group in favor that there's a privileged few. And that's kind of the Malthusian standpoint, where these are the anointed that can be white, but everyone else, you may be the most European German person ever, but you'll lose status once you do something else. And I think I mean, it's kind of weird. It's kind of a double standard with white and black terms, and yet those are the only things we can say. And yet at the same time, I don't think it's the best interest for a German to say he's white, because he would lose what it means to be German and give up that in favor of this kind of McDonald's worldview, where you're just a egalitarian liberal individual speaking English. And so I think as long as we, understand this kind of Chomsky ideal of thinking in English, the problem is ultimately we start thinking in meta narratives and irony, and that somebody owes us something, this kind of weird Rene Girardian scapegoat of sorts. And so it turns out that people who speak English who are non-white blame it on whites, who then perpetuate a system of this kind of pseudo feudalism equity state of sorts. And I think that's what we're under right now.
Yeah, I definitely vibe off of some of what you're saying. And I think there's definitely like a lot of programming put on people to just keep constantly looking at a us versus them type of thing mentality. And like, like I've known people that I grew up around that at one point were like apologizing for their skin color, and we're like getting pulled into this weird like groupthink hive mind. And like, you know what I'm saying? It breaks my heart, because it's like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like this blaming certain people because other people's ancestors went through some crazy things, and then being like, well, you're gonna answer for it. It's like, no, I may have had nothing to do with this. Like, right. Like I myself, I would have nothing to do with that. But there are people that see it that way, that see it as like there's this across the board thing, and because it is what it is and I visibly see it, therefore I'm going to attach all this stuff onto it and all this ideology and whatever. And it's like, nah, man, it doesn't work like that. Everybody's responsible for their own bullshit. And so, you know what I'm saying? Like that there's too much of this divide and conquer shit going on in our society and reality right now. And it's sad, because if everybody would come together and find that beautiful thing within every single person you come in contact with and celebrate it, holy shit would take off like a bottle rocket. That's what it should be. We all got something special and legit to bring to the table, whatever it is. I'm an artist, I'm a singer songwriter. Everybody's got something that they have that they can contribute to this world, and that makes them them. And if we would focus more on that than on, he said this, look at that, look at the way that, it's like, it's just wild. Anyways, much love. I just wanted to add that in. But yeah.
I would like to, well, my position, where I am right now is, my background is right now I'm in Korea with my wife and children, who I would not be sort of accepted in the United States. It's just, I just don't think the United States or the G7 project is going well. And like many of the problems that you're seeing, it's kind of manifested in this state where it's actually beyond capitalism, but in this very postmodern ideal that it's this kind of ideology of sameness, trying to make sure everyone is dependent upon this weird system of self-hate and guilt. And I think in the outside world, BRICS, you have more freedom. As much as they love to talk about freedom of speech in the United States, it turns out in a meta-narrative, you have more freedom of speech existing outside the United States while being informed about what everything's going on. I think the United States is doing its best to make sure you don't leave. And they get really upset if you do that. And especially if you have any forms of sincerity. If you're sincere and you're willing to die for a cause, like for your family, for your tradition, for virtues of right and wrongs, you're now considered an enemy, because I believe liberalism cannot have any wrong to it. It has to accept all forms of acceptance. And I think it's kind of a self-defeater, and yet at the same time, it's also a type of technological singularity that's being built, and they're trying to program everyone to be. And so as long as you are anti-liberal, you're perhaps the worst thing you are in the world.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I think they are pushing people towards the singularity thing. And yeah, like yeah, I'm with you on some of that for sure. You're making total sense about the U.S. It's this Western ideology thing, man. And I appreciate you sharing that about living over there. that's got to be a whole night and day difference from probably what you originally grew up around. And I think that's really cool. So,
Well, it's because it's like this. As we talk about oneness, that would get away from ethno-pluralism, that you do have a specific identity that you made through the ironic notion of having liberalism. If liberalism believes you are different, and yet at the same time, we're supposed to be a collective of saying we're all different. So that's kind of a redundant glitch. So it needs difference in order to perpetuate itself. It's liberal in the mind, but difference in reality. This is why you have in the last decade people talking about, human biodiversity, or I don't exactly like that term anymore because it refers to evolutionary psychology, and I think it's more than that. I think what's happening is that the American mind has made sure that there's only a few group of people that can operate it, particularly managerialism, this kind of James Burnham post-Trotskyism, that you operate the system. Capitalism is kind of this old operating system that doesn't really work anymore because the profit in command is not aligning with virtue whatsoever. And capitalism has, in a very Nick Land term, has become a sentient being, that capitalism exists outside of liberalism. And like I said before, it's just a vehicle that helps liberty, but is not all of liberty. And so this is why you see, socialist oppositions, and it's true, it's a technological advancement. And so I think what's happening is that you kind of have this old world ran by older people in the United States that are not open-minded to different possible worlds, kind of like another Alvin Plantinga thing, a possible world thing, or a Deleuzian rhizomic happenstance. You can be half white, half black and exist here. You can be Eurasianism, white Asian, and exist here. But they think it must all be the same. And if it's all the same, well, then it destroys difference. And I think that's how you explain philosophies of Alain de Benoit or Alexander Dugin, or why we're here talking about people like Andrew Wilson or Jay Dyer.
yeah, word. Hey, Pill Eater, are you on Discord? You do the Discord thing?
I don't like Discord. I'm on Telegram. I just think Discord just is intel collecting, and I think Telegram is more illegal. So you can do more things on Telegram. That's why. But if I do go on Discord, it's under an alt account, because from what I understand, Discord is just spying on people and collecting intel and screen capping their comments, which I've all seen.
I want to add something to that. They may be, but to my knowledge, they aren't, because I've been on there. Your boy's been on there since 2018, and I've been putting all kinds of controversial shit on the server that I currently have and the other one, and they don't do shit about it as long as it's not publicly listed. And I don't rock the boat like in some kind of crazy fashion, but like I'm outspoken about things that go on right there.
Well, what he means is that the people that pretend to be your friends are spying on you. That's what he's talking about. He's not talking about the app.
And that may go on anywhere though. But I just mean that the Discord themselves, they're not monitoring shit, or else I'd already been like smacked around. But yeah, as far as linking up with the wrong folks from time to time and having them around, yeah, sure. That's a
but I'm sure you've noticed that people like bring up shit from like months before and say, "Oh, look, you said this thing here, and that means that you're this, that, the third."
Oh,
and
yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? Like it.
Yeah.
It's happened to me like 100 times in 3 years, literally. So like, yeah, it's like.
I mean, it goes on, but I just mean Discord themselves as an entity, like Meta.
Yeah, but we're saying that it's used by spies for spies, meaning like all
I
these
see
people
what you mean.
kind of like.
No, it can be. You just gotta watch your shit.
I mean, other than the intel collecting, I think Discord was supposed to be made for video gamers playing, things like Fortnite, and then you run up
right. It was for the squads to talk
and then use that.
Stuff, yeah.
But the problem is the interface has now been used to be like people plotting someone's murder, or like a weird illegal sex trade happening.
I'm not trying to totally throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm thankful for like what we can do for on the free and on the cheap with that platform, and like the anonymity that you already get. There is some shit that goes on for sure. I just mean that as a whole, you're not dealing with like ads and all this nonsense like you are in other social media, the way they run.
Well, the main reason why I use Telegram is that it's data free. You can use it in most BRICS countries, and Discord is heavily like Silicon Valley based. And
right.
So it also eats your data up. Unless you're on a computer, sure, you can use Discord, but Telegram's going to promise you data free transactions any part of the world, and then you can be encrypted. That's just me, and that's why I use
Yeah,
Telegram.
no,
And you can
that's
upload
logical.
data.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Another thing I love about Telegram is that it's basically a data server. You can upload any video, any stuff, and send it to another server. So as long as they have a public access to the Telegram link, so that gives you more access to things. But that's just me. That's how I'm able to, share my videos and things like that, and music. People are not utilizing that, but it shows you here's the word. A lot of the leftists today, or you would say post-Marxist, are talking about a multipolar world. And basically that's in opposition to the nationalist ideal of ethno-nationalism. And multipolarity believes there's now hegemonic powers that are diverse, that are not G7 based. In other words, we are not suffering from globalism. There's multiple globalisms. And if that's the case, well, it's kind of meaning that there's a different universe in this world. And I think Telegram represents that opposition. But the nationalists just believe it on a domestic. They call it ethno-nationalism. They think people are going to naturally divide themselves within the globalist frame. And I think that's the problem. I subscribe more to multipolarity. And I think this is where the white nationalists get it wrong. It's like this. People like Haas and Jackson Hinkle, they use the word multipolarity to use it as a buzzword or a dog whistle for white nationalists invested into ethno-nationalism to get them on their side. To say, if you want ethno-nationalism, you're a little white-topia, just be a multipolarity guy and start reading Alexander Dugin. And it kind of works, but I don't think it's this libertarian notion where we're just separate and go to your rooms. Realize it's like we're not utilizing the technology of liberal opposition. And I think that's what's going on, because today the white nationalists, they just want to live in the suburbs or something and just don't do anything. And I think that's the Malthusian stagnation, which is the problem.
What do you think? Do you think Gottfried is a part of the Malthusian white nationalist, or do you think he's like, or do you? I mean, like, I definitely think he's trying to.
I think he's a paleoconservative, meaning that he believes might is right, but not so enforcing. It's more like there's natural parts of the world, there's nature, and that if you want to live the best life, if you're a Jew, when you read scripture, being a Hasidic Jew in New York is just as good, and you don't have to do no more, no less. And I think that's kind of related to Malthusian ideal of less is more, and there's a threshold and we can't build spaceships to the stars. But this ideal is really grounded, I think, very in religion. I think it's this is why, the best way that the argument that the nationalists and the race realists are having is that they're just a green faction of the left. So if you can't be anti-left, you can't be anti-liberal, you're that or just a leftist saying you're trying to save endangered species of owls. And therefore, if you cared about saving this endangered species, you must care about white people, as if everyone is in a zoo. You go on X and they say, you can't be with a beautiful Korean woman. She would destroy their race. So let them be. Well, that just assumes that there's going to be in a zoo that you can pet them and look at them, while just like red pandas, or, maybe they'll breed once in every other year. There's no point of natalism or wealth growing whatsoever. And that's the problem, is that eventually you're just going to have, I think what you're saying is you're going to have this kind of 4D chess psychological operation, or this glitch. This is not going to work, because you'll have too many possible worlds and they'll all collapse because nobody wants to make things better. Like, the reason why Korea is reaching out is that it has both a Korea diaspora and a means to say, here's our women, increase us. We want more half Koreans. So therefore, if you're half Korean, you're going to be more apologetic to the Korean peninsula. That's what it works. And Japan's not doing that. Japan has been colonized by the G7 forces. And so if that doesn't mean anything and you stagnate, that's Malthusian. So I think for the green people who believe in an alternative right, what was Gottfried's plan 15 years ago, that alternative seems to be just hippies or crust punks thinking they want to loft, a squat in an abandoned building and have their DIY bike garden or something, which is really goofy, and it doesn't really solve geopolitical issues. It's like existing in a bourgeois state without doing anything. It's kind of like saying it's the same problem with liberalism. So yeah, to make a long story short, you have to have wealth and natalism, and you can't just live your best life, because that's just following the mantra of consumerism.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm trying to figure something out, so I'm looking at some settings. Hold on one second.
But no, I definitely want to write more articles. Now that I'm here, I should write more articles instead of doing the college DJ. I feel like DJing is like this is off topic, I know. I feel like DJing today is the worst possible you can do in the arts. I mean, you can curate other people's art, but you're just not making it. And I think that's different from being like a dance DJ like Richie Hawtin to like a college DJ with no transitions, and you're just playing music that you think you think other people, and it's just very pretentious. I think if I made a mistake in the last 6 months was being a DJ for a New Jersey college radio station, I'm just like, well, that's not going to get you anywhere. That's just class prejudice of Umberto Eco signs and signals for nothing. People are not actually learning music theory or making composition,
Can you remind me what we were talking about with Umberto Eco? Because you and I were talking
Signs and
about how
signals.
like the sign
Sign
and
and
signifier.
signifiers.
Because Avian brought that up a lot of times, and I was very interested to get him on that subject, and I have not had a chance to bring that back up with him. But could you do me a prelude to like what you were saying about Umberto Eco and like how that relates to kind of technology? Because you were talking about how like signs and
I'll apologize.
signifiers kind of relates to like.
I'll have to call you back, but yeah, Umberto
Okay.
Eco sign and signifier. But I'll call you back in a bit. I'll talk to you guys later. Just
Yeah,
have to do
no problem.
something.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to change some settings on fucking StreamYard, and I cannot find where the settings are on this damn thing. So I'm kind of like distracted at the moment. Very frustrating. Edit. No. Oh, here we go. I think I got it now. Okay. All right, I figured it out now. But yeah, I don't know. I was hoping for more to debate, but you guys didn't debate too hard, so debate bros.
Debate who?
No, I'm not just like I'm just saying in general, like I was hoping for more of like a contentious fight, but there was no contentious fight. Like just between any of us, like
Yeah.
we're all about the rage baiting here, obviously, so I'm kind of joking, kind of not, but no, it's no, I just want because I know Ragamuffin didn't like some of the stuff we were saying about like race and stuff before, but I think he has a better understanding of like kind of where that's coming from now a little bit better. So I really did want to get into the whole like Eurasian futurism stuff too, but hopefully next time he comes back we'll have a chance. I've just been a little distracted because I got stuff in front of me. So can you guys hear Barney in the background? You guys like that song?
I don't hear anything.
Oh man, I gotta play it for you guys. I love you, you love me. We're friends like friends should be. You don't know that song? Come on, man.
Yeah, I know it.
If you didn't watch Barney, you ain't American like me. Did you ever have to watch that in school or anything?
Well, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, Barney's kind of weird. Like, I'll never forget watching that as a kid, and we used to all like make fun of him, like tell gay jokes about Barney and stuff at like 6, 7 years old. But 6, 7, get it? But yeah, that was funny back in the day. Let's see here. People.
Still in Kuwait, but things are, I guess, a lot less hot over there. Just an update on the family and everybody. If I'm not to that sort of thing. Does anyone give testimony to God in the sauna? Well, you don't really need to. We're all already living testimony. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Macro, what's up, Nasty? How you doing? A legend of the realm. I really appreciate that, Fox. You're an OG kind of guy, aren't you, Fox? So I'm back on streaming. Got a show and some videos getting prepared for everybody. Just a quick update. But I really feel sick if I'm not streaming for a while. If you stream too much, you feel sick. If you don't stream enough, you feel sick. The family is still in Kuwait, but things are, I guess, a lot less hot over there. Just an update on the family and everybody. Rotated.
So this is Sam Hyde's like writer and producer of his shows and stuff, and he's an Orthodox Christian, and his wife is like from Kuwait or something like that. So he lives basically in the Middle East right now. So pretty interesting fellow, yeah.
So that's, at least it's okay. The air wasn't Oliver Twist. What was the other one? At the end, after these years, and I don't think it was in the movie, but Lara spent some time in the gulag when I got a Voodoo 2, a 3DFX Voodoo 2 Diamond Viper. Those would be my picks. It would be nice to get Fritzl or Dutroux in the show, and you couldn't help but get into it during the Global Intelligence Files days. You know what I mean? That's enough to boot your ass right into the thickness. What is going on? I couldn't believe it. But I guess that was the beginning. And I had some buddies that were big into like old David Lizard Man, and around the same year, like 06, he was telling me about interdimensional lizard kings from David Icke and the monarchy, all drink blood and do sex magic and all that stuff. And I was like, yo, please hold on a second here. And then you fast forward years later, you're like, this was back in 06. I gotta towel this thing right now. It's freaking disgusting. I got to brown bag my spittoon. But so I guess that was the beginning of my radicalization. Well, of course, the beginning of everyone's radicalization is having their birthright robbed from them, their home country robbed from them, every social service, every advantage, everything completely robbed from them. Well, that's the beginning of radicalization. Right? The world was already over when I got out of college. When I got out of college, the world was already over. So the radicalization really started a minute ago. But yeah, that show, like, yeah, it was. I'm sure there was more stuff that was in that, but the mommy and me thing, that was it for me. I was like, whoa, bro, are you serious? Disinformation. Apparently, the documentary was called Disinformation. That was crazy. I couldn't believe it. And then we put on Hellraiser. But the Sly Stallone dolphin porn thing, I mean, you guys got to look it up. I don't remember any details from it, but it must have, well, I guess you can put it together. So there's that, and there's plenty of hardcore people out there. But this guy that was telling me about the Lizard Kings, he was onto the Alex Jones stuff from 06 or maybe even pre Israel, whatever, not Israel, whatever. There was a drastic shift in some of his programming at some point. I forget what it was about, but it was I mean, we've all heard.
He kind of mentioned the disinfo people. Like, do you remember there was like a group called like the Disinfo Agency or something like that? Do you remember that? Let me look at that because he's kind of like name dropping that, I think.
Yeah, I forget exactly what it is, but I think it tied back to like Alex Jones and Joe Rogan or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. Alex, because I know that Shane Bugby and people like that were like kind of into that shit too. Like, I think Bugby did a whole like thing with them. Welcome Perditis. We're happy to have you back here now. What is that a picture of? Is that a picture of like a black cube or something? Or yeah, I'm trying to find out what the name of that that group was. But
No,
I'm
it's
Googling
just
this
my
right now.
avatar. It's just the avatar.
Yeah, I need to find somebody in the chat. Please help me figure out what the hell this thing's called. The Disinfo Agency or some shit. They did like, God, oh my god, what's this dude's name? Lucien Greaves. Let me see if I can look it up there. I think Lucien Greaves was a part of it, and Shane Bugby and people like this. Oh my gosh, here we go.
So what did you think when Gabriel, my producer, first reached out to you with the request to meet about potentially collaborating on a documentary with me?
Oh, I think my first thought was no.
When you're making a film like Here's the World, right? You have all the options in the world. You can do reenactments, you can do interviews, you can do anything. And it really just came back to the idea for us that nobody knows anything about Satanism and Satanists and who they are. And so we figured that was the focus. Let's talk to them.
I had the hope that we could do some kind of project like this, of course. I just didn't have very high hopes for it because we had gotten people pitching documentaries to us quite a bit. And all those pitches were fairly insulting. These were pitches that really wanted to do a reality TV type exploration of the Satanic Temple.
What
Tired
happened to you in
old-
your childhood that
Yeah.
made you this way?
Right, exactly. So I think you probably remember those were the parameters I set right up front, was that people be aware of the issues and really hopefully bring them into an awareness of what these issues mean to them in their own lives and not turn it into some kind of vanity project for any of us.
Your lack of ego was very striking. I really came to understand that you were like, if you were a cult leader, you were like the worst fucking cult leader ever. Because you like didn't particularly relish attention. In the documentary world, there's ideas about the proper relationship between, you know, the filmmaker and the quote unquote subject. Like, I almost felt like I was supposed to be more objective, I guess, about the work you do. I'm not. I'm like a fan. I love this movement. I love the work you're doing. The people that I've met have changed my life and inspired me. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, pretend that's not
I
true?
was very aware of the difficulty you were in, that kind of journalistic standard where you're supposed to see the other side as well. But there's not just one other side, is there? Right? There's all kinds of conspiracy theories about the Satanic Temple, about who I am, and about what the true meaning is of what we do. And it's not just from evangelical theocrats, it's from even sometimes
Other Satanists.
Yeah, right.
How would you think about the idea of collaboration in relationship to me and to the film?
Oh, we had to collaborate, right? And it's not just me. A lot of people who work with the Satanic Temple, they did so at their own peril, especially in the 80s and 90s during the Satanic Panic. A lot of people going to prison on ludicrous claims of satanical crimes that they never had any part of, that never actually took place at all. So it certainly is a real liability to identify this way.
You were very nervous. I was very nervous too.
And of course, I was trying to balance having full trust in you with not having full trust in anybody. And I didn't know what narrative course it was
No
taking.
clue. You want people who see the film to find their place in the story, to see where they fit into it. I think that's really important.
The ability we have to express ourselves on the public ground says something about who we are now as a nation, whether we relegate people to second-class status because of their beliefs. That has ramifications for everybody, whether they
Major developments in court today surrounding the singer David, accused of killing 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I'm David Ono.
I'm Giovanna Lotta. Newly released court documents reveal troubling details about what prosecutors say unfolded around the murder. Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes is live in downtown LA with the graphic details. Rob.
Yeah, no cameras in the courtroom today. The prosecution filing a legal brief today, and what it contains is beyond disturbing. Take a look at this. In that brief, prosecutors say Celeste Rivas Hernandez and Burke first met when she was just 11 years old, and they have explicit photos of the two. The brief also spelling out that Burke stabbed Celeste several times and watched her bleed to death. Then he purchased tools to dismember her body. Amazon delivering 2 chainsaws, a body bag, and a blue inflatable swimming pool to his home, all ordered under a fake name. Also in the brief, prosecutors say Burke cut off 2 of her fingers because one of them had a tattoo of his name on it. Also in the evidence are text messages that discuss sex between the two, her pregnancy, and an abortion. Celeste texting Burke, quote, "All we do is have sex and just hang out, man. I want more than that for myself." Burke is accused of killing Celeste, who disappeared last April. Her remains were found in September in plastic bags in the front truck of a Tesla registered to Burke. Former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani believes Burke's defense will most likely argue that Celeste accidentally died from an overdose and Burke panicked, cutting up and hiding her body.
If you're looking at the 3 sets of charges, the mutilation of a corpse is the least serious. So if they can somehow fall on that and avoid either the sex crimes or the murder itself, that would be a huge win for the defense.
Now, also in the brief, prosecutors allege that surveillance video shows that Burke was the last person to drive the Tesla where Celeste's body was found. He is due back in court on May 12th for a procedural hearing. Then,
So there's satanic panic, but this guy literally like chainsawed his girlfriend who was 14 years old in half and like stuffed her body in a thing in LA. I mean, I don't know. So I never heard of this guy before this whole case, but like this dude is like extremely famous and popular apparently. So $2.3 million subscribers on YouTube, by the way.
The guy who committed the murder?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I think people are discounting how like something like that from this guy's past could be overlooked for him to make all of those connections to be that prominent of a person, and then also you have to question what would push somebody to commit a crime like that. It's not like you're just sitting around and you're like, oh, somebody just overdoses. You're like, oh, we'll just chop their body up into pieces and
Yeah, exactly. It's yeah, clearly he was a part of some whatever you want to call it. I don't know, but yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, I'll put it this way. Like, I know some of the connections that these people have to like the comedy world, let's say, and like some of this kind of like weird shit. So it's all like artists and like remember that girl I showed you that like was like on the whatever podcast and she had like a raccoon in her lap and she was like whatever, you know what I'm saying? I'll show you. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like everybody's either like 10 steps from somebody who like either died or got killed, either being a part of something like this or
If it kicks me again, I'm staying away. Sorry, TML.
Yeah, I didn't kick you. It's doing it automatically. I'm not doing
I know. I'm saying if it does it again, I guess I'm staying off because it's being retarded on my end.
Yeah, who's this? Raccoon girl?
Well, this is the satanic girl who goes like satanic rituals in LA. That was on whatever podcast.
With a Bible over his private parts.
Yes.
Don't you think it's a bit disrespectful to Christians to...
I'm Christian.
Actually,
And
or
I figured if
is that
people
your-
like to look at naked men, this is a good way to promo the Bible.
Would you be willing to do that with the Quran?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
You set up a photo shoot where you put a Bible around a man's genitalia.
Yes.
What was the point of that?
Oh, to promote the Bible. I feel like kids these days don't read enough books.
As a Christian, do you know what the word sacrilegious is?
Yeah, I'm not that type of Christian. I don't believe in that.
What
type of Christian are you?
Not the type that you just said.
Yeah, I don't know what that means though. What type of Christian are you?
Oh, I believe that there is a God and he controls the simulation, and that's about it.
That's
I
not
believe it to
Christianity.
be no.
That's
I believe
some-
him to be like like the old white dude, God.
Yeah, are you in Scientology? Yeah.
No,
Didn't
no, I don't
God
fuck with
make-
Scientologists.
Didn't
God make bodies? Shouldn't we celebrate bodies? What's so bad about bodies?
You took a photo.
Like if I pull up this girl's Instagram right now, you guys will be like even for people with like a lot of experience, like you guys will be, I guarantee you'll be shocked by what you see. She's like,
I am shocked by nothing in this world anymore.
she's literally like pouring blood all over herself and like holding like animal body parts in her hand, and like it's like totally insane what she's doing. You know what I mean? Like it's not.
I mean, not really. Witch covens have been doing this since, American Horror Story came out. They were just putting it in your face. I mean, witch covens do this shit like daily. They get naked
but
and
my
have
point is
orgies in
that
blood.
My point is that whatever podcast and Andrew Wilson were like hanging out with her, talking about this stuff. So that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like,
I mean, yeah, because they want you to be a part of it. There you go. Case closed. Bathing in blood, bathing in blood, bathing in blood. I guess you must have I guess for me, you missed the point of what 28 years later was putting in your face with the Jimmys and Mr. Satan Sampson at the end. So, I mean, this points back to that all the horrors.
Oh, Mossad got him.
no, he's still here. I guess I don't know.
No.
Maybe his
He-
audio is
he-
dropping.
Yeah, he cut out. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find this lady stuff, but she started off as like an animal rights activist, I guess, a long time ago. So she used to be like trying to save the pandas and shit, and then like moved to LA and became a model, and then somehow like got into all this stuff that she's into now or whatever. So yeah, pretty weird for sure. Like maybe I'm overthinking it, but yeah, it's pretty weird like how she's kind of a part of the whatever podcast thing or whatever. I'm trying to find some stuff that she did, but like, okay, I know that she's on this one channel. I didn't want to play it, but I guess I'll just double check and see if it's on there. But because he did a bunch of stuff with her in the recent past year. So let's see here, see if I can find it. Oh, he hasn't done that much recently. Pretty weird. Like he doesn't do long form anymore. He only does short form. Oh yeah, here we go. This is a good one. Here we go.
Routine for maximum productivity. So I wake up at about 9:30 and I immediately make my bed.
So this
Studies
is her, by
show
the
that
way.
if you do
This is
something
her.
productive, it'll be a great start to your day. I make a nice cup of coffee. About 80 milligrams of caffeine gets me up in the morning and keeps me going. Then I drink a huge glass of water. This is important because it lubricates your internal organs and activates your body's various systems. Then I meditate for about 40 minutes. And meditation is important because it reduces stress and helps me gather my thoughts throughout the day. Then I take an ice cold shower. Studies have shown that cold water in the morning helps boost your metabolism, and there's nothing like waking you up like some cold water. Then I go and trim my torso, and I shave my face so I look good for the day. Then I moisturize my face. Then I like to go on a 2-hour-long ride on my electric bike. I don't ride a normal bike because, as you could tell, electric bikes go faster than normal bikes. Normal bikes are for poor people. Then I ride my KBO electric bike to the nearest abandoned warehouse. I meet my dominatrix girlfriend and put on a dog mask. She kicks me violently as a form of dominance. We do this for about 45 to 50 minutes. This exercise really helps me throughout the day. It helps me fulfill my submissive kinks, and it really helps me focus on my obligations. My morning routine also includes riding around for miles trying to find an unattended dog to take with me. I put it in my doggy safe backpack and ride around and find a secluded area to hide out. The hiding out is important because you don't want to get caught in this act because you are stealing a dog. You wait for hours and hours and hours. You start to feel something you've never felt before, which is love. Love for something, anything. And you want to wait out until the owner becomes scared that their dog is lost and put up lost dog signs with a reward on it. The reward today is only $200, which isn't going to cut it.
So that was her, like, with the like dominatrix outfit or whatever, turning him into a dog or whatever. So.
Here's your drink. So I drink half of yours on the way over.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Not again.
There's one favorite kid that you have. It's
Are you guys being quiet?
Yeah.
Okay, phew. I thought I was like, why isn't my audio working, man? I just got back. That was a short trip. I'm already making a pot roast too.
No, I'm looking for this girl's stuff, but like I can't go look at Instagram because it's definitely going to get my channel shut down if I show what's on there.
Oh yeah,
so-
because they're competitive. It's the Facebook versus YouTube.
No, it's not that. It's that it has
Mhm.
like, you know, like graphic nudity and blood and gore on it. So like I can't show that
yeah.
on YouTube. I'm pretty sure. So yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's well. I don't know. Sometimes, unless it's a movie. I guess if it's real, they can't do it on YouTube, unless it's the news or a movie. I don't know. Their rules are very arbitrary.
Yeah, but I was
Like-
hoping that he had some of it on here, but it looks like he doesn't have any of it on here. So
Do you know
unfortunately, I
of how?
can't really show you.
Do you know about capitulate? The word capitulate and how the YouTube censors it randomly.
No.
Yeah, I have proof of this.
But see, he has like all the goth girls here, so I'll show you.
Hey son, are you still dating that bitch, whore, gold digging, fake boob chick? The one I can't stand?
Yeah.
Hi, Dad.
Yeah.
He's still dating me.
Yeah.
How you doing? Life's good? Everything okay?
I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
We're good, Dad. Thank you.
Hey son, are you still dating that bitch, whore, gold digging, fake boob chick? The one I can't stand?
Yeah.
Hi, Dad.
Yeah.
He's still dating me.
Yeah.
I've got some very interesting David information for you today, because in this video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to break down to you the full timeline of David's activity and the activity within David's Discord on the morning, the most important and interesting moments from David's Discord. And yeah, it's bad. So this is the first post that I'm going to show you. So this is posted a full day before the murder. All right. On the 22nd of April, it's David. I'm guessing that's his LA crib, showing off his six pack. He's active. He's active in there. He's active in the Discord. So this will be followed on the morning of the alleged murder when a user posted screenshots of their messages with David, right? And they're basically saying, put the contacts away. He's posting a picture with someone pulling down some glasses saying, please, David, so sassy. So he's talking to people, he's interacting people, apparently, on the day the murder's going down, right? Now, David made an Instagram story post on that very day. This is at 10 a.m. So the murder took place around 10:30 p.m. So in the morning, he's on there, he's promoting his tour. So apparently this is a David post as a deleted account. So a lot of them come up as deleted user when it comes to him. But it says all tickets available now. Hope you got the pre-sale code. And then that will be followed by another post 3 hours before the alleged murder. He would post this. Now this is really interesting, right? Because this has been going around and it's him sort of dancing. He's shaking it a little bit.
What is he calling the murder? What is they calling it? The what?
Unclear when this was posted, and there was a handbag in the back that did resemble one that Celeste had been seen with. Now, it seems like because this was posted into the Discord at 7:15 p.m., we can say that this happened before Celeste arrived at the property. Celeste arrived at the property and allegedly was murdered immediately between 10:10 and 10:30 p.m. So we can confirm that this video that was dropped on the day of the murder, it wasn't recorded after. Okay, so that's maybe a very, very small point in favor of David not being a psychopath. He is a psychopath, but he didn't get up there and make that TikTok after savagely, brutally murdering a child, okay? So it says someone from their Four Heads group chat will also post messages of David announcing a new song. So they would forward on messages from... Now, that's crazy. Right? So David would be in Santa Barbara dumping evidence when these messages are popping up. Somebody is messaging David, all right? Basically, this is an earlier message from Instagram. So here we get to the next section, right? It says April 24th, 2025. This is when David allegedly used Postmates to have a shovel delivered to his home. And on the 24th, he's actually seen partying. Right? He's saying, yeah, I was right. Party. David's at party. So my album is out. MS. Thank you all. Love. He's out partying, cheese, and having a great time. Now, the next day, on April the 25th, 2025, in the Discord, someone posts a photo of David. It says, what if I troll in the Spotify party and ask David what his hair routine looks like? Only real ones know. And then they post a picture of him with his hair looking crazy. I'm not going to lie. That's low-key how he was looking in court. When I see him in court, it's conversations, saying certain songs didn't make the cut. He's saying we move. I was going to spaz. So he's apparently having conversations with fans potentially after the murder took place, right? Because people are probably posting this up straight away. And he's saying you can't show certain versions of the song. People are posting it with devil emojis. When he's saying he's got 3 songs with Lil Nas X, but he doesn't know if he's going to drop them. They're definitely not coming now. And interestingly enough, 3 days after the murder on April 26th, somebody posted a screen recording from David's story. It says, made this edit of Is This Really Love when it was unreleased, but it's out now. And it said, bro, I was thinking about edits I could do for songs on the album. And the only idea I had looking back on Afterlife, though, this video was necessary. And it's one of David's stories. It says, Pops, what the F are you talking about? So I don't know if that's his dad. Maybe his dad's injured. Someone's wearing a crutch. And he's having a great time.
That is on me right now. That's on me right now. Wow. You already know?
Yeah. Tell me all your non-negotiables when you're dating someone.
Understanding.
No, I feel like I haven't found the right person. I want you to look at each other and tell each other what you like about each other.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
And your hair too.
Thank you.
That is on me right now. That's on me right now.
I like your eyes too. That's the first thing that I saw.
Hey.
And I like your nails. Those are tough.
You already know?
Yeah. Tell me all your non-negotiables when you're dating someone.
Understanding. You gotta be able to listen. You gotta be able to be respectful.
Yes. Funny. Good conversationalist. Charismatic. I love all the good stuff.
Yeah, more than me.
What's the energy of a sweetheart? Doing stuff without being asked. Like,
thoughtfulness.
Yeah, the thoughtfulness. What's the sweetest thing someone's ever done for you?
Valentine's Day note.
I love flowers. So flowers.
Valentine's Day note. I know who he spent the last couple of Valentine's days with. Missing persons poster doesn't count as no Valentine's Day note. That's crazy.
Stuff without being asked. Like,
thoughtfulness.
Yeah, the thoughtfulness. What's the sweetest thing someone's ever done for you?
Valentine's Day note.
I love flowers. So flowers every week.
Whoa, every week?
On rotation. You think you can do that for her?
Yeah, flowers. I mean, there's flowers everywhere in New York.
It's springtime.
You already know.
Yeah. What's one question you typically wouldn't ask on a first date?
What do you see yourself in 10 years?
Like,
Bro, the date you go on and the guy murders you and he's talking about where do you see yourself in 10 years? He would never ask that. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
successful.
Fire.
Where do you see yourself in 30 years?
I'll probably still be doing music. Maybe I'd like move to like another country or something.
Yeah. It's now time for the shooter. Right, boys, we'll find out if it's yes or no to a second date. Friends, we have a street friendship!
In the back of my mind, you died. I'm the biggest, the largest. The girl with my name tattooed on a chest. I killed you.
Damn.
Yeah, shit spooky as hell, man.
I couldn't understand what he was saying. It sounded like he said the something murders, but it's like it sounded like he said electric or something. I don't know. It was weird. I was trying to hear him, but he was talking so fast on X speed, you know, whatever speed it was. Faster than normal.
Yeah.
So I thought
I didn't want
maybe
you
they
to.
figured
I didn't want you to suffer his satanic incantations too long. So.
Oh, I already know about this case, dude. I just didn't know what they were calling it because I was like, what the fuck is he calling it? Because I actually, the murder that I like the first serial killer that I confronted, like short days before his killing people, like, because there was 2. that murder was called the eclectic murder. You could look it up. And they never even questioned me. That's kind of weird, right? Because I was like part of that friend group and everybody got interviewed. That was very weird. But I warned people to stay away from there too, and they didn't get killed, so that's good.
Yeah, so I sort of have to get up on the phone. So I don't know what you want to do, Neuro.
Yeah, I'll leave it running for a while, and then if people don't ever come back or whatever, I'll just shut her down. But I'll leave some stuff playing back in the background because I got to do some stuff myself as well. So
Yeah, and in 2 hours I have my show too. So keep that in mind.
yeah, sounds good. I'll just keep this as a pre-show, and then we'll just send everybody over there. So
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
All right, cool, man. Awesome.
That's it.
Sounds good. All right, blessings. We'll just keep this rolling for a little bit longer. I'm gonna be a little busy too myself, so I'll just leave some stuff playing for a little bit, and then Zephyr, hang out as long as you want. I'm trying to get other people in here, and then everybody will go over to Machine in like 2 hours. So cool.
Sounds good to me, bro. What are you gonna play? I like the picture in the back, by the way. That's a nice change.
The golden talking at window. Things nothing but right. The nature of the burning bee makes nothing to no way. The burning talking no one knew. Ain't nothing to me. The golden talking at window ain't nothing in no way. Saddam. Nations drowned in their own blood. Well, Saddam, everybody is there. Where's this house strange man fellows? The ambition gets around like a bird. Try to get the God, deep with the nation. That's the one who divides the sun and the guy, the pain and the guy, 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 the guy. A running paper tiger chases its own tail. There's a go for someone who was there for people like me. Father, Saddam, lover, party, yes, they're all here with me. Bloody Saddam, not you! Always I think bloody Saddam. You don't know that stuff is making me sick. That will sit on my roots and cheer as your scourge fly like smell your feet, they stink, you never take a bath. Your nose it runs, you bust the burn, you fall and finish last. I'm so sick, frozen on you. I'm so sick, frozen on you. You weak like this, you don't know what to do. And just your luck, you really suck, and so I'm sick of you. Say, I'm so sick, frozen on you. Say, I'm so sick, frozen on you. Bring it down. I said bring it down. Thank you. Don't you know? So sick of you. Things you say, things you do. Don't you know? So sick of you. Things you say, things you do. Don't you know? I am sick of you. Things you say, and all the things you do. Don't you know? I'm sick of you, that things you say, and all the things you do. Don't you know that I'm sick of you? The other things you say, and the things you do. Said, don't you know I'm so sick of you? The other things you say, and the things you do. Say, I'm so sick of you. I'm so sick of you. I'm so sick of you. Say all I do, say all I do. future or are you the past? Have you been chosen or are you the last? The message was said and it seems so unreal. 'Cause now made of plastic wire and steel. And still follow for now and follow for this. 'Cause everybody follows for nothing at all. Follow for now and follow for this. 'Cause everybody follows for nothing at all. Because supernova, yeah, supernova. Supernova goes pop. Supernova, you think it's over, but the supernova don't stop. Can you explain just what you are? 'Cause I've never been this close to a star. Alright, the message was sad, you know what to do. 'Cause everybody needs to be someone, don't you? Right? Don't you? Follow for now and follow for this. 'Cause everybody follows for nothing at all. Follow for now and follow for this. 'Cause everybody follows for nothing at all. Because supernova, yeah, supernova. Supernova goes pop. Supernova, you think it's over, but the supernova don't stop. Supernova, yeah, supernova. Supernova goes pop. Supernova, you think it's over, but the supernova don't stop. Supernova down and down and down. Stop. I'm a manager with the mostest. I treat the puppets from the guts it closest. I make it snow up while notice. So now they follow me like I'm Moses. I'm not a Jew, but God has chose us. So now I'm sitting on the riches up close us. I'm sweetie and I think you ought to know this. Girlie love me because I wear the nice clothes is. See the poses when I strike the right poses. Pull my pants around and you ask me, can you blow this? I say yes if you want halitosis. I can't help my post-matriganosis. I've been fluking up showing these hostess. But I'm sleepy and I think you ought to know this. Underground, what they clone us. You gotta deal with the Masons who dispose us. Toxic waste causes cancer by osmosis. HIV is crawling up your hoses. I'm the man with the guts to expose this, and people follow me like I'm Moses. So before you think it's hopeless, I'll start a clue right under their noses. Now they know they can't control us, so don't forget the man who broke this. I'm sleepy and I think you ought to know this. I've seen it done like the way the dogs do. I think it over. We're standing into your phony life, but now it's all dry. Can't take it. You will see, not more than others. Your phony life. Like I don't hear them, but I'll tell you something else. When we get to the desert, it's out. What we left in the past, it tears me up. So far, the plan is feeling not what you're used to, in the middle of nowhere. But I know, man, I used to wonder distantly. You're holding up, and I know it's all dry. It could seem that I have my self-control. That's a lie. To a party, and it's all night. I had 16 beers on the side of the fight. When I'm turning, you're out of luck. I'm rolling down the stairs, too drunk to fuck. I'm too drunk to fuck. You're too drunk to fuck. Too drunk to fuck. I'm too drunk to fuck. I like the stories. I love your guns. Shoot out the tires and I love the world of fun. Right in my room. Wish you were dead. You fall like a baby in a razor head. I'm too drunk to fuck. I'm too drunk to fuck. Too drunk to fuck. It's all I need right now. Too drunk to fuck. I too drunk to fuck. You too drunk to fuck. Too drunk to fuck. I said stop it. Go. Too drunk to fuck. I got a drug. My head's a mess. The only salvation is I'll never see you again. You get my head, it makes it worse. Take out your fucking routine and put it in your purse. I do drunk to fuck. You took the road to fuck. Too drunk to fuck. It's all I need right now. Right, right. I'm feeling like an ice cream bottle. Right, right. Now I got diarrhea. Too drunk to fuck. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Chase me there, we took everything in sight. All through the night, leaving scars and crashing glass. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. It's my life for everyone to see. For you it's a right, for me a disease. Everything inside, all through the night, leaving scars and fucking scars. Stories in need, my life. Stories in need, my life. Stories in need, my life. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Stories in need, my life. Stories in need, my life. Stories in need, my life. It's too long die. 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 Not for me. Stories in need. My life. Stories in need. My life. Stories in need. My life. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Beating for the buttons and bottom for the press. Stories again. My life. Stories again. My life. Stories again. My life. Well, some people don't know what is wrong, so they need it in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they need it in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they need it in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they need it in sorrow. Well, some people don't know what is wrong, so they need it in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they need it in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they're knee deep in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they're knee deep in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they're knee deep in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they're knee deep in sorrow. You'll find your place and think to your master. Wait until your maker is dead. Leave it to the ones that own you. Leave it to the ones that disown you. Put your faith and trust in the dust. Do what you must do. I'm getting for those departed. Left alone. Less difficult. In my going skies to fight. Hold back the day. My glowing skies to fight. It's darkest before the dawn. My glowing skies to fight. Hold back the day. My glowing skies to fight. It's darkest before the dawn. Yeah, come on, from your 6 feet and deep people through the dark soil of heaven. It must be deeply dark. How is people build all their life? They don't trail, fall to the ground. Fuck up their opinion, deceiving the honest man. Not getting edgy for those departed. Left idle, less difficult. In my influence, got to fight. Hold back the day. My influence, got to fight. Darkest before the dawn. My influence, got to fight. Hold back the day. My influence, got to fight. Darkest before the dawn. Always 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 darkest before the I'm getting edgy for those departed. Left idle, less difficult. In my influence, got to fight. Hold back the game. My influence, got to fight. Darkest before the dawn. My influence, got to fight. Hold back the game. My influence, got to fight. Darkest before the dawn. Darkest, darkest, always darkest before the dawn. Always darkest before the dawn. Darkest, darkest. Scary monsters and super pigs. The more you dream, the less you sleep. Life has nowhere, it's gone away. Unveiled and wild, who's here to say alright? Nobody's real, but they're willing to let you know. Nobody's real, but they're willing to know. Nobody's real, but they're willing to let you go. Nobody's real, but they're willing. Nobody's real. Could you predict? Could you foresee? Artificial by necessity. Rockets and robots can save your life. When you don't care about what's real, it's alright, alright. Nobody's real, but they're willing to let you know. Nobody's real, but they're willing to know. Nobody's real, but they're willing to let you go. Nobody's real, but they're willing. You sleep when the time has left you. It's all been done, there's no need for the rescue. So let's just get out, I swear there's no doubt. You can't be ready cause there's nothing left to do, okay? Nobody's real, but they're willing to let you know. Nobody's real, but they're willing to know. Nobody's real, but they're willing to let you go. Nobody's real, but they're feeling. Nobody's real, but they're willing to let you know. Nobody's real, but they're willing to know. Nobody's real, but they're willing to let you go. Nobody's real, but they're feeling. Nobody. Dedicated to you, Ben Stiller. You are my favorite motherfucker. I told you, didn't I? Drama makes the world go around. Does anybody got a problem with that? Yeah, my business is my business. Who's guilty? Can I get a witness? First things first, the chocolate starfish is my man Fred Durst. Access Hollywood license to kill a redneck fucker from Jacksonville. Bringing on the dumb stuff funk. A microphone machetes in the back of my trunk. Rocking so steady with the he says, she says. And don't forget about the starfish navigation system. Don't hate me, I'm just an alien with 37 tons of new millennium. Dum diddy dum, where's it coming from? This is Aguilera, come and get some. Oh no, which way to go? Through the dance flow, it's the stereo. Baby, no mind. I seen the Fight Club about 28 times. And I'ma keep my pants sagging, keep a skateboard, a spray can for the tagging. And I'ma keep a lot of girls on my bandwagon, cause I don't give a fuck, living life in the fast lane. I'm just a crazy motherfucker, living it up, not giving a fuck, living life in the fast lane. Another crazy motherfucker, living it up, not giving a fuck, in the fast lane. Take two. Now who's the star sucker? I'm the starfish, you silly motherfucker. Puff puff, give the marijuana cig. Oops, I don't even smoke, but I love the way it smells. Here's a toast to the females. Sipping champagne from a seashell. I take a counterfeit and pop his ass like a zit with the starfish navigation system. No cheap thrills, baby. Fill the briefcase with $3 bills. I'm just an ordinary run-of-the-mill fella, spitting out hella mic skills. And I'ma keep my pants sagging, keep a skateboard, a spray can for the tagging. And I'ma keep a lot of girls on my bandwagon, cause I don't give a fuck, living life in the fast lane. I'm just a crazy motherfucker, living it up, not giving a fuck, living life in the fast lane. Another crazy motherfucker, living it up, not giving a fuck, in the fast lane. Cause it's so easy to rely, and it's so easy to run in line, but it's not easy to be alive, so don't be wasting none of my time. This world's like a cage, and I don't think it's fair, and I don't even think that anybody cares. It'll lead a hole down inside of me, and it'll leave a scar. Can anybody see that we gotta get it out? We gotta get it out. We gotta get it out. And I'ma get it out with the motherfucking microphone, plugging in my soul. I'm a renegade, riot, getting out of control. I'ma keep it alive and continue to be. Fly like an eagle to my destiny. So can you feel me? Hell yeah. Can you feel me? Hell yeah. Can you feel me? Hell yeah. If you feel me, motherfucker, then you say hell yeah. But it's not easy to be alive, so don't be wasting none of my time. Yeah, bring it on. I'm just a crazy motherfucker, living it up, not giving a fuck, living life in the fast lane. Another crazy motherfucker, living it up, not giving a fuck, in the fast lane. Load of time! We were banished here for our crime! Incarcerated on this world of slime! Primeval wasteland! And killing days, we fuck days! Giving birth to the human race! The existence was a big mistake! A bastard offspring, so we said, fuck this place! Fuck this place! Fuck this place! Fuck this place! Now you rise! Because you beat too fast, so still you rise! Until we grow into what we despise! I fucking hate you! What, you think you're better than me? Road arrest! You left us stranded on this world of past! And in death you have no say to us! This planet fucking sucks! So insane! I'll bring you pleasure, I'll bring you pain, I'll bring you truth like a bullet to your brain! And that's your life! Of course you kiss, your bitch is dead, still you scream resist! Oh, liberty! What did they do? They ripped your dress and put a message to the shit on you! You watched you rise, you made us fall! Stupid humans brought an end to it all! Now we're back! With fury in our hearts, we all turn back! We're coming at you like a maniac! We're not done yet, man! Final call! I reach you never know my alcohol! And that's for you I can't on the road! I hope you all rock! Still we say, fuck this place! I'm a box off friend and I'm not dead yet. Got a super dread man with a naked draw again. Like a deadbeat winner, I wanna be a sinner and not a life by for the industry killer. I'll kill his mouth that you don't understand. I'm suicide body and I'm guaranteed to fucking snap. It's suicide, it's monoholic. Breakdowns obscenities, it's all I wanna be. If you're fine, then I'm sex. If I'm fine, I'm sex. But if you're fine, what's it like to be a chick if you're fine? What's it like to be a chick? Everybody's so infatuated. Everybody's so completely sure of what we are. Everybody down for me from miles away. But face to face, I haven't got nothing to say. I bleed for this and I bleed for you. So you look at my face like I'm somebody new. Joy, nobody wants anything I've got. Which is fine because I'm made of everything I'm not. If you're fine, then I'm sex. But if I'm fine, I'm sex. What if you're fine, sex. What's it like to be a chick if you're fine, sex. What's it like to be a dog? Yeah! You're a dog! Yeah! Sex ain't fun, let me tell you why. I haven't the slightest teaching you prices. The lesson ain't clever, all the money in the world can't buy me. Go ahead and lie to me, tell me again how you're tortured. I wanna know how you followed your own so well. You're full of shit, you wanna dream but this ain't it. If you're 555 on 666. If you're 555 on 666. Live at 555 on 666. If you're 555 on 666. No, I'm 555 on 666. What's it like to be a chick if you're 555 on 666? What's it like to be a chick if you're 555 on 666? What's it like to be a chick if you're 555 on 666? What's it like to be a chick?
Don't lie to yourself. It gave you pleasure. Enjoy that dead girl's body.
Try to remember. That name sounds so familiar. So, these letters are driving me crazy. They're driving me so fucking crazy. They're making me so angry. Bradley, remember. Bradley, so familiar. Bradley, remember. Bradley, so familiar. One more year, do something, make something from nothing. So, these letters have never been crazy. They've never been so fucking crazy. They're making me so angry. Bradley, remember. Bradley, so familiar.
These letters and Christmas are driving me crazy. I'm buzzing kids and why? Try to remember what you said. Try so familiar what you said. My life is mine, I'm gonna take it back. My life is mine, I'm gonna take it back. My life is mine, I'm gonna take it back. My life is mine, I want it back. These letters are driving me crazy. They're driving me so fucking crazy. They're making me so
So familiar.
These letters and Christmas are driving me crazy. I can't control.
A stable place in the scheme was all that you asked for. You find it hard to concentrate through the laughter. Use the height of confidence to break the common ground. Beyond a bad experience, an answer can't be found. Typically a few will stop your momentum. With solid focus broken, why would you let them? Use the height of confidence to break the common ground. Beyond the bad experience, vengeance swings around. Why put the gun to your head if you're already dead? Or see me lashing at will even after the kill? Why put the gun to your head if you're already dead? Tragically, mistake you for a man. Suddenly, the satisfaction stands. Tragically, they'll catch you if they can. Suddenly, mortality's a scam. A side attempt at escaping from all disaster. Complications restraining all that comes after. Use the height of confidence to break the common ground. Beyond the bad experience, an answer to be found. Why put the gun to your head if you're already dead? I see me lashing at will even after the kill. Why put the gun to your head if you're already dead? Tragically, mistake you for a man. Suddenly, the satisfaction stands. Tragically, they'll catch you if they can. Suddenly, mortality's a scam.
to your head if you're already dead. Or see me lashing at will even after the kill. Why put the gun to your head if you're already dead? Tragically mistake you for a man. Suddenly the satisfaction stands. Tragically they'll catch you if they can. Suddenly mortality's a scam.
If it stayed, I'd never leave it. If that turned around, I'd grieve the special dirty things that we used to talk about. I mean that loving you is strange and adored by me throughout. Oh, now it's you again. Someday soon you'll find that someone waiting for the chance to beat you, drooling on the set to free you, blessing you with every kiss. Tying yourself to me, snitch out my emptiness, 'cause you're protecting me. So precious loving with me. Tying yourself to me, snitch out my emptiness, 'cause you're protecting me. So precious loving with you. Besides the patient one who needs me, the spoiled one who wins. So shocking we're just since. Don't you know I hate you more? Unsatisfied, you little girl. Tying yourself to me, snitch out my emptiness, 'cause you're protecting me. So precious loving with you. Tying yourself to me, snitch out my emptiness, 'cause you're protecting me. So precious loving with you. Rolling dice, continuing queer, bastard love, a sick affair. Let's see what new disease you'll fetch. I mean that fucking is strange and adored by me throughout. Oh, now it's you again, blessing you with every kiss. So precious, you know this here line exploded. I'm so deranged, you know I will never be the same. Tying yourself to me, snitch out my emptiness, 'cause you're protecting me. So precious loving with you. Tying yourself to me, snitch out my emptiness, 'cause you're protecting me. So precious loving with you. Just loving with you. So precious loving with you. 'Cause you're protecting me. So precious loving with you.
Oh yeah, I'm back here.
fight 'cause you don't know what to do. And just your luck, you really suck, and so I'm sick of you. Say, are you? I'm so sick, so sick of you. Say, are you? I'm so sick, so sick of you. Bring it down. I said bring it down. Thank you. Don't you know? So sick of you. Things you say, things you do. Don't you know? So sick of you. Things you say, things you do. So don't you know? I am sick of you. Things you say, and all the things you do. So don't you know? I am sick of you. That things you say, and all the things you do. Don't you know that I'm sick of you? The other things you say and the things you do. Said, don't you know I'm so sick of you? The other things you say and everything that you do. Say, you're so sick of you. I'm so sick of you. Say, you're so sick of you. I'm so sick of you. Human filth. We're running circles, just down the shadows, like beating riddles. This world is distorted, fucked up distorted, true world distorted. Let's beat you riddles. This world distorted, fucked up distorted, true world distorted.
Born in a sea, somehow it always seems that I'm dreaming of something I could never be. It doesn't bother me, 'cause I will always be that pimp that I see in all of my fantasies. I don't know your fucking name, so what? Let's scream at me, the only way that I can truly free from my fucked up reality. So I dream and struggle harder, 'cause it's so fun to see my face staring back at me. I don't know your fucking name, so what? Let's fuck all day. I dream about sex all day. I dream about fucking. All day I dream about fucking. All day I dream about sex, yes, all day. I dream about sex and all day. I dream about sex, yes, all day. I dream about sex and all day. I dream about sex, yes, all day. I dream about sex and all day. I dream about sex, yes, all day. I dream about sex all day. Dream about sex all day. Dream about fucking all day. Dream about sex all day. Dream about fucking.
When I saw you pissed on the run, my heart flooded and I knew it was love. True.
Right? And so it's like, okay, why in this case does it prove your point? But then when we bring the same argument up to disprove ours, like, okay, you either accepting these civilizations, hold on, these civilizations either track it back all the way back to these pre-dynastic, like, I don't know, Nephilim or whatever civilizations, or like ancient kings, whether the gods, like, they go back this far, or like now. And I would argue, like, yeah, I don't agree that it was probably these guys living for 600 years. I would argue that they had some kind of different understanding of what a year was.
Hey, Machine, do you realize who that is on the bottom side?
There's something based in history
on the
that's
left side
you
right
go
there.
back this far, right? And that's why I said earlier, 6,000-year-old Christians are idiots. Like,
Sure. The
Stackium.
issue here is that the reason why we know that these civilizations are 10,000 years
Holy
old is because they wrote in their
shit.
fucking journal.
I just want to point out that is Staxiums and Gnostic Informant and Sarah the Raging Tomato on the same platform. Holy shit. I don't know if Machine is there, but yeah, that's incredible.
Typically, these archaeologists are able to date this, but they do date this not through the facthood of the journal keeping, But by the
No,
rocks
they
and the
guess.
textures and the
No, they don't.
okay,
They-
sure.
they
There
do.
are guesstimates,
Yeah.
but it's within a margin of error that is never
Yeah,
within
like
6,000
100,000
years.
Yeah, but okay, so let me ask you a question. Why do we have coca plants in Egyptian tombs if there was no pre-trade with the like Americans, right? Like, so this is the same kind of
Because
thing.
rich
Like,
people like cocaine.
sure, but the coca only grows in where? Like South America, right? So how the fuck did they get coca plants in Egyptian tombs? How do we have examples of tobacco in Egyptian tombs? So are we just saying like there are history, but we don't understand how shit's got here.
The issue with this debate is like you
another way.
could just say anything.
Yeah.
And it's like I don't know how to take this one step at a time. Like because it does feel like we just jump from point to point when it doesn't, like, instead of just honing in on one point. I don't know about those cocoa plants. I've never heard of this. Okay. I'm sure that maybe it was confusing to historians until they figured it out, or maybe it's still a question mark. Okay. Maybe we're just using God of the gaps arguments. I don't know. Can we hone in on one argument?
Pre-dynastic, there's pre-trade before we know. But like,
But
once
Gibbs,
again,
you also concede that the Earth is 10,000 years, or sorry, is like what is the actual Earth age of the Earth? I don't know.
Billions of years old.
Yeah, I know.
I just wanted to see
4
if
billion.
there with your argument, Gibbs. There's an argument to be had that that the pyramids and all those in the tombs, things like that, it was built during an Egyptian wet period. We don't really know what they grew.
So there could have been coca other places.
Yeah, why don't we just do that? Why don't we just make up things and then you have to go fact check them?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just pointing out historical examples
actually,
of
they
that.
did trade with them. Actually, there was.
I would argue they did have
trading
trade.
that happened.
Well,
We don't
I
have
would argue-
evidence for that, but you know, I could.
Well, I would
find
hold on.
something.
I would argue that this kind of like leads, and like I know I'm going to say something, and Austin's going to fucking snap here, but I like this is kind of like the same thing that Randall Carlson keeps saying on all these fucking ancient myth things, where it's like, oh, you look at these things, there's clearly some sort of history that we don't understand. We're seeing more and more where like there's either maybe it's not a pre-dynastic, or not like maybe it's not this like worldwide civilization that's got nukes or magnetism or whatever, but we're obviously seeing that there was some sort of like trade and civilization that was before like what the agreed history is. You bring up Göbekli Tepe, right? People said like 9,000. Used to, the standard was about 9,000 years ago. We started getting where you have like farms and shit, and now we're seeing Göbekli Tepe where the history is, well, if these guys are all just farm like nomadic grazers or farmer or like hunter gatherers, why are they building monuments to Göbekli Tepe? We're seeing examples over and over again where history goes back further than we think, and I actually think this proves biblical myths in some regard.
Because you're
Who
saying
dated Göbekli Tepe? Scholars, PhDs.
But you're saying look,
mainstream.
sometimes
it goes back further than 10,000 years, right?
By the way, Randall Carlson is the same guy who said that the word Levite in the Bible, which is a Semitic word in Hebrew, means levitate, which is a word that comes.
Yeah, well, I don't agree with everything he says. I'm just using it as an example. Like, I think there is something here with this idea that there were civilizations older than 10,000 years, and there was some sort of catastrophe that they like just wiped out a majority of them. I don't know if it's one civilization or it's 50, but I think there's plenty of evidence starting to come up that there was something going on more than just hunter and gatherers 10,000 years ago. And I really don't know if that's like even really that widely of a controversial thought now at this point. And if that is true, then that leads to the credence that Bible is real history, because it mentions a lot of this stuff in reference to it. And I think this is, once again, even if they're getting told this stuff at a later date, they're referencing real events, which is real history. Just like with Troy, we use the mythology of Troy to find Troy. Like, we're finding these over and over and over. We use myths to discover the history. That is real history. I don't understand why y'all disagree with that. Do you disagree with that? Like,
well, the Younger Dryas theory is actually widely rejected by most scholars in that field. They don't think that there was some impact.
The guy that built the pyramids is also got like all sorts of stuff that like is not based on total, like modern Egyptology is not based on like anything like concrete either. So like all of this is theory. Like, I mean, I'm open to being changed. We don't have an example of macroevolution, but I believe evolution happens. Do you disagree with the theory of evolution?
You're missing the motivation. There is a very weird survivorship bias that's happening here, where you're recognizing that some myths do get confirmed sometimes because people are motivated to look where there's there's
Mormon
pressures for
revisionism
like, oh, well, I
of
heard about this myth.
history.
I want to go see if that's accurate. So yeah, we would see some myths confirmed, I'm sure, but that doesn't you keep.
You see what I'm
using
saying
that
though?
as a
Like
pivot point
remember
to
the
say,
Vivint,
well, then all myths are true.
like got bought up
And that
by
feels like a
NRG, and
crazy
NRG is run
point.
by like this like Mormon
say that.
archaeologist.
Okay, sorry.
like,
That the Bible
guy
is
or
true,
whatever. Like
because other myths are true.
it's like
because sometimes
it's
we
pretty
might
weird.
look
I
and
don't know,
see.
man.
I don't know what
Charlie
like.
Kirk got killed in
It feels like a very strange tactic.
Utah
Does
with
that make sense?
Well, hold on.
Saxons.
I think you're missing what I'm doing here. What I'm saying is that the Bible
This is
is
a
real
very
history. I think
strange
all religions are
conversation
real
on
history.
every
I think
level.
that to some
All
extent they are.
religions.
This is so creepy on every level, in my opinion.
Yeah. So I was told to call into this show, so I may call into this tonight.
Well, I would love for you to. I would love for myself to, but I would not blame either one of us if we decided not to go on this. This looks like I'm actually very impressed that Raging Tomato and Balderson are talking to these people because I don't know who this Admiral Gibbs is. I just looked him up and he seems like a no-name guy relatively, like no offense to him, but yeah, I don't know. It's pretty interesting. Like I don't know what to think. I mean, this guy Staxiums is like I'm just super. I don't know. I don't want to say too much in case you go on there, but yeah.
Yeah, what
I
I'm
don't
trying
know.
to figure out is like what's not like becoming immediately apparent to me is like what side is everybody on? Are the top two people against the historicity of the Bible and the bottom two are for the historicity of the Bible? I think that's what I'm seeing. I could be wrong. And then there's that random old guy with the beard. Uncle Doug. So I have no idea where Uncle Doug stands.
Yeah.
But
Well, so I don't know if you saw, but History Valley just released like 2 videos in 2 days saying like Bible history is manufactured and that
Yeah, I saw
Jews didn't
some
exist
of that.
before 2nd century BC, which again, I mean,
It's kind of shooting
is there-
himself in the foot, isn't it?
well,
It's like, I
yeah,
don't
it's
know.
like you can make that argument, but then it's like, okay, you might as well throw out pretty much the entire thing of history if that's the case, right? So it's like, I mean, and again, like trust me, I'm open to the idea, but it's like, how are they going to twist that to be like, well, therefore Christianity's wrong and Islam's wrong and Judaism's wrong. So like, what are we going to replace it with? Oh, occultism. Oh, okay, so it's like, or paganism, whatever that's supposed to mean, or like New World religion, or whatever that's supposed to mean. So it's like, this is very strange. Like, I feel like everybody got some sort of memo, and they're like, okay, we're gonna do these specific subjects like in the last 2 weeks. Like it's like Roman Jerusalem versus paganism and like New Age something or another, and then it's like, okay, is the Bible real or fake? And I don't know. It just seems very. I mean, the fact that they get Staxiums of all people onto this particular debate, like, so it went from debating Charlie Kirk on transgender shootings to, is the Bible real or not? I mean, that's a quite a big. And it reminds me that I called in the Gnostic Informant recently, and so did you. Like,
Yeah, we
I'm
did.
kind of like
We
reminded by
did,
that.
yeah.
Like,
So that's gonna be weird if, I guess if I do call in, it's gonna be interesting because it'll be like
awkward.
Yeah, like remember me, like. Well, that's
I think you-
that's
I
what's
think you
weird
should,
is
but
that
definitely be careful.
I'm pretty sure Staxiums won't remember me, but it's pretty interesting. Like so many.
Have
of
you
these
been on the
people,
same panel as him before? Or?
Yeah, remember, like I
I
called
remember
in.
you showed me, but I can't remember which one it was now. It's
Well,
been
it
a
was
while.
the Crucible when he was debating Jim Bob.
Oh, yeah. Before that was
Yeah.
way before Charlie Kirk, though, right?
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I better be quiet about that. I don't want to get in this guy's bad side.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah,
I think you should
well,
call in because it would boost your next show. But like, definitely don't send him to my stuff that I've said about Staxiums. That would not be good. They would definitely not be happy about that. So I don't know. I mean, I look at it like this: like it's 1 degree removed from Destiny. So, like, I guess if we can all get on Destiny show, then I guess we'll all have made it at that point.
Scientology? Yeah,
No.
maybe
So,
that's
like Islam is that's a real religion.
Yeah, I would say they trace
Well,
their
to be
lineage back to
fair,
Esau.
by your opening statement,
Wait,
where it was
pause it.
prolific, how widespread the Bible is. L.
Did you
Ron
notice that all like Dyer mentioned Scientology and Temple of Set, and like something else we were watching like mentioned Scientology too. Oh yeah, the whatever podcast with the raccoon girl. They're like, "Are you a Scientologist?" She looked at him and she's like, no. I don't know. Something kind of weird. Like it's kind of weird. Everybody's like throwing out Scientology because I've never heard really that many people ever bring it up in real conversation until recently. So I don't know. Anyways.
Hubbard is the most prolific author in modern history. Opening statement where it was prolific, how widespread the Bible is. L. Ron Hubbard is the most prolific author in modern history.
Okay. Well, what was that in context to? I didn't even catch that. I'm glad you slowed that down. I did not catch what he was saying. Okay, so what is the context of them bringing that up? That's very odd to me.
Fair, sure. But my argument is that like all these religions are trying to explain natural phenomena, right? Like are real history. I think like to some extent, yeah. I mean, well, okay.
Scientology?
Yeah,
No.
maybe
So,
that's
like Islam that's a real religion.
Yeah, I would say they trace
Well,
their
to be
lineage back
fair,
to Esau.
by your opening statement where it was prolific, how widespread the Bible is. L. Ron Hubbard is the most prolific author in modern history.
Fair, sure. But my argument is that like all these religions are trying to explain natural phenomena, right? Like Sodom and Gomorrah, he mentioned Sodom and Gomorrah. I would argue that was probably an airburst, like explosion of some kind of meteor or a comet or something over. We have examples of that, like in Tuskegee.
That's a terrible argument.
Tuskegee in Russia. We have examples of this. Other things, I would think maybe if like a comet or something came over and blew up in the air, like that could crush it, cause these things. There's some evidence to support that theory. Then obviously, if I'm a little, I don't know, an uneducated person living in some village in the middle of, I don't know, Mesopotamia, and all of a sudden I see some big explosion in the sky and some cities are wiped out, I'm probably going to be like, that's God, right? Like, I mean, wouldn't you do that if you were that thought? I mean, this is just
of course.
Humans trying. I mean, religion is the precursor to science, and science is just trying to explain the natural world the same way. And so I'm saying all these things are person living in some village in the middle of, I don't know, Mesopotamia, and all of a sudden I see some big explosion in the sky and some cities are wiped out, I'm probably going to be like, that's God, right? Like, I mean, wouldn't you do that if you were that thought? I mean, this is just,
of course,
humans trying. I mean, religion is the precursor to science.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson's live, by the way, chill stream. But this argument that this guy is putting forth is very dubious, I would say. But let's continue.
And science is just trying to explain the natural world the same way. And so I'm saying all these things are or actual history. And if you're actually religious, I'm not discounting it as a Christian. I'm saying that these Christian things are just God making his way known to y'all. So I'm not maybe as much of a literalist as some of these people, but I do think that there is real history here.
No, but you're doing a weird thing where you're saying that it's kind of the Jordan Petersoning of well, did actually the Exodus happen? He's like, well, it happens every day. It's like, we can use it through this meta. It's like, okay, but that's not what we're having the argument about right here. Did that literally happen?
Because if it didn't literally happen, and this is all metaphor, and it's all just kind of like symbolic.
I'm fine with that version.
Why saying it did literally happen? These things are literal events.
These are maybe not a literalist. I can't follow.
These are symbolic metaphors. Then did Jesus really need to die for our sins, or is this all symbolic too? Because if this didn't literally happen, even Jesus in the Gospels is saying, So
think about it, right? So this guy is saying, did it literally happen? He's asking the question. Admiral Gibbs just said religion is a precursor to science. Gnostic Informant definitely doesn't think it's on point. Benjamin Balderson doesn't think the Bible's on point. So I think this whole panel might be denying that. Right? The history.
Right. It seems like everybody's basically like F Christianity, F,
Yeah,
well,
I don't see one person defending the historicity, so I don't know. That's what I'm getting confused about. I'm trying to figure out who is defending the historicity, right? It doesn't actually make sense, right?
referencing the flood and referencing Adam and all this stuff. If this is all symbolic, then is his death just symbolic too? Right?
And I have no issue with
I
this
think you're missing what I mean
Christianity.
by literal versus symbolic.
Okay, go ahead. If you want to
So,
clarify.
I mean, just to clarify, okay, when I'm saying something, let's go back to you, Sodom and Gomorrah, because I think this is an easy one that's like not really that controversial with the airburst theory, right? Like, I'm saying that probably literally happened. Like, there was probably some sort of event, whether it was volcanic, right. And so
Sodom and
people
Gomorrah
have
went down, and someone went, that's because angels tried to rape someone.
Right. Yeah. Well, or they tried to rape the angels or whatever, right? But
I can't even remember the vibe.
That's not what the Bible says.
It's been like 10 years since I
with the R word, please.
Oh yeah, the great. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's
not what the
they
Bible
tried to
says.
essay them angels, right? But they're over here trying to do this, and so they bombed them, right, or whatever. And so my argument is, okay, these people took what they knew of these places and then extrapolated that, and they tried. So this event probably happened, just like Pompeii. They were probably like the gods were mad. They destroyed Pompeii when it really was a volcanic eruption. There's a reason why all the flood incident. I think there was some event in history that caused large flooding either locally or worldwide. It's too widespread for too many myths overall for it not to have some sort of event where multiple people groups saw similar things occur. And that's why the stories maybe don't 100% match up, but they match up on a similar level overall. And we see this over and over and over again. And I think this just proves that this is real history.
Wait. It seems like you're on our side, Gibbs. Like, genuinely, I'm confused by what you're saying here. Because, of course, I would probably concede that a lot of these stories...
Side, then.
Okay.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Hunter.
I would obviously say, okay, well, it's certainly true that Jesus was likely this prophet that had not prophet. He was a speaker, and he spoke to a lot of people, and a lot of people followed him, and then he died, and it was a huge event, and then his body got taken from the temple, or from the tomb, and everyone was wondering what the hell happened. And then 50, 60 years later, people started writing stories. Yo, that guy, remember that guy Jesus? And they start developing this mythology out of him, and it becomes more and more mythologically.
Why is that ridiculous?
Hold on.
Let
him finish.
This is Gibbs's argument. Here's what I'm saying.
But that's real history, though, isn't it?
No. Yes, sure.
Let Hunter finish.
Jesus was a historical figure. Of course, he existed. Okay? I don't think anyone's contesting that. Gnostic, do you think that Jesus...
No, I think he existed, but I don't think it's...
Welcome to Wix Harmony. Take the speed of AI and pixel level control to go from words into a full website that's entirely yours to shape. Need a new page, section, or a restyle? Ask.
What the fuck? How do I get rid of this commercial exactly? Okay, down here.
logical aspects, but maybe
Well,
some of them. My point
okay,
is, but you're
Matt-
proving my point though, right there, because y'all both admitted Jesus existed probably in some
Wait, yeah,
capacity,
of course.
which is my whole argument. Which is my whole argument that the Bible is pointing to real history, and these people are using these things as an explanation.
whoa, whoa.
So thank you for granting my case. I agree. Thank you.
Matthew says that zombies came out of the ground and were walking around in Jerusalem when Jesus was on the cross.
And no one else has mentioned that, by the way. Not even the other gospels mention
Well,
that.
maybe the Haitians got some.
The entire resurrection story doesn't match in
No,
any
this
of
is
the
crazy.
gospel.
Hold
They
on.
have wildly different.
Of course, there. This
details.
is.
Hold on, Hunter.
Okay. Sorry.
Ben, I didn't hear you.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I said none of the resurrection story matches in any of the gospels. They have wildly different details. How many people were there? What happened?
When he died.
Like one of them, a naked boy runs out of the tomb, and the ladies are like, "Oh shit!" And then they just run away too. Like wildly different.
Well, where
gospels.
does a naked boy run out of a tomb?
Mark 14. Well, not out of the tomb. He runs out of the garden, not out of the tomb.
They grabbed his cloak and he took off while they
Yeah,
were
he
holding
ran
his
away
cloak.
naked. Yeah.
Yeah. And
So
presumably
he wasn't
the gospel
naked.
writer himself.
Okay.
So he
I'm
wasn't
gonna-
naked when he ran out.
No,
it
he
was
wasn't
they
standing
grabbed
around the
him.
garden.
He was wearing a cinder.
That doesn't exist in any of the other ones.
It wasn't the tomb.
There's that feature happens in all of them. There's huge parts of the story that don't match the other ones.
Linguistically, literally from a writing standpoint, the argument is that the gospel writer himself was the one talking about himself having his cloak ripped off and running away.
So how does he know about all the other events if he wasn't there? If he's just in that one scene, how does he know about all the other stuff?
Because he interviewed lots and lots of people.
Oh, no.
Or because he based it off of Mark's testimony.
Yeah, because Mark's the original. Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's what I
Uncle
said.
Ben.
Yeah, he's basing it off of Mark's.
I'll be
Go
honest
ahead, Doug.
with you. I had a conversation with an atheist one time, and I said, "What would it take for you to believe that God exists?" And he said, "If God would vaporize the entire universe in front of my eyes and then recreate it all back the way it is, then I'd believe."
So,
which is an which is
care.
which is a crazy, insane bar.
I'm not an atheist, Doug.
Wait, hold on.
You don't
here
have
said
that
that?
kind of requirements.
Yeah, this
When
is
I
a
look at
red
a
herring.
chair,
I don't
I
know.
judge whether it's going to hold me up or not. I don't require
Doug, I'm not even an atheist.
recreate
So
whatever.
I don't care about that.
Okay, you're missing the whole point. The point is nothing, no matter what, is going to change some people's
Evidence.
mind.
Evidence would change my mind. That's what I'm
Okay,
asking.
I met Jesus in person. He runs my life every day. I ask him what shirt to wear, what to eat. He pays my bills. I've been
Really?
totally dependent on God for 20 years. Jesus
Seriously.
is real. Odin
Every
never did crap for me. Thor never did crap for me. Buddha never did crap for me.
The difference is you
Jesus
never
has been
believed in
taking
those
care of me
individuals.
for 20 years. I've seen demons, I've seen angels, I've been to heaven. Either I'm a raving loony or I'm telling the truth, because that's the way Jesus was. Either he was the son of God as he said he was,
No.
or he was a raving loony.
False
He can't
dichotomy.
be a wise
No,
prophet.
that's
He
a false
can't be
dichotomy.
anything else.
He never even
False
claimed he was
dichotomy.
God.
That's a false
Eyewitnesses,
dichotomy.
my turn.
It's a false
Go ahead,
dichotomy.
Doug.
That walked with him gave their lives.
Nope.
They wouldn't do that for a lie. It wasn't 50, 60 years later.
Yes, it was.
Immediately. And where's the body? The government didn't have it, or they would have shown it. The disciples didn't have it.
What?
Immediately, these people went all over the world and gave their lives for something. You don't do that if you know it's a lie. You don't do that for a literary fabrication. There's plenty of examples of why this is real and why it's the best way to run the world. Why the stuff Jesus said is a better way to establish culture, to get to live together, to play nice with one another than anything else man has ever created. There's wisdom there we don't have anywhere else, unless it's derivative of that.
So
You realize the proofs that you listed were also in the literary, it only exists in the literary work that we're questioning?
So first of all,
wait. Can I go?
I said in the beginning, your opinion
Also, I want to respond to the super
reality.
chat.
I'd like to
the
go.
super chat. The super chat. I would like to respond to.
Let
previously.
me. We will do all of the super chats at the very end. But again, let me give you guys all the kind reminder when you were given the.
So yeah, dude, this is pretty crazy, dude. Actually, this is a pretty hostile panel towards believers in the Bible. I think like, but I could argue both sides. I think to argue either side is pretty fallacious. I mean, to argue either side fully. But I do have to run now, man.
Yeah,
because it's only
No,
15 minutes before my shit.
It's a trap either way. I mean, you can't because if once you try to make an historical argument, I mean, it's like, what are you really saying there? It's like, again, it's like,
Right.
so what? I don't know. It's a trap. It's just a trap through and through. I mean, I had an idea. Well, so you're going to do your presentation for 2 hours, right?
I don't know. I was kind of planning on like just presenting the entire time if nobody comes by, but we'll see what happens.
Okay. I'll probably come by. So just send me the link when the time comes, and I'll probably
Yeah.
come by a little bit. So, what do you?
Yeah,
what,
if you
what do you?
wanna.
What, yeah, I'll just play it by ear. But now I was
Yeah, I'm
thinking.
gonna
I
like try to.
responded to her in NPC's Discord saying, how do we call in? And she said she's going to drop the link. So I was thinking maybe if people wanted to go call in there,
Yeah.
that'd
I might try to like finish up early my shit. Like maybe I'll do it like maybe 4 or 5 hours and then I'll call in. But I'm pretty sure like nobody's gonna come to my show today. I'm pretty sure like.
well, everybody is live right now, so it's like, looks
Yeah,
like
I'm
everybody's
pretty. Yeah, I'm
going
pretty
live.
sure. Like, I'm pretty sure I'll have ample time to just talk. I'm pretty sure like even Buddha and Reddington might not come by, most likely. So I'll be pretty surprised if anybody does call in. And so
Yeah,
yes, I
well,
think it'll be just me and you. But
yeah, we'll definitely send me the link. I'll definitely be calling in
Yeah.
at some point, but I want to listen more for a while, so and to see
Yeah.
see what you're covering before I call in, probably. So, all right, cool, man. All right, I'll go ahead and end this thing here. I don't think anybody's really watching anyway. So, all right, peace out, everybody. Appreciate you being here. Good Jump on Machines thing is about to start. So, all right, appreciate you, man. All right, bye, everybody.
yeah, peace.